Dépôt de...
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 2021 Office of the Taxpayers Ombudsman Annual Report entitled Adapting and Delivering in Unprecedented Times.
Okay, that's it. Do we have to wait for it? No, we're good. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Judges Act. Cette motion est...
This motion is deemed adopted.
Lametti, appuyé.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Le Boutillier, proposes that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled The Road Ahead, Encouraging the Production and Purchase of Zero-Emission Vehicles in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to respond to the present report.
Dépôt de projet de...
Introduction of private members' bills.
Private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy in Relation to Fresh Water. This motion is deemed adopted. Now the members may give a succinct explanation. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to reintroduce this bill from the 43rd Parliament and from an incredible member who first introduced it in the 42nd Parliament. I'm also grateful to the member for Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this bill. I have worked and consulted over the years with local environmentalists, conservation authorities, and members from Oneida Nation of the Thames First Nation on this bill. It calls on the government to commit to a national freshwater strategy. The Thames River runs through my riding of London Fanshawe, but we are also so fortunate to have several wetlands and environmentally significant areas in my riding. These areas are home to an incredible number of birds, wildlife, and vegetation, and of course we are influenced by the beauty of the Great Lakes, which provides all of our communities with environmental benefits that deserve targeted protections and sustainable planning. It's been well over 20 years since the government established a policy on fresh water, and environmental conditions certainly have changed over that time. While Canada has seemingly abundant freshwater resources, very little of it actually is renewable. We need a modernized national freshwater strategy. The protection of our freshwater is vital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is now deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, Psychotherapy Services. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And today I also have the honour to introduce a private member's bill which would amend the Excise Tax Act in order to exempt psychotherapeutic services delivered by a psychotherapist from the goods and services tax. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Courtenay Alberni, and our NDP critic for mental health for seconding this bill today. I would also like to thank Stephanie Wu Dearden, a registered psychotherapist from the City of London, who asked me to take action on this issue. This bill works to ensure that psychotherapists are treated the same as their fellow practitioners in other healthcare fields who do the same kind of work and who are exempt from the excise tax. I urge the government to get behind this very simple but very necessary bill to rectify this blatant tax inequality. The government says that Canadians' mental health is a priority, so this is an opportunity to do something good for Canadians' mental health and for tax fairness in Canada as well. We all know the impact COVID-19 has had on people's mental health. It was a crisis before the pandemic, and we are certainly seeing the consequences on people now. This is a small but good first step to helping people. I'm grateful to the people who are working on this issue and who have been calling for tax fairness for psychotherapists for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Canning, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to table this bill today, and I would especially like to thank Linda Duncan, the former member from Edmonton Strathcona, for championing this bill over 11 years in 4 parliaments. And I thank the present member for Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this bill today. This bill amends the Canadian Bill of Rights to add the right to live in a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. It enshrines that right in a new Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, which would also provide, among other things, the right to access information about the environment and the right to public participation in decision-making regarding the environment. It brings Canada into line with more than 100 countries around the world that have rights to a healthy environment enshrined in their legal systems. Mr. Speaker, a healthy environment is an integral part of that makes Canadians proud of our country, and this bill would ensure that all of us have that right to live in a healthy and ecologically balanced environment.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Assault Against a Healthcare Worker. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce an important bill to Parliament, with thanks to the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for seconding it. This legislation would amend the criminal code to require a court to consider the fact that the victim of an assault is a healthcare worker as an aggravating circumstance for the purposes of sentencing. Violence against healthcare workers has become a pervasive and growing problem within the Canadian healthcare system. Over the last decade, violence-related lost time claims for frontline healthcare workers have increased by 66%. That's 3 times the rate for police and correctional officers combined. This is absolutely unacceptable. Healthcare workers take care of us at our most vulnerable, and we have a responsibility to protect them in return. This legislation would send a strong message that those who provide such critical services must be treated with respect and security. Mr. Speaker, I call on all parliamentarians to support this vital and overdue initiative.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Certain Acts in Relation to Survivor Pension Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today in Canada, we still have the Gold Diggers Clause, and that means that spouses of veterans who marry after the age of 60 are not entitled to the automatic survivor pensions under the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act. This clause is archaic, it is sexist, and it must be eliminated. It was created in the early 1900s. It was sexist then. It's ridiculous that it's in place today. That is why I'm tabling the bill today, an act to amend certain acts in relation to survivor pensions benefits. This bill would eliminate the marriage after 60 clause so that veterans, RCMP veterans, and federal public servants who are punished for finding love later in life no longer have that happen to them. The reality is this is still happening in this country today. My office worked with a constituent who was a veteran who was planning to get married. The pandemic came, and he couldn't get married until months later. The problem was he was trying to get married when he was 59. Now he has to get married when he's 60. That means his spouse will be unable to access any support. Canada should not be punishing veterans, pushing them into poverty before they die, simply for finding love later in life. I want to thank the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Suit for seconding this bill and for his advocacy for the health and well-being of the members of the Canadian military. I hope that the government will consider adopting this bill fast and finally eliminate this clause, as the Prime Minister himself mandated the minister to do 6 years ago. Thank you.
Here, here.
Ms. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Green, seconded by Monsieur Boulderis, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Travel Expenses, Deductions for Tradesperson. Cette motion est députée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
For Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to carry forward the work of the always honourable Scott Duvall and table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act for travel expense deductions from tradespersons. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Rosemont-La Petite for seconding the motion, and this bill would allow for qualified tradespersons and indentured apprentices to deduct travel expenses when they travel to a job site more than 80 kilometers away from their ordinary place of residence. I would like to extend a sincere thanks and congratulations to Pat Dillon, the recently retired business manager and secretary-treasurer of the Provincial Building Trades and Construction Trades Council of Ontario, who has been a lifelong leader and advocate for the building trades. I'd also like to extend my thanks to my dear friend Mark Elliker of the Hamilton, Brantford and Building Trades, who continues to push this issue forward. And lastly, I want to give a special thanks to Stuart McClellan, the IBEW Local 105, who has already made it very clear to me that while these types of tax deductions already exist for white-collar workers, it's well past time to ensure that similar financial supports are extended to the hard-working people in the building trades. Mr. Speaker, during the last election, both the Liberals and the Conservatives committed to support for tradespersons, so I believe this bill is one in which we can find support on. Thank you.
Mr. Green, seconded by Monsieur Boulderis, moves. A point of order, okay, the honourable member for Kingston the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, you specifically asked to be as succinct as possible. What we're seeing when members are full on introducing how various political parties have taken positions on issues, I'm pretty sure they've gone beyond the scope of just succinctly introducing the bill. Perhaps you could encourage it to move along a little quicker.
I just want to point out that I did encourage succinct at the beginning, and that's what the rules say, and I will rely on the judgment of the members to be succinct, and I'm sure they'll do an excellent job at describing the motion that they're putting forward, or the bill they're putting forward, in as short a time as possible, unlike the explanation I just gave. Monsieur Green, seconded by Monsieur. This moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Gazan, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Develop a National Framework for Guaranteed Livable Basic Income. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to introduce the National Framework for a Guaranteed Livable Basic Income Act. I would like to start out by thanking the Member of Parliament for Elmwood-Transcona for seconding my bill, my riding of Winnipeg Centre, Basic Income Canada Network, Basic Income Manitoba, Coalition Canada, Basic Income Canada Youth Network, Senator Kim Pate, former Senator Hugh Segal, and so many other anti-poverty activists across this country who contributed to the development of this bill. As we continue to find ways to make it through the pandemic, we know that those who were already left behind are even further behind. Mr. Speaker, this bill is in response to calls to implement a guaranteed livable basic income from Indigenous, territorial, provincial, and municipal jurisdictions who clearly recognize the need to modernize our social safety net. A JLBI is not a panacea, but a way forward to modernize our social safety net in addition to current and future government programs and supports. It will ensure that all people have the necessary supports and resources to live with dignity, security, respect, and human rights as affirmed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'd once again like to thank my constituents and the basic income movement for your support. This is a people's movement.
Ms. Gazan, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. There we go. On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Frontenac, Kingston... Lanark, I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Something about your writing, I just want to... Anyways, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought my colleague from Kingston, the Islands, actually had an interesting point, although I didn't agree with him entirely. He said that we ought to be succinct when introducing private members' bills, and he then cited something he thought was inappropriate in a succinct comment. I do think it's reasonable for members to give an explanation of the content of the bill. I noticed with the last bill, there's no objection to the bill itself, but the member did start by giving a long list of thanks. That would seem to fall outside of succinct. But what I want to suggest is, or request from you, if you're willing to do it, is to perhaps get back to us at some point with a more fulsome description of what you think succinct ought to be that might assist. I say this because the most precious commodity in this House is time, and we don't want to deprive those who are introducing private members' bills of the ability to explain their bills, but I do worry that we may see a sort of grade inflation and expansion of the time going into each bill, which will ultimately result in less time for other business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your advisement and return to the House with an explanation. First reading of Senate public bills. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. By popular demand, I want to start by thanking Senator Salma Tulajan for bringing forward this excellent bill and the Senate for passing this bill.
Interrupt him just for a second. I messed up here. I got distracted, but I just have to introduce you, and then you'll have a chance to come back. My apologies. Mr. Jenis, seconded by Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, moves that the bill S-223, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a first time. My apologies. Now you can go. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a piece of legislation that has now passed the Senate unanimously 3 times. It is a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. It also creates a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they're involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This is a common sense piece of legislation that I know has wide support across this House. I want to thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for working with me on this, as well as the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the member for Ottawa West Nepean, and member for Pierre Fond du Lac, and many members of my own caucus. I know that many people are hopeful that this Parliament will finally be the bill, after multiple attempts over 15 years to get legislation passed, that this Parliament will finally be the bill that gets it, the Parliament that gets this bill done. And I hope in particular that the government will be supportive of allowing debate to collapse on this bill after the first hour so that we can move it forward to committee as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? Or sorry, go ahead.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motion. Présentation de
Motions.
petitions. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I would like to succinctly present a petition in support of Bill S-223, which seeks to combat forced organ harvesting. This is something that has been worked on in Parliament for well over 13 years, and petitioners hope that this Parliament is the one that finally gets it done. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, it was great to hear the bill read on Bill S-223 introducing regarding organ harvesting. Bill S-223 seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It would make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person given the organ. Bill S-223 has passed the Senate unanimously 3 times, and MPs from multiple parties have been putting forward a form of this bill for over 13 years. This bill passed unanimously in the House of Commons in 2019 and is exactly in its same form. Petitioners hope that this Parliament is one that finally gets it done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud to be here to present a petition that was delivered to my office in the riding. This is an important one that talks about the climate emergency that we are all facing. And the petitioners ask that we see a government that will actually commit to reducing emissions by at least 60% below the 2005 levels, that winds down the fossil fuel industry and ends fossil fuel subsidies, creates good green jobs, and drives for an inclusive workforce that is led by the affected workers and the communities. Mr. Speaker, this really talks about expanding the social safety net and paying for the transition by increasing the taxes on the wealthiest corporations and financing through Public National Bank. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great honour today to table a petition that is asking for the Government of Canada to enact legislation to provide just transition, and recognizing that we are in a climate emergency, that we are in a climate crisis, that the petitioners ask that we address the crisis to reduce emissions in Canada and in the Global South, that we commit to a jobs plan to help people transition to new jobs and a new economy, that we would expand the social safety net, and that we would tax the ultra-wealthy and corporations to help pay for that just transition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On August 15th, Kabul, the capital city of Afghanistan, fell to the Taliban. The government of Canada was completely unprepared to evacuate its own citizens, as well as the thousands of Afghan allies and their families who supported our nation's military and humanitarian efforts, leaving them in country and at risk of Taliban retribution. The Veterans Transition Network, nonprofit organizations, and private supporters have stepped in where the federal government has failed. The undersized citizens of my riding in Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon call upon the government to partner with the Veterans Transition Network and others to launch an immediate evacuation effort of our remaining Afghan allies, relocate them to Canada, and safeguard them from Taliban retribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I can honor present this petition in support of Bill S-223. It seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking, and it would make it a criminal offense for the person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. This bill has passed the Senate unanimously 3 times and brought forward by multi-parties, putting it forward for 13 years, so I hope this is the Parliament that gets it done. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise and present a petition on behalf of Canadians in support of Bill S-223. The bill will make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without the consent of the person giving the organ. As we all know, this bill has been passed multiple times in the House of Commons, and we're hoping that this is the Parliament where it finally gets across the finish line. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to table this petition on behalf of petitioners from Cumberland and Courtenay in my riding. Mr. Speaker, they cite that farmers markets are a really important tool for COVID-19 recovery, and they really specifically cite that farmers market nutrition coupon programs, how important they are in helping create food security and resiliency by giving vulnerable people access to both healthy, locally grown foods and dietary education, while also positively impacting the physical and mental health of participants by increasing the amount and of diversity of fruits and vegetables they consume. They cite that a national matching program would assist in meeting those demands of the government and encourage provinces without a provincial program to create one, and support those provinces who have a provincial program to expand and meet the demand that's there. So they're calling on the government to create a national matching program for all provincial farmers market nutrition coupon programs across Canada that would match provinces who already have one or those that don't, help them create one. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Sorry. The Honourable Member for... No, 1 second. Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can only imagine how difficult it is to remember 338 3- and 4-barreled names purely by seeing the person rise in their place. I have to follow my own rule about being succinct, so I'll just say that I'm presenting the same petition that was presented by the members from North Island, Powell River, and Edmonton, Strathcona earlier, dealing with the climate emergency and requesting that the government engage in 7 actions which are bullet pointed in the petition, of which I think the most important one is reducing emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by the year 2030, and making significant contributions to emissions reductions in countries in the Global South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 56 petitions to table in the House today. The first petition is with respect to Bill S-223. Petitioners are calling on the government to support the rapid passage of this bill that would make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without the consent of the person taking it. Petitioners are hopeful that this Parliament will be the one that finally gets it done, and I promise honourable members that petitions will no longer be tabled as soon as, on this subject, will no longer be tabled as soon as this bill is passed. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I'm tabling notes the Liberal Party's commitment in its 2021 platform to deny charitable status to organizations that hold convictions about abortion which the Liberal Party views as, quote, dishonest. Petitioners are concerned that this may jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations which do not agree with the Liberal Party on this issue for matters of conscience. It notes that many Canadians depend on these charitable organizations, and that previous attempts by this government to impose a values test on charities and deny them funding or charitable status as a result have certainly been poorly received. So petitioners highlighting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, freedom of conscience guarantees in it, call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, without the imposition of another values test, and also to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. The third petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about double taxation associated with the GST being charged on top of the carbon tax. And petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to eliminate the GST on federal carbon tax levies and additional costs that the newly announced standards charge. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, an article on religious freedom, in particular the right of individuals to change their religion or belief. Petitioners raised concern about the growing use of so-called anti-conversion laws around the world, laws that prevent individuals from choosing their own religion, concerns in particular about developments in India, developments in the state of Karnataka, the targeting of the missionaries of charity in Gujarat, and would like to see all Indian states repeal anti-conversion laws. Pakistan's blasphemy law has been used to target people engaging in religious conversion, and there are many countries around the world where this impediment exists to freedom of religion. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to actively oppose anti-conversion laws in every case where they exist through both public statements and private advocacy. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the significant need for oil and gas products and the ability of Canada to provide those products to Canadians, and therefore call on the government to work to ending the importation of foreign oil and gas into Canada to support the job growth in the oil and gas sector here in Canada, Canadian energy supplying Canadian energy needs. Mr. Speaker, the next petition raises concerns about the equalization formula as well as the government's decision to cap the fiscal stabilization program, and I was pleased to second a private member's bill from my colleague from Calgary Shepherd aimed at lifting the cap on the fiscal stabilization program and also supporting greater transparency in negotiations around the equalization formula. This is a significant concern for my constituents, and they call upon the government to acknowledge the significant economic contribution that Alberta has made to Canada, the economic hardship the province has faced as a result of policies of this government, and also to support changes to the equalization formula that reflect the concerns that many Albertans have with respect to the equalization program as well as the fiscal stabilization program. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Falun Gong practitioners seek to advance truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance, and yet they have faced all manner of persecution, including organ harvesting. Petitioners are calling on the government to use the tools given to it under the Magnitsky Act to address these issues, in particular to deploy sanctions against 14 key officials and former officials within the CCP who demonstrate primary culpability in these atrocities perpetrated against Falun Gong practitioners. The next petition that I'm tabling is with respect to Bill C-7 that was passed in the last Parliament, and in particular the decision of the government to support a Senate amendment that will allow euthanasia or assisted suicide for those that have been.
I have a point of order from the member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that this has been an issue this week. My point of order is that the honourable member is violating the previous speaker's rulings that generally limit the number of petitions to 5 in any one proceeding. I think he opened up his presentation by saying he had 56 petitions. I'd like to quote from page 1172 of Boskin Gagnon, which says the following: certified petitions are presented daily during routine proceedings under the rubric presenting petitions. A maximum of 15 minutes is provided for the presentation of petitions. To be recognized, members must be in their assigned places. Members with more than one petition to present on a given day are advised to present them all when given the floor, as individual members are recognized by the chair only once under the rubric presenting petitions. The chair has, on occasion, limited the number of distinct petitions presented at one time by a single member to 5. This allows more members to be recognized within the 15-minute time limitation. I call on you, Mr. Speaker, to enforce these rules consistent so that every member can have an equal opportunity to present petitions. I would note that yesterday the honourable member asked for unanimous consent to present 20 petitions. That was denied. It seems that it's quite inconsistent in this House as to what the rules are going to be. I would respectfully request that you issue a ruling and you do so consistently with Bosque and Gagnon, consistent with the principles enunciated in there. Thank you.
On the same point of order, the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple observations. First of all, the NDP raised the same point of order earlier in the week, and at the time, the chair ruled that their concerns were not valid, that members do have an opportunity to raise as many petitions as they wish. So it's interesting to see the NDP effectively challenging the ruling of the previous chair on this issue. Secondly, I do want to observe that the intention of the concern allegedly is to allow members the opportunity to present more petitions. And you'll note, Mr. Chair, that I remained in my seat while all other members presented all petitions that they had to present, and intentionally making myself last so that if there was not enough time, that I would not be infringing on the time of other members. Finally, the passage that the member read says that on occasion, the Speaker has limited the number of petitions that a member can table for the purposes of allowing other members to raise petitions. I think it would be very legitimate in a case where there were many members still waiting to present petitions for the Speaker to make use of that provision. But in this case, it's clear that no member is being limited by my desire to raise many important human rights and other issues. And I'm just very surprised that the NDP is making an issue of the desire of a member of Parliament to bring forward petitions. They come from their constituents about international human rights issues, about justice issues, as well as about legislation that has been before this House.
Now, I think it's been previously decided that the chair has the discretion on how many petitions can come forward from the member. I think it's at that discretion. There are 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in this part of the rubric, and I'll allow him to continue on.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your wise exercise of discretion on that point. The petition that I was tabling as I was interrupted by my good colleague was on Bill C-7, a bill that came forward in the last Parliament. And at the time, the government chose to support an amendment that came from the Senate, an amendment that allowed individuals that are suffering from mental health challenges to receive facilitated suicide within the medical system. Petitioners highlight the fact that mental health challenges are not irremediable. As the Canadian Mental Health Association says, as a recovery-oriented organization, CMHA does not believe that mental illnesses are irremediable. Petitioners are very concerned that this policy change completely changes the message to those who are struggling with mental health challenges, effectively offering them suicide instead of recovery as a path forward. So petitioners call on the government to reject this policy of facilitated suicide for those suffering from mental health challenges and to protect Canadians struggling with these challenges by facilitating treatment and recovery. The next petition that I'm highlighting speaks to the human rights situation of people in Afghanistan, in particular the vulnerable Hazara minority community. This petition was organized and signed prior to the Taliban takeover, and many concerns existed at that time about the persecution of the Hazara minority, and things have gotten considerably worse following the Taliban takeover. Petitioners have a number of asks of the government with respect to standing up for the Hazara community. In this petition, they're asking the government to formally recognize the 1891 to 93 ethnic cleansing perpetuated against the Hazaras as a genocide, to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and also they express support for a private member's bill from the last Parliament aimed at ensuring all development assistance from Canada to Afghanistan was contributing to the advancement of peace and security within the region. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the horrific ongoing human rights abuses facing Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note mounting evidence of indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from their families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor and organ harvesting, petitioners want to see the government formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and they also want to see the use of the Magnitsky Act to sanction those who are responsible for this heinous crime. Parliament has recognized the Uyghur genocide, Mr. Speaker, but we have yet to see that recognition coming from the government. The next petition that I want to present highlights the human rights situation in Ethiopia.
Orders of the day.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't finish. Okay, sorry. How far down were we? Oh, questions on the order paper. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business, consideration of motion number 4, proceedings on Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Cara, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or unusual practice of the House, Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19, shall be disposed as follows. A, the bill be deemed concurrent in at report stage without further amendment immediately after adoption of this order. B, une motion portant.
B, a motion for third reading may be made immediately after the bill has been concurred.
And make sure there's nothing else there. And I call on the honourable member, Secretary
Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Sports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the rise of the Omicron variant, it is absolutely essential to adopt Bill C2 in order to put in place support measures that workers and businesses need. What we have learned over the past 12 months is that the most important and effective economic policy is one that protects the health of Canadians. Allow me to remind the Conservatives and the NDP who voted against this bill that we are still in the midst of the pandemic and that our business people and our workers continue to deal with major difficulties. And so it is certainly not the time to abandon them, Mr. Speaker. In this troubling time, where Omicron cases are rising swiftly, the federal government is ready to act, and we have the resources needed to fight Omicron. In the economic and fiscal update of this week, our government announced $2 billion to purchase therapeutic medication in order to save lives and avoid hospitalizations, $1.7 billion to purchase rapid tests in order to detect infection more quickly and break the cycle of transmission, and set $7.3 billion to purchase booster doses. We are dealing with a very serious threat, but we're ready, and it is clear that this threat will be the government's priority.
When the pandemic hit us, our government rapidly rolled out a full range of effective, broad-based programs to support Canadians through our country's greatest economic shock since the Great Depression. These actions were necessary and unprecedented in our lifetime. A mere weeks after the start of the COVID-19 health crisis in Canada, we moved to introduce the Emergency Recovery Benefit to ensure that Canadians who lost their jobs could keep food on the table and a roof over their head. We also introduced the Emergency Wage Subsidy to help our businesses, particularly our small businesses, but also to help our workers and those working for our small businesses, Mr. Speaker. These supports have been absolutely critical, both for our economy and for our health. As the IMF recently said, government budget support measures during the COVID-19 pandemic have saved lives and they've saved jobs. It's therefore not a coincidence that we here in Canada have the second lowest COVID death rate out of the G7. It's also no coincidence that we have the second strongest jobs recovery in the G7. This is the direct result of the resilience of Canadians, but also a demonstration of the impact a federal government can have when it puts people first. Conservative members in this House seem to take a rather different view, choosing instead to demonize those Canadians that needed support during the depth of the pandemic. For example, the Conservative finance critic just yesterday said that CERB recipients were fraudsters stuffing their pockets. We are talking about a program that helped nearly 9 million Canadians and was a literal lifeline for so many. We're talking about vulnerable seniors, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about workers that lost their jobs and needed to put food on their kitchen tables. These are our neighbors, our fellow Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and they should not be vilified. I stand behind the supports we put in place. I also stand behind the decision to end the CERB once the economy reopened and jobs were again available. We can and we have made the right decisions at the right time in order to support those in need and support economic growth. D'un bout à l'autre du
From coast to coast to coast, our programs have acted as a lifeline for workers and businesses. They have protected millions of jobs and helped hundreds of thousands of Canadian businesses to weather the worst times of the pandemic. However, let's be clear, these emergency measures were always designed to be temporary, to help us weather this crisis. And fortunately, today, we're in a new phase, a very different phase from the darker days of our fight against COVID-19. Not only have we recovered 106% of the jobs lost during the pandemic, our economy is recovering well, with a growth of 5.4% over the past quarter, which is twice what was projected. We also have one of the most effective and successful vaccination campaigns in the world, Mr. Speaker. 64 million doses have already been administered, and over 80% of Canadians age 5 and over have received both of their doses. We have reached agreements to receive millions of additional doses to ensure booster shots for all Canadians.
Thanks to one of the most successful vaccination campaigns in the world, most businesses here in Canada have safely reopened, and our country's employment is now back well above pre-pandemic levels. But we know that there are still workers and businesses whose livelihoods are being affected as a result of public health measures. This, Mr. Speaker, is why it is important to pivot our supports, a pivot to more targeted measures that will provide help where it is needed most and continue to create jobs and growth while prudently managing government spending. Some may wonder how we can tell that we've reached this turning point in Canada's economic recovery from the COVID recession. Well, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight several markers of our government's successful economic response plan that has brought us to where we are today. Last year, our government promised in the speech from the throne to create 1 million jobs, a goal we achieved in September of this year, when Canada recovered all of the jobs lost at the worst point of the recession. There's 3 million jobs recovered since the spring of 2020, Mr. Speaker, a very impressive number. Our plan is working. We have now surpassed our target and, in fact, recovered 106% of the jobs lost at the peak of the pandemic, which is significantly outpacing the United States, where just 83% of lost jobs have been recovered thus far. By delivering significant fiscal policy support to the economy and avoiding harmful austerity policies proposed by the Conservatives after the 2008 recession, our Liberal government has supported a much more rapid and resilient recovery. In fact, our economy is now back to pre-pandemic output many months earlier than in the 2008 recession, even though the COVID recession was actually 4 times deeper and more significant. However, as welcome as these economic markers and signs of recovery are, our government recognizes that not all sectors of the economy are there yet. Some of the Necessary health and safety measures continue to save lives, continue to be restrictive for our businesses and for certain sectors of the economy. And with the threat of Omicron looming, we need to continue to provide support where and when it is needed. What this means for our government, Mr. Speaker, is that we are entering what I truly hope and truly believe will be the final pivot in delivering the support needed to ensure a robust, inclusive, and strong recovery for our country. L'industrie du service continue de...
The service industry continues to stimulate our recovery, but the gains made in the retail trade sector were partially wiped out by the losses in other sectors, especially the hotel and restaurant industry. As the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance indicated in October, a number of financial support programs have now ended with the reopening of the economy. But we know that the job isn't done yet, Mr. Speaker, and the federal government must continue to be there to support Canadians. That's exactly what we're doing with Bill C-2 that is before us today. We are moving from very broad-based support that was appropriate at the height of our lockdowns to more targeted measures that would provide help exactly where it is still needed.
Which we are debating today, we are moving from the broad-based supports that were appropriate at the height of the lockdowns of this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, to more targeted measures that would provide help exactly where it is needed. This includes extending the Canada Recovery Hiring Program until May 2022, which will help us finish the fight against COVID and continue to ensure that lost jobs are recovered as quickly as possible. For eligible employers with current revenue losses above 10%, our government would provide a subsidy rate of 50% to enable employers to hire the staff that they need to grow. In addition, our government is proposing to deliver targeted support to businesses that are still facing significant pandemic-related challenges. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance, I am particularly concerned with the struggles still faced by the tourism industry and those that depend on it. And let's not sugarcoat it. The industry has gone through an absolutely devastating 21 months. Tourism revenues decreased by almost 50% between 2019 and 2020, going from $104 billion to just $53 billion. While jobs directly attributable to tourism decreased by 41%, Mr. Speaker. Those numbers are shocking. We must acknowledge that hundreds of thousands of workers in the tourism industry have lost their jobs. And although many industries have seen strong and sustained recovery, the tourism sector is still struggling to recover their losses. We must recognize the very difficult situation they face, and that is why we are moving forward in Bill C-2 with a new targeted tourism and hospitality recovery program. This new support program will provide wage and rent subsidies to tourism and hospitality businesses still facing serious pandemic-related challenges. Eligible applicants include hotels, travel agents, airports, and other businesses directly related to tourism, but we recognize that many more businesses rely indirectly on tourism. After all, about 10% of all jobs in Canada are dependent directly or indirectly on tourism, and that is why we have expanded the list of eligible recipients to include restaurants, parks, sports facilities, theaters, festivals, and more. I know that this help is absolutely critical. I've spoken to hundreds of independent restaurant and tourism operators, and I've heard firsthand the distress and angst at the prospect of closing their business, often their life's work. Local businesses like your favorite neighborhood restaurant, Mr. Speaker, they are what makes our communities and our main streets home. We cannot leave them behind, and that is why we have brought forward Bill C-2 and why it is so urgent that it pass.
In order to support these businesses that are still dealing with major problems, Our government is bringing forward support through 3 new sectors of businesses that are still dealing with major challenges due to the pandemic. This includes the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program, which would offer support to hotels, travel organizers, travel agencies, and restaurants through wage subsidy programs and rental subsidy programs, for which the rate could be up to 75%. We are also introducing the program for the hardest hit businesses, which would offer support to other businesses that have weathered heavy losses through wage and rental subsidy programs, for which the rate could be up to 50%. And third, the support program in case of local lockdown would provide businesses that are dealing with local temporary lockdowns assistance as part of wage and rental subsidy programs, and to ensure that workers who must isolate because of illness and those who must stay home to take care of loved ones can continue to receive financial support. We are extending the sick leave benefits for caregivers. These are essential measures for our economy and to protect the health of Canadians, and they should receive the support of all parties in this House.
Mr. Speaker, as my time draws to a close on this debate on Bill C-2, let me take this opportunity to address Canadians before we leave for the holidays. And I would ask them to book their appointments for a 3rd dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. That booster shot is incredibly important. And as a mother to a young child, I would also like to take this opportunity to address Canadian parents from right across the country and encourage them to get their children vaccinated as well. Let's do everything that we can to help avoid provinces and territories from putting in place further lockdown measures. Let's do everything possible to avoid overwhelming our healthcare system and our hospitals. Let's do everything possible to keep each other safe and healthy. As this may be my last opportunity before the holidays, I wish you, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in this House, and all Canadians a very happy holiday period, a safe holiday season, and a healthy 2022.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member in her capacity as the Parliamentary Secretary for Tourism about the 12,000 independent travel advisors that are suffering across the country because of lack of supports within Bill C-2. As the member may be aware in her capacity as the Parliamentary Secretary, many of these travel advisors had their commissions clawed back. They were not only earning zero on income, they were actually earning less than zero income and actually having to pay money back to the airlines. With the latest travel advisory, there will be more cancellations, and my understanding is that they are not eligible under Bill C-2 at this point.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his concern and dedication to the tourism sector and to independent travel agents and advisors. As I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, C2 is going to be open and they will be eligible to apply for supports. I would also note that we have done extraordinary work in order to support Canadians when they did have to cancel their travel plans previously last year at the height of the pandemic. We will be there to support Canadians, as I know that this is a volatile period, and of course many plans are being changed right before the holidays. However, it is the right thing to do. We must keep Canadians safe. We don't know what other countries around the world may do in order to close their airspace or others. We certainly don't want Canadians to be stranded abroad. That is why we have issued the travel advisory, and we will continue to do everything necessary in order to continue to keep Canadians safe. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague, and she began her speech by talking about the government's purchase of vaccine shots, and that's true. But what I find odd
Le gouvernement se dédouane justement en disant qu'il a acheté des vaccins et dit qu'il n'investira pas en santé jusqu'en 2027. Ma collègue a fini son discours en démontrant comment la troisième dose va être importante et comment c'est important pour protéger nos enfants. Je lui ferai simplement remarquer qu'il faut...
I'll get it there in a second. I'm on the right page, and I know it's Edmonton Strathcona.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I really would like to hear this question. It's very important to me, and I can't because of translation.
Si je parle en français,
If I speak in French, can you hear the interpretation? You can resume. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I told my colleague that we have to really stress vaccination and the third dose, and to do so we have to hire nurses, and to do so we have to have health transfers. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say with that. Does she agree with her government to not offer health care to provinces until 2027? Extra support. Thank you very much. I appreciate this very important question, but I have to correct my colleague. We are going to continue to transfer healthcare funds to provinces and territories. We've always done so, and we're going to continue to do so. And that's how our healthcare in Canada works. Yes, we did purchase all the vaccines. We purchased all the necessary material and equipment for these vaccines, and we will transfer all of these to the provinces and territories, and we're going to continue to be there for the booster shots as well. Thank you.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments?
In Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech today and her holiday greetings. I also hope that she has a wonderful holiday season. She did talk a little bit about how proud she was of the Canadians' response, the Canadian government's response with regards to vaccines, and also talked about how she hopes that this is that final pivot that we need to make as we deal with the Omicron virus. What I'm going to ask her about, though, is our response globally, because what we know about the Omicron vaccine or Omicron variant is that it is happening because we didn't allow populations around the world to get the vaccinations that they need. Would it not be smart to not just vaccinate Canadians, as important as that is, to protect Canadians, and for an actual global recovery, we will need to vaccinate everyone. And unfortunately, this government still refuses to waive the TRIPS waiver.
Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for this question, which I feel quite strongly about. In the previous mandate, I was Parliamentary Secretary to International Trade and worked firsthand on this issue. Canada was actually a leader at the WTO when we were discussing the TRIPS waiver. There are many countries in the WTO that did not want to have that discussion. We were actually a convening power to bring everybody to the table. There are many other issues that are causing many countries around the world to have difficulty in providing vaccines to their population. It is not just access, it is also about vaccine hesitancy, it's also about manufacturing capability, and it is a complex issue, but I fully agree with my colleague that this pandemic is not over anywhere until it is over everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that in the government's fiscal update, it says the government proposes to provide $37.4 million over 3 years, starting in 2021-22, to Transport Canada to support the implementation and oversight of this vaccine mandate for federally regulated air, rail, and marine employees and passengers. So the government is contemplating, is saying that they're going to provide this funding over a 3-year period. How long does the government actually plan to leave in place a vaccine mandate for interprovincial travel? Is the government contemplating going for 3 years, beyond 3 years, permanently? What's the government's intention with respect to this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the sentiment from which this question comes, but very respectfully, I would have to point out that 3 months ago we had never heard of Omicron. And so to ask what our plan is with respect to vaccine mandates for federal workers over a period of the next 3 years is I think, fooling ourselves into thinking that we can plan 3 years in advance. What we are doing as a government, what I believe that all members of this House are doing, is reacting to circumstances as we have information and as we understand how COVID-19 continues to mutate and evolve, and we will take whatever actions are necessary in order to keep Canadians safe. As I've said before, Mr. Speaker, we have to be vigilant and we have to take the appropriate steps at the appropriate time.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague just mentioned that we hadn't actually heard of the Omicron variant, I think, 3 months ago. That's true, but for over a year, what epidemiologists and infectious disease specialists and, in fact, the WHO have been warning Canada and all countries is that if we don't vaccinate the developing world, a variant of concern will eventually develop and it will come to our country. So the fact that Canada and other countries have stood by while only 10% of Africa is vaccinated has helped contribute to the Omicron variant. My question to her is this: will she stand in this House and state clearly to Canadians that she supports the waiver of the patent rules at the WTO to enable countries like South Africa and India and others to start producing the vaccines? Does she support that waiver or not? Because the Canadian government has not said that directly yet.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What I support is everybody in this world getting vaccinated. How we get there is something that is actually very complex. It involves working with pharmaceutical companies. It involves educating populations as to the importance of vaccines. And it also involves ensuring that the manufacturing capacity of these developing countries is going to produce vaccines that are safe for populations. And so I fully support the sentiment that my colleague is bringing to this House about the importance of vaccinating the entire world, but we need to make sure that it is done well and it is done in a smart way. And that is the conversation that Canada is engaged in at the WTO.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back on October the 21st, my colleague will be aware that the Prime Minister and the government announced that they would be coming as a priority with ongoing support programs, and that's the essence of this bill. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide her thoughts as to why Bill C-2 is so important as we continue to want to support people and businesses.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We came forward with Bill C-2 in response to what we heard on the ground. I have been speaking to businesses, I've been speaking to workers, and the tourism industry needs the support that is found in Bill C-2. I've been speaking to caregivers, as I'm sure others in this House have, and they need the supports that are also found in C-2. We are also extending sick leave benefits in this bill. Obviously, I don't need to remind this House how incredibly important that is with this new wave of Omicron. Before this House adjourns for the holiday season, Mr. Speaker, we must pass Bill C-2 in order to be prepared to support Canadians in their time of need.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we learned that Canada has the highest interest rate in 30 years of 4.7%, and it's increasing 2% faster than Canadian salaries. This means that it's a pay cut for Canadians on average. But when we said that it was just inflation and that the government caused that inflation, their defense was even worse than that allegation. Allow me to explain. They said that inflation was the result of international supply chains, that COVID interrupted those supply chains, which led to an increase in prices. But what is strange with that explanation, Mr. Speaker, is that the same products that are rising are ones in price are ones that we have here in Canada. Let's start with heating. for homes. The cost has increased by 26%. Here in Canada, we have 1,300 thousands of square feet of natural gas. 1,300 thousands of square feet of gas, so we can supply Canadian families with heating, with domestic energy here in our country. This has nothing to do with global supply chains. Second, a 44% increase in the cost of gas. What do we have here? The second largest amount of oil in the world. So, why are we depending on global supply chains if we have oil here in Canada? Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that it was to save the planet that we are depending on foreign oil. He even mocked the Conservative Party by saying that those who want to produce oil here in Canada just want to drill, baby, drill. But he is the one who wants to drill, baby, drill. Just not here in Canada. He wants more oil production globally. I was in St. John in New Brunswick the other day, and I was looking at the ocean. There was a large ship in the water to transport oil here to Canada from the Middle East. And that oil came from Egypt. On the north coast of Egypt, on the Mediterranean, this ship was filled with oil that came from the Red Sea. How were Egyptians able to transport that oil from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean coast? Through a pipeline. So this government is in favor of pipelines built in Egypt to transport oil from the Middle East on a ship that has to cross the entire Atlantic Ocean, thus ironically burning diesel to transport that oil here to Canada, increasing the risk of an oil spill into the ocean to bring that oil to Eastern Canada at a higher price. So Canadians on the eastern coast pay more for their oil and their gas and other products because of the fact that the government bought an oil pipeline to bring oil from the west to the east. So when the Prime Minister says that gas prices are too high because of the fact that there are global supply chain issues, it's even worse of a condemnation of his policies when we realize that we're delivering oil to Canadians in New Brunswick and elsewhere in Eastern Canada because he didn't allow the construction of a pipeline. If he had allowed Eastern Canadians to produce more oil environmentally responsibly, instead of importing more oil from the Middle East. Third, the cost of food. Grocery prices for the average family have risen by will rise by $1,000 next year, according to the Dalhousie University Food Institute. Another $1,000 for a middle-class family to put food on the table, for single mothers to feed her children. But what do we have here in Canada? We have the third largest amount of agricultural lands per capita in the world. Why is the government saying that global supply chains are responsible for the cost in food prices here in Canada when we are able to produce our own food on larger lands than other countries have, except for 2 per capita? We have both the land to produce our own food here in Canada and to benefit from this. If Canadians were spread across the country in an equal fashion, every Canadian would have 33 football fields worth of land for themselves, each Canadian. So we do have the land to produce food here, and we should be able to do so. How come we don't do this? Because the carbon tax, the red tape, and all of these regulations are preventing Canadian farmers from producing more food in an affordable way. And finally, yesterday we learned from the Real Estate Association that the cost of houses rose between 20 and 25% year over year. And why is this? What do we have here in Canada? We have the largest land mass in the world aside from Russia. So here in Canada, we have softwood lumber to produce more houses. We cannot blame global supply chains for rising prices on Canadian lands. Canadian land does not rely on global supply chains. We already have this here. Our Earth was created thousands of years before we got here, so it cannot be a problem, once again, with global supply chains. It is a domestic problem here in Canada. Therefore, we're not producing enough energy for heating and gas. We're not producing enough food to feed our Canadians, and we're not producing enough houses to provide shelter to our population. And now the result is that 85% of young Canadians think they want to buy a house, but will not have the means to do so. And the gap between the ultra-rich that have these big chalets are becoming richer, and the people who are paying rent are becoming poorer. Because every day that goes by, the value of the dollar reduces. So what do we produce here in Canada? Money. We print more money. Perhaps that's the only way the government can support the forestry sector, by producing and printing more money on paper, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is that we have more and more money for the same amount of products, which increases prices. There's another way of doing things. In Switzerland, for example, they have an inflation rate of 1.5%, one-third of our inflation rate, roughly. Why? Because Switzerland does not print money. They increased their money supply by 6% versus 23% for our country. So we're creating 4 times more money here in Canada than they do in Switzerland. So we have an inflation rate that is 3 or 4 times higher when you compare it to that of Switzerland. But people will tell you that some of those products that we produce here in Canada cannot all be consumed here. We can't use all of the oil we produce, all the natural gas, all the food, and all the other products. And that is true. But one of the ways to fight inflation is to sell more, to increase the value of our dollar.
If we exported more of our valuable products and goods, that would increase the value of the dollar. We would thus have more buying power in the global market. This is the case in Switzerland. The Swiss franc has 8 times more value than the American dollar. So they have an advantage. For example, when competing to buy products in the market, well, their currency is more powerful. It has a higher value. The Canadian dollar, however, has 20% less value than the American dollar, which means we have less purchasing power in the global market. We should use our own resources and produce more resources, not only to supply Canadians with products, but also to increase the value and purchase power of our dollar on the world stage. And before people start saying that it would be harmful, well, that hasn't been the case in Switzerland. When it comes to international exchange, they actually have a surplus. They sell more than they buy. Why? Because businesses have the freedom to produce more. They produce their own products. We are producing money. That's what we should change. The Conservative Party wants pipelines built so that Canadians can have their own clean oil and gas, and we could export it to the world. We want our energy companies to be able to produce natural energy to offer more affordable heating for Canadians. We want to be able to sell food products at a more reasonable price. Also, 15% of the 37,000 federal government buildings should be sold. They are underused, especially during COVID with the advent of telework. That would allow more home building. We want to create more products that can be bought with money rather than simply creating or printing money. That's the goal. We want to produce more. We want to spend less and with paychecks, not with debt.
Mr. Speaker, Stats Canada reported a 30-year high in inflation. Inflation rising 2 percentage points faster than wages, meaning a real pay cut for Canadians. And the government's defense against the allegation that it was to blame was worse than the charge. They claim the cause is COVID disruptions to international supply chains. But the question is, why would we need international supply chains for the products that are rising most quickly in price when those same products are made here in Canada? Let's go through them. Energy, food, and real estate have increased more than almost any other product in the basket of goods Canadians buy. But what do we have? We have energy, we have farmland, and we have land and lumber for housing. So why is our country so dependent on the rest of the world for the goods that we have beneath our feet right here at home? Let's go through them. Home heating has gone up 26% in 1 year. Canada has 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Why are we depending on the rest of the world to heat our homes when we have the energy to do it right under our feet here in Canada? Gas, up 43%. What do we have here? The second biggest supply of oil on planet Earth. And yet, the Prime Minister says we shouldn't produce it here. He even tried to mock others by accusing them of drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill is his policy. He wants to drill oil wells all around the world. He just doesn't want any of the wages from those drilling projects to go to Canadian workers. I stood at the Bay of Fundy looking out at the Atlantic Ocean 2 weeks ago, watching a tanker that had traveled from the northern coast of Egypt through the Mediterranean and all the way to St. John, where it will have been processed at the Irving refinery. And you know how they got the oil onto that tanker? By a pipeline that went from the Red Sea across northern Egypt to the Mediterranean. So don't tell me this Prime Minister is against pipelines. He's in favor of every pipeline that you can build anywhere outside of Canada, as long as it doesn't use Canadian steel, pay Canadian wages, hire Canadian energy workers, or provide jobs to refinery workers in Eastern Canada. As long as the paychecks go to other countries, he's 100% in favor of pipelines. Now, the question, though, back to inflation is, why are we paying a premium for Saudi, Middle Eastern, African, and American oil when we have the second biggest supply here in Canada? That should not be a question of international supply chains. It should be a question of domestic self-sufficiency. Then the next issue, food. Food is up $1,000 next year. According to the Dalhousie University's Food Institute, they expect the average family will spend an extra $1,000 feeding itself next year. Why? We have the third most farmland per capita in the world, and we have the best farmers. So why can't we supply our own nutritious food? Well, the answer is that our foreign competitors don't apply carbon taxes at our rate to the farmers who are producing their food, nor do they face the same kind of regulatory and red tape obstacles that drive up food production. And therefore, our farmers have to pass those costs on to consumers in the form of inflation, and our consumers then have to rely embarrassingly and humiliatingly on foreign supply chains to feed ourselves, even while we've been blessed with the best and the third most farmland on planet Earth. And then we come to housing. Just yesterday, the Real Estate Association reported that Canada has seen a 20 to 25% increase in real estate prices. This is the single biggest increase on record ever, and not adjusted for seasonal variation. The average house now costs $720,000, over $1 million to buy the average house, not a mansion, the average house in Canada's biggest city of Toronto. We are developing in this country, Mr. Speaker, an aristocracy, a landed aristocracy of extremely wealthy people who make more money through the appreciation of their real estate than they do from the wages of their labor, while we have a growing class of working millennials who now have no hope of ever owning a home. According to an Ipsos Reid survey, in fact, 85% of millennials say they want to own a home but cannot afford to. And who would be surprised when you have to pay $1 million? You'd have to save up $100,000 in order to make a down payment on the average home in Toronto today at a 10% down. Mr. Speaker, if you're saving $500 a month, that is 200 months to save up for a down payment, to have the privilege of then bearing a mortgage of $900,000. We have the second biggest housing bubble in the world, according to Bloomberg. Again, how do you blame that on foreign supply chains. Well, by definition, land does not have supply chains. It's already here under our feet, and we have the second biggest land mass on Earth. If you spread out Canadians evenly, each and every one of them would have 33 CFL-sized football fields to themselves. You wouldn't actually be able to see another person in Canada if we were spread out evenly. We have more places in Canada where there's no one than we have places where there is anyone, and yet we can't find room to house our own people. This is ridiculous. Vancouver and Toronto are the second and fifth most unaffordable housing markets in the world when you compare median income to median house prices. More unaffordable than Manhattan, San Francisco, London, England, and Singapore, and countless other places with less land, more money, and more people. Why? You can't blame international supply chains for that or COVID. In fact, all of the land and almost all of the housing on the market today was built before the first case of COVID even hit our shores. As a result, you cannot blame any of those things. This is, by definition, a home-made problem, pun intended, Mr. Speaker. And so the government's defense for its 30-year high in inflation is ironically worse than the allegation itself, that they have created an economy where we cannot supply ourselves with the very things that God blessed this land with before we even arrived here. We have more land, and yet we can't grow our own food. We have more lumber, and yet we can't build our own homes. We have more energy, and yet we can't heat or power our lives. We are hopelessly dependent on the rest of the world, and that is why when prices go up, we are so weak in trying to pay the price for it. Now, some will say, well, it's not that simple. You can't simply supply every Canadian with domestically generated goods. But what you can do is, where we have to buy on an international level, is have more purchasing power with a stronger dollar. When we compete for scarce global goods, we do so against countries that have real purchasing power. I give the example of Switzerland, Mr. Speaker. They increased their money supply by 6% since COVID struck. We increased ours by 23%. What's the result? Their inflation is 1.5%. Our inflation is more than 3 times higher at 4.7%. Now, part of that is because the Swiss franc has real purchasing power. They can go out into the world market and buy things with their money that we can't. Their franc is worth 8% more than the US dollar. Ours is worth 20% less. Therefore, when there is a widget that a Canadian needs and a Swiss citizen needs, and we both walk up and we have the loonie and they have the franc, let's be frank about who's getting that widget. They're getting it. Why? Because they have good money, sound money. They protect their cash. They produce things. We produce cash. And as a result, they have more valuable money. And before we hear Liberals whine on about how we could not export goods if we had a powerful dollar on the international markets, the Swiss are running a trade surplus. Why? Because they don't rely on cheap cash to sell their goods. They rely on a productive economy that generates value to sell their goods. That is how you increase the well-being of your population. That's how you lift people out of poverty and give them an opportunity. It is by producing, not by producing cash, but by producing more of what cash buys. So let us unleash the free enterprise system to grow more affordable and nutritious food, to supply more affordable homes to our people, and to bring the prodigious energy that with which our land has been blessed to our consumers. In other words, make more, cost less, with paychecks, not debt. Thank you.
Question A, come on.
Question to comment.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for certainly a comprehensive look. This was a refreshing revisionist review of neoconservative economics. I'm really glad to hear that he's awakened to the housing crisis in this country. Those of us in NDP have been pointing this out for decades. I come from the lower mainland of BC, and I can assure him that the housing crisis did not occur today. It did not occur in the last 3 or 4 years. It's been building for the last 20 years. Now, he was a member of a government that was in power in this country from 2006 to 2015 when the housing crisis was developing in the lower mainland. The other thing I wanted to mention was, of course, he has been a big proponent of free trade. Well, free trade, what it does, and is what we've been warning about for years, is when you reduce all the tariffs at the borders, capital flees to wherever it's cheapest to produce, and it reduces Canadian ability to compete with those. So my question to him is this. Does he now agree with the NDP that the neoliberal free trade policy was wrong and it made Canada dependent on other countries for primary goods? And what responsibility does he take for the housing crisis in this country?
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, I would take responsibility for the fact that you could buy the average house in Canada for $450,000 when our government was in power. I will take full responsibility for that. And right now, that price is $720,000. It is 58% higher today than it was when Conservatives were in office. But the member is quite right that in his province, the problem is the worst. Where we have an NDP mayor in Vancouver, you can't get anything built. And so it's great for the rich. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad for everybody. If you've got a mansion in Vancouver, you're getting richer every day. You don't have to do a lick of work. You sit back on your big fat assets and get richer every day. And you've got an NDP premier who is equally anti-development and preventing people from building houses for more affordable living. And the snobs who like to keep poor people and minorities out of their neighborhoods are doing just fine in that NDP city because they won't allow any construction to happen in those ritzy, trendy, champagne socialist neighborhoods. As for the issue of wages, Mr. Speaker, the places that are beating us have high wages. Free enterprise Ireland, free enterprise Switzerland, free enterprise Singapore have higher wages, significantly higher wages than here in Canada, and they're beating us all around. High wages are good for competitiveness. High cost of government is not.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. No, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. No worries. When I listen to the Conservatives, I've been here for a year or two, something makes me laugh. They complain that the Liberals are not doing enough for oil, for the oil industry. Well, the Liberals are better than you are. They are better than you are. They purchased a pipeline. They invest $14 billion a year in the oiling industry. And Canada's net emissions have been increasing since the Liberals took office in 2015. They said they'd plant billions of trees. They have not done so. So actually, they're better than you. Environmentalists miss you guys. That's something, isn't it? You should be like the Liberals. Just tack the word green and sustainable onto everything, and that's how you can get elected.
Carleton.
I'd like to say that the Liberals are not the ones doing the most for oil consumption. It's, in fact, the Bloc giving subsidies to Bombardier. How does Bombardier make its planes fly? Do they fly with solar energy? In refineries in Montreal and in Quebec, what is made in those refineries? Oil, but American oil. It's important to remember that. Foreign oil. No one in the world does more for international oil from places outside of Canada than the Bloc Québécois, and it's important to note that. Questions and comments?
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened at great length to the intervention by the member from Carleton today. I certainly heard a lot. Now, Mr. Speaker, he, every time that he talks, he seems to talk when it comes to housing, just about, building housing and building new housing and new, what he would, based on his comments, I would imagine would be more subdivisions and more single detached houses, which is important, and we definitely need to always have a focus on that at all levels of government. But what I never hear the Conservatives speak about, and in particular this member, is how, affordable housing. Folks that need their rent geared to their income. Not just housing affordability, but affordable housing. Can the member speak to what his position is and perhaps what the position of the Conservative Party is when it comes to people that need housing that's more geared towards their income, the folks that are, really struggling out there, not people who are just looking to own a new single detached home?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, let me correct the member. Every single Canadian needs housing that is geared to their income. By definition, you can't pay your mortgage on a house that is out of line with your income. But that is exactly the problem the government has created. When they started printing cash in spring of 2020, housing prices were dropping. And then suddenly they reversed and went on a rampage that we have not seen at any time in this country's history, according to the top economist for the Real Estate Association just yesterday. Now, what has that meant? It has meant that the very poor are not only unable to afford housing now, but that when they calculate how many months it would take to save up for a future down payment, they realize they do not have enough living years to get there. There is now a class of people in this country who have made the mathematical calculation that they will never own a home. I want the member, before he and his government start printing more cash and inflating the assets of their rich friends, to think carefully about the very dangerous societal impacts of a country where millions of people believe they will be dispossessed of home ownership forever.
A commentaire. The honourable for, because he hasn't asked too many questions, Coast Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for enlightening this House once again. Back in 2008 and 2009, Canada was the envy of the world. We sailed through the financial crisis. I'd like to ask my colleague, why was this, and what policy differences are needed to put us to the number one in the G7 again in terms of an economy?
Honourable member for Carleton.
If I can say objectively, that was the best question we've had so far, Mr. Speaker, no doubt about it. He's absolutely right. We're the last to go into the 2008 recession, and we were the first to come out of it. Why? Because our spending was timely, targeted, and temporary. Because we cut red tape and taxes to stimulate investment and growth. And we did so while balancing the budget only 4 years later, and we managed to keep our debt to GDP ratio the lowest in the entire G7. A great fortune that this government has inherited from us, but unfortunately is quickly squandering. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very fond of my colleague from Carleton, so I'd like to tell him right away that I do not agree with my colleague from Longueuil-Charlemagne. I am convinced that the Conservatives are excellent when it comes to oil issues. The proof is that last Parliament they tabled a motion that said that oil was irreplaceable. Oil is irreplaceable. So I must say to my colleague from Carleton, who often says, what about the F-150? And soon there's going to be an F-150, an electrical one. And that a lie that is repeated many times does not become any truer. Quebec mostly consumes oil from Canada. But does he agree with me that to create wealth, you have to think about the transition towards cleaner energies? And that would mean to limiting our oil consumption. I'd like to hear his very eminent opinion. Thank you.
Pardon?
20 seconds or less.
OK. Monsieur le Président, à cause du bloc, les pétrolières étrangères sont capables de vendre davantage de pétrole dans l'Est du Canada. C'est un fait. Tout le pétrole qui vient de l'océan Atlantique dans l'Est du Canada, ça provient des pétrolières étrangères et le bloc appuie...
Just hold on a second. I'll let you get...
I just want to be sure that everyone can understand and hear when I hear French, when I speak French. Go ahead, please, the member for Carleton. And so the absence of a pipeline to pipe oil from Western Canada obviously means that this oil has to come from the Middle East, for example, and it should be the bloc, the Saudi Arabia bloc instead of the Quebec bloc, because that is where the oil that they use comes from. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to say that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague and friend, the member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, today we're here because C2 came back to the House. It was studied in committee, and I would say that it was even enhanced. I'd like to remind this House that we in the Bloc Québécois support this bill in principle, and that's why we voted for it. And this is why. Because we still haven't emerged from the pandemic, unfortunately, with this new Omicron variant that is an unfortunate reminder. And there are a number of sectors in difficulty. And since the beginning of the pandemic, we have said collectively that we're going to support those businesses because we're going to need all these business workers. And in C2, therefore, we see a number of extensions, for example, of the rent subsidies, that is more targeted. The government wanted to target sectors that were more in trouble, for example, tourism, hospitality. For example, let's think about the large hotel companies that they're having a lot of trouble because of cancellation of conferences, and also arts and culture. That's a sector that's struggling as well. And so these support measures are better targeted to help these sectors out. And we also have, are also measures for other sectors that are very hard hit. C2 also contains support for people who must provide care to their ill loved ones at home. And there are also support measures, for example, if different regions of the country have to lock down again. Now, when we look at C2, a number of people in this House shared a concern. Independent workers were left behind. There was nothing for people who were self-employed with the end of CERB. Now, we say that the people in those sectors that are struggling could be supported. And so, therefore, the first question I had with regard to the Minister of Finance was to find out why was there no mechanism to support these targeted sectors, that is, independent workers. And she said, and unfortunately government officials also confirmed, that the government's program cannot provide targeted support to that sector. And so my colleague from Elmwood Transcona also brought that up in committee. And so that's very disappointing to see that after almost 2 years of pandemic, the government, the department, has not been able to say, well, we're going to be more flexible and to better adapt these programs by targeting certain sectors. It was done for the wage subsidy, but not for independent, self-employed workers in those sectors, and that is a real shame. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, during our discussions, we were guaranteed that there would be a support program for self-employed workers in the culture sector. The Minister of Finance told us about this in committee, and the Minister of Canadian Heritage also went into detail on what that would look like, especially with regard to the Quebec government who supports foundations, who will then pass that support on to self-employed workers in the cultural sector. So we got guarantees on that, and that was a good thing. We were very happy about that, because for us it was unacceptable that self-employed workers in the arts and culture sector should be left behind. So we got that guarantee, and we're happy. Another demand that the Bloc Québécois made to the Department of Finance and to the minister is that, well, this C2 as drafted gives a great deal of power to the governor and council, that is the minister. All the terms and conditions in that bill could be amended in order to meet new requirements that may come up. Now, when we looked at the criteria, for example, people have to have lost 50% of their sales figures according to the reference period in order to be eligible. Now, are those the proper numbers? So, given that this bill has been pushed through, we haven't had time to go into detail on this. So C2 as drafted, well, yes, it was confirmed that the minister could amend these figures. And so that was something that was very fundamental, very essential for us, because we're still in the midst of the pandemic and the context changes very rapidly. Some sectors might be in trouble, and we need to support them because they're very strategic for the support of our economy. So we have to act in that regard. And so we did receive that confirmation. We did see a certain amount of openness on the minister's part. And Mr. Speaker, you can be sure that we're going to provide the support that's needed. For example, the manufacturing sector in Quebec called on us. We know that with the pandemic, there was a great deal of a great shortage of computer chips, because we have a lot of businesses in Quebec who use those in all kinds of manufacturing sectors. The minister told us that the figures showed that it was better than we had feared, and she pledged that those figures would be turned over to us. It's about a week later. We're still waiting, but we're confident that we're going to receive them. And so what we like, though, in C2 is that if the minister has to provide more support to a given sector, she can do that very rapidly by regulation. Same thing for the aerospace sector. The Bloc Québécois had pledged to discuss that sector, to see how things were unfolding there, and to evaluate what the needs were. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, we are going to be there to support the aerospace sector, and we're going to hold the minister to account to ensure that she helps these crucial sectors. Now, something that was not in C2 that we're currently discussing, but that is very unfair, is the situation of seniors. Seniors who were able to claim a number of emergency benefits during the pandemic, and all of a sudden their GIS is being clawed back because CER was not considered working income, because their file was processed by Services Canada, and so the recalculation was not done properly, and also because the debt reimbursement was claimed as a lump sum instead of being spread out. And my colleague from Shepherd is going to go more into detail in that in her speech. But for the Bloc Québécois, this was a major problem, and we contacted our respective ministers during the election campaign, after the election campaign, and we focused on the fact that this had to be solved. And so with regard to C2, we called for that point. The minister pledged to settle that, and we thought that it would have been the economic and fiscal update. We did see it in the update, hundreds of millions of dollars, which was perhaps not the formula we wanted, but at least it is some support. We need to study it more, but there remains a problem, Mr. Speaker, and that is that it would not be available until May 2022. The for example, the most vulnerable seniors have been suffering this clawback for many, many months. And the fact that it's not there, that assistance is not coming until May 2022, especially with inflation, is a major problem. And so we're going to stand up for seniors and make sure that this is expedited. Mr. Speaker, in committee, we would have needed more time. The government didn't call Parliament back for 2 months after an unwanted and unnecessary election, and therefore the bill was pushed through and we weren't able to study it and enhance it as we might have wished to. But my colleague from Elmwood Transcona presented an excellent amendment which improves the bill, and there was also a good amendment from my colleague from Carleton. But we need more time to study this bill. So in closing, I would like to thank my colleagues who supported me on the committee, for example, the member from Drummond for Arts and Culture, the member for Terrebonne, and my colleague from Shefford as well, who supports seniors, and my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who also supported me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Something that surprises me with the Liberal solution on the GIS is that they're going to get a payment, but perhaps not until May 2022. But we already know that there are seniors who are in crisis. They're struggling. They need help right now. And we saw that during the first days of the pandemic in March 2020. Hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for the banks, and yet there are poor seniors who needed help. And the government said, even if you have already waited for months, now you'll have to wait many more months. And these are seniors who are being turned out of their homes, who don't have enough to eat. So this is shameful. What does my colleague think about that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, when people have a lot of economic power, they receive government support, and it is provided immediately. But when people who are poor, who don't have a strong voice, who can't speak out for themselves, and who are living hand to mouth, well, the support takes longer. They're not government cronies. They have no voice. So aid takes longer. It's shameful. So the amount was announced in the budget that would rectify the situation according to calculations, but we still need confirmation on that. But when we look at the table, that's where we see that the support is not provided until May 2022. And the officials say, yep, we planned for that for May. But as my colleague said, that should have happened already in July. We hear horror stories in every one of our ridings. Seniors who've been turned out of their homes, seniors who can't buy their medication. These are horror stories. We shouldn't have waited this long, and May is unacceptable. Our role as parliamentarians is to put pressure on the government to make sure this changes. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and first of all, I would recognize that the Bloc is supporting the passage of C2, and recognizing that I think is really important because it is there to provide that ongoing support. In particular, I always appreciate the focus the Bloc puts on the arts and cultural communities. That's something in which I personally believe very strongly on. But my question to the member is, as has just kind of been pointed out, this particular bill does not resolve all the problems that are out there. But it's important that the bill itself ultimately pass because it supports many people and businesses that are there today. And would he not agree that in supporting Canadians in the broad sense means it's not only legislation, but it's budgetary measures and other legislation. But to focus on this bill, it's a positive bill moving forward, supporting certain aspects of our economy.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague entirely. We need to adopt this bill before the adjournment. It's too important for the support of our economy and for Quebec's economy and that of Canada as well. What I want to remind my colleague of, and this House of, however, is that we're still in the same leitmotif used by the Liberal government, one that brings forth this very urgent and important bill late, and then they put pressure on legislators to adopt it as quickly as possible. And I'll remind you, 2 months before the House was called back, we could have started work earlier and faster and have a bill that could have been amended. So I have no more time left. I'll stop there. Thank you. We have time for one more quick question. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
We've been discussing the issue of housing in this debate, and I think what many other parties have failed to recognize is the fact that a critical way of lowering the cost of housing is to increase the overall supply of housing, that we need policies that support more home construction, more rental construction in this country, if housing overall is going to become more accessible and affordable. And I'd like to hear the member's comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are facing a serious housing crisis. A few years ago, it was mostly in Vancouver and Toronto and in Montreal that we saw sky-high prices, but the prices of houses in Joliette are now also out of control. It's a serious issue. The solution also does involve supply and the distribution of wealth, with particular attention to those who are poorest by offering them social housing. Fortunately, in Quebec, the government did more in the past, and Ottawa has to do much more than what it's doing now, and we're going to continue to ask them about that. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Shufford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my excellent colleague from Joliette. He has been managing this file wonderfully, and it's with a very collaborative tone that I am speaking today on Bill C2. At the outset, like my colleague said, it is without surprise that the Bloc supports Bill C2, which introduces new targeted COVID assistance programs. And as we're seeing in the news right now, the pandemic is far from over. Having been elected in 2019, just before the pandemic, I was able to see the collaboration throughout this crisis, and we proposed dozens of improvements to federal assistance programs at the Bloc, particularly in terms of loans for small businesses and the wage subsidy that was used so much by Shufford businesses and helped them get through the crisis. For example, in the Granby Industrial Park, there were almost 70% of them. So we've always worked hard to ensure that the measures deployed are increasingly responsive to the varied needs of people and the economic sectors, and we're going to continue to do so. We've always emphasized the need to support these sectors that are feeling the impact of the pandemic more until their operations return to normal. This is the case for tourism, culture, restaurants, and major event sectors, just to name a few. And these are so important sectors, we really have to repeat our request to reiterate support during the current pandemic conditions that are forcing cancellations of many reservations, especially since yesterday, for restaurants and hotels. We believe that C2 must be adopted as quickly as possible because it ensures the continuity of the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy for businesses that are still fragile through new programs, such as the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program and the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program. But the problem, sometimes they're less accessible or less generous than previous versions, but these three programs provide a necessary minimum of support to our small businesses that are still suffering from the pandemic. And even if all regions have reopened their economy, many companies are still struggling. We will have to continue our support for them. And during a recent study from the CFIB, 58% of small businesses reported sales still well below normal. Like my colleague from Joliet said, that everything was delayed because of the election unnecessarily. But let's be clear, there was just a pretext that Parliament was not functioning smoothly, which is completely false. The Liberals plunged us into an election for purely selfish reasons to win a majority. And now we're back to a minority government situation. And the quick passage of bills to implement aid programs during this pandemic shows how much cooperation there was amongst parliamentarians during the 43rd Parliament. Everyone's first priority should have been to be here to respond to the pandemic, but the Liberals chose to go to an election, thus delaying discussions and work that would have led to these new programs. These programs should have already been adopted as we speak. And the Bloc put forth 3 conditions for C2, as I should remind you. An immediate commitment to contribute to the Fondation des Artistes for self-employed arts and cultures workers. And they do need our assistance. It's really important in my region as well. In terms of tourism, we have to look at certain definitions so we don't forget any companies that supply goods and services that are related to the tourism industry. Second, and this is of particular intention to me, we have to support seniors who receive the GIS. We shouldn't claw it back by allowing the recalculation of the GIS, regardless of whether the application was made through Services Canada or the CRA. We were putting forth solutions. We talked about debt repayment over 3 years instead of 1 year. And as a critic for seniors, I'm well aware that the minister announced in her economic update this week that she would solve the situation next May. Well, that may be all well and good, but as Christmas approaches, seniors are poorer than ever. They were already precarious before, but since July, the situation has been even worse. There'll be no Christmas gifts, Valentine's Day gifts, Easter gifts. May is too far away. My colleague from Joliet, in reaction to the economic update, already announced that we'll continue to work to accelerate this regulation. And pressure from our political party over the past few months, well, we're not sure if we've had an impact, but perhaps we wouldn't have seen this compensation otherwise. Let's remember that it is working seniors who are suffering from these cuts to their GIS when they had the legitimate right to receive it during the first wave. And it's the poorest seniors that are paying the price. The government has been depriving them of hundreds of dollars every month since July, and they no longer have any leeway to get through the next 5 months. The cost of medications and some of their goods are going up. Inflation is causing the cost of groceries to rise by 7%. We have to keep on saying that we have to not create 2 classes of seniors. Poverty doesn't wait for 75 years of age. And we absolutely have to increase OAS by $100 per month, starting at age 65. At the Finance Committee, where I replaced someone last week, I was still surprised that in 2021, a country like ours cannot find faster technological solutions. We were aware of problems in 2020 that were upcoming, and there's still too many challenges for seniors and cultural workers. And thirdly, the minister must confirm that she intends to use the power to adopt the support measures found in C2 by regulation to meet the needs of other industries currently excluded from federal support, because the crisis may still have many more surprises. In conclusion, we must remain flexible. Bill C2 will provide necessary support for many sectors. with the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy. But there are other issues affecting companies that my colleague had mentioned. There are issues with the supply chain and the shortage of microprocessors that is causing stoppages in several Quebec production lines. And one last thing, the government can't really talk about a rush because it called an election during the fourth wave, and we should have been looking at these programs much earlier and working on them for the benefit of our small businesses. So C2 is necessary because with the current situation, we can't leave for the holidays peacefully unless we know we have this important bill passed. So let's work together to the benefit of our entrepreneurs and workers. Let's take action.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, where I agree fully with the member is in regards to the importance of seniors and the fact that we should work expeditiously in attempting to get this bill through so it'll be there before Christmas. What I would like to remind my colleague, and then pose it in the form of a question at the end there, is that virtually from day one, back in 2015, we dramatically increased the amounts going to seniors, the poorest of all seniors in Canada, by a substantial increase to the GIS. During the pandemic, we gave increases or direct payments to GIS recipients and all OAS. We've also increased substantially or proposing to increase substantially to 75 and over. We've also invested tens of millions of dollars into all sorts of organizations that provide services for seniors. My question to the member is, she made a statement saying give $100 for every senior. Is that an add-on amount to what already has been committed? What is the Bloc position on this? First time I heard $100 for every senior.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, what I find fascinating with the Liberal government is their denial of the precarious financial situation of seniors. They're happy just sending one-off checks, even though seniors need permanent assistance. In April, we were already speaking out against the lack of support for seniors. They just sent one check, but OAS just sent one check for those who are 75 years of age or older just before the election, and only increased it for those who are 75 years or more. It's all seniors who need assistance, including those who are 65 and over.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Shefford for talking about this, especially on seniors. I heard the Deputy House Leader for the government talk about all they've done for seniors, but I do know that I can agree 100% with my colleague from Shefford when I talk about those people who are the lowest income. What matters here? We know that checks have gone out for old age security. It went out to everybody. So whether you made $90,000 or $15,000, you got the same check. But the guaranteed income supplement is still an issue. People are having to deal with the fact that this government's trying to reverse some decisions that they made. But with the cost of inflation, we know that these low-income seniors are really falling behind. What does she suggest when it comes to the guaranteed income supplement and what this government can do? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shepford. I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I have the honour to sit on our committee, and know that she cares about seniors, and I agree with her entirely. The government is not taking account of the situation of seniors, and that's why we want to increase support for those who are over 65 years of age. We should increase the ceiling for which workers can work without being penalized, and give them access to the labour market. But aside from that, I agree with her in terms of them being in a precarious situation. The government is talking about organizations that provide assistance to seniors. Do they really have to line up to receive help from a food bank? It doesn't help seniors pay for their groceries. It's nice they can socialize that way, but we need to put more money in their pockets.
Comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
There are structural reasons why a lot of seniors, people living with disabilities, and others in Canada continue to face serious financial stress. And we've proposed some more structural and systemic solutions to those problems. The Liberals come in then with one-time payments, and then Liberals, like the member for Winnipeg North, get outraged in this place. They get up and they say, well, we threw some money at you. Why are you still complaining? We paid you off. Be satisfied. Stop talking about poverty. Stop talking about how these people are still in a difficult conversation. That's what the money was for. The government reminds us in these situations of the lawyer of an unscrupulous wealthy person who pays people off and has them sign non-disclosure agreements so that they don't talk about the problem anymore. Does the member share or think that maybe this time around the Liberals will be sending NDAs along with the checks to seniors just to try and shut people up about talking about this?
I have to give the honourable member a moment to reply. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, you've already talked about these one-time checks, but it's seniors who are outraged. They feel like they're being used in an electoralist perspective, just giving them a check from time to time. We need to go beyond that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking today about a motion to see Bill C-2 move swiftly through the House. I want to say on behalf of New Democrats that we do recognize the urgent need for many people in the face of the pandemic to receive help. Some of those people will receive some help through Bill C-2. That's true. And that's why you haven't seen New Democrats try and filibuster or obstruct the passage of this bill. But you haven't seen us hasten it in the sense that I think New Democrats have laid out very clearly a path through the NDP to try and expedite passage of this bill. We talked about the problems of benefit clawbacks, not just through the Guaranteed Income Supplement, also through the Guaranteed Income Supplement, but through the Canada Child Benefit, through the Canada Worker Benefit. We talked about the need for a CERB low-income repayment amnesty, and we've talked about some of the people that are very seriously affected by the government pursuing them for debts that they incurred, sometimes without much choice, like foster kids in Manitoba, who were told by the provincial government that they had to apply for CERB or they wouldn't be eligible to apply for social assistance in the province of Manitoba. That's just one example. There are other people who just took the government at their word that if they really needed help in the struggle of the pandemic, not just with employment loss, but also people who were experiencing increased costs because suddenly they had to hire a laundry service to get their laundry done because family members and their support network couldn't come into their place of residence to assist with those things or to have groceries delivered. There were a number of other costs. And when we raised problems with the CERB and folks not being able to access any financial assistance because they hadn't necessarily lost employment, we saw members on the Liberal benches here exhort people to apply for the CERB and to highlight that it was a no-fail application process. We had motions in this place, unanimous consent motions, Madam Speaker, that passed, which means not one member in this House objected to them, saying that if people really needed help and they applied in good faith, that they shouldn't be punished or persecuted. So that was why we felt it was very important to have a CERB low-income repayment amnesty. We talked also about the fact that we want to see the government's been willing to claw back benefits from the most vulnerable in Canadian society because they say they weren't entitled to them, that we wanted to see the government take action on clawing back benefits from the largest corporations that were very obviously in a good financial position because they were able to pay dividends to their shareholders. And we know that while many businesses have struggled, there are some businesses that have done exceptionally well, much better financially than they did in the years preceding the pandemic. And so we had been calling for some action on that. And the government chose not to negotiate with us on the passage of this bill. That's their choice. This isn't a case of sour grapes. They chose to negotiate with the Bloc. We're here to stand up for a lot of people
And a lot of those people are left out on Bill C-2. So the government had a choice. They could work with the NDP in the name of the people that we're here to fight for. They could work with the Bloc on the concerns that the Bloc chose to raise. They could have worked with both of us. These weren't mutually exclusive options, but they chose not to work with us. They chose not to negotiate with us. And so it's hard for us to expedite the passage of a bill that we think leaves too many people out, and where the government hasn't been working with us to try and address those legitimate concerns. I think there was a perception by the government in the last Parliament that somehow, because we are a responsible party, because we knew Canadians didn't want an election in the pandemic, that they could just take our support on things for granted. That was never true. It wasn't something to be taken for granted. It was true that we wanted to avoid an election, just as the leader of the Conservative Party had said he didn't think we should have an election during a pandemic and wasn't prepared to trigger one, just as the Bloc Québécois said that they didn't want an election in a pandemic, that it would be irresponsible and that they wouldn't trigger one. New Democrats voted accordingly. And the Prime Minister broke faith with all of us in this House who had said that we shouldn't have an election. Because after he got past June of 2021, without having this place vote non-confidence in him, so that we could get through the summer without having an election, and so that Parliament could come back here in a timely way in September and deal with some of the very real issues that Bill C-2 purports to deal with, and it does deal with some of them, but not enough. Instead of honoring the real effort that parties in this place made, despite many of the shortcomings of this government, to preserve that Parliament, the Prime Minister took it upon himself in August to call an election anyway. An election that nobody wanted, an election that this House of Commons hadn't called for, and he did it under a pretense that wasn't a product of the summer months. If the Prime Minister thought that there were big decisions his government needed to make, that wasn't news at the beginning of August. He would have known that by June. He could have been honest about that in this place. Instead, he denied until the last minute that he wanted an election. People here on all sides of the House were glad to hear it. We behaved accordingly, and he broke faith with this place and with Canadians by calling that unnecessary and unwanted election. Then, I said pretense earlier. Why do I call it a pretense for an election? Well, because he said there were big questions that had to be decided, and the government may need to implement some major new initiatives. Well, we came back late after the election. He took his sweet time, Madam Speaker. And then when we got back here, we had a speech from the throne that really had nothing new to offer in terms of a change in pattern or a major new policy direction by this government in the face of the pandemic. Bill C-2 isn't a big, bold move, except to the extent that abandoning hundreds of thousands of Canadians in the midst of a continuing pandemic and difficult economic times, that's a bold move, but that's not what he asked for a mandate for. In the election, he said he'd have their backs. So he never did go to Canadians in the election. And he never was honest with them about the real turn that he was going to take. It turns out, actually, the reason for the election was a pretense because while he tried to contrast himself with the Conservatives on the pandemic recovery during the election, on October 21st, just a month after the election, he would take their advice and cancel the Canada Recovery Benefit with just 2 days' notice for people who were on the program, almost 900,000 of them. Nothing really new in the speech from the throne. The big job, agreeing with the Conservatives on how to handle the pandemic recovery, had already happened in October before he even had the decency to reconvene this place. So the speech from the throne wasn't where he was going to make good on his commitment to Canadians to announce the new direction that he needed a new mandate for. Well, maybe, just maybe, it would come in the fall economic statement. And that happened this week. And I'm sorry to report that no, I don't see anything particularly new or bold or exciting. In fact, we didn't even see a commitment to urgently implement some of the campaign promises that they had made. What we did see the day before was, again, the Prime Minister, who had an election to get a mandate to distinguish himself from the Conservatives, take their advice in renewing the mandate of the Bank of Canada without any larger discussion, as is happening in some other countries. We know that the United States has a dual mandate, employment and inflation. We know that New Zealand recently introduced a concern for the cost of market housing in the mandate of their central bank. We know that the UK has recently asked its central bank to consider the impact of monetary policy on the battle against climate change. Our allies, who are themselves competent financial managers, are talking about different ways to try and rebuild their economies coming out of the pandemic. And the Liberal government here instead decided to take the advice of the official opposition after causing an election because they said there was a huge difference about how they were going to handle things. So I have to say, I mean, we stand here in this place with a Prime Minister who broke faith on the idea about not having an election during a pandemic. We stand here with a Prime Minister who went to Canadians and said he needed a mandate for something very different as between himself and his Conservative opposition, and then has proceeded to largely take their advice on the basic core elements of the pandemic recovery, something that is represented here in this bill. We stand before a government that has decided not to work closely with the NDP in order to address some of those things. But we know that this bill will pass, and it will pass quickly, and the people who can get help through this little bill will get it, because the government did choose to work with somebody else, as is their right. But if the government wants our support on things like this, then they need to sit down with us and they need to talk to us. And they need to talk to us about the people that we're here to present and the people that we're here to fight for. That means seniors, Madam Speaker. And we've talked a lot about the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The government made an announcement on Tuesday. We had been asking for a long time what they planned to do. They told us, along with everybody else in the fall economic statement, and there are a lot of questions about the adequacy of that solution. Would have been very happy on this side of the House to provide some feedback in advance of the announcement to make sure that it would work for more people. We're not going to get everything that we want until we're in government, but I'll give you an example. On the payment for people living with disabilities, the one-time payment that we actually believe should be an increase in a regular benefit, something that the Liberals went on to promise, but we haven't heard anything about how they plan to deliver. They initially announced that it would just apply to people living with disabilities who get the disability tax credit. Well, we had an opportunity to negotiate that because we knew that wasn't good enough. First of all, because it's not most people living with disabilities in Canada who receive the disability tax credit. There's a bunch of reasons for that. First among them is that it's expensive and it's difficult to get certified for the disability tax credit. And a lot of people living with disabilities in Canada live in poverty, and they don't have the 20 or 30 or 40 bucks they need for the administrative fees at the doctor's office in order to get a successful application for the disability tax credit. And beyond that, a lot of them don't have an income that would allow them to benefit from a tax credit, because you have to have enough income to pay taxes in order to benefit from a tax credit. And unfortunately, too many people living with disabilities in Canada don't have enough income. So it was a bad way to try and deliver help to the people who needed it most. So that was really the second problem, was that the one-time payment disproportionately was going to go to the people living with disabilities in Canada who had the highest incomes. So that didn't make sense from a policy point of view, because the money wouldn't get to where it really needed to go, and it wouldn't get there quickly. Then there was long delays in that payment. But my point is that we were able to expand the number of people who received that payment and help get it to more of the people who really needed it. Now we have a situation where the government's announced another one-time payment to fix a problem, the GIS problem. It sounds like there's going to be another long delay in getting that help to people who are already homeless, people who don't have months to wait. We could have talked about what that solution would look like and have more assurances that it would work well and that it would work quickly, and that didn't happen. So I'm glad that they responded to public pressure. I'm proud of the role that the NDP has played in putting that pressure on the government. I'm glad that they felt the need to respond. But responding to public pressure and responding to the pressure of a political party in the House is not the same as negotiating a solution in the context of a bill. We're not just here for seniors, we're here for workers. So many workers that are being let down right now by the employment insurance system. And the government has said that they're going to fix it. But again, we don't know when. There's been no clear signaling about when a fix for EI is going to come. And we're hearing in our constituency offices from people who are applying to EI and it's not there for them. It's a system that can't keep up with what's going on in the economy. It's why we needed exceptional pandemic benefits, the benefits that the government just canceled without having done the work of reforming employment insurance. I was just talking to my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona before getting up on my feet about constituents that she's hearing from in her home province of Alberta that can't get financial assistance through employment insurance despite having worked hard and paid their dues in the employment insurance system and not being able to access it when we need it. We're here for people living with disabilities in Canada who are getting short shrift from this government. They've got a lot of words, but they don't have a lot of action that's really going to help people and do it in a timely way. We've been here to advocate for students. You know, I mean, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit was not something that the government was even contemplating except for the pressure and the negotiation of the NDP. And folks in this place might remember that the Canada Emergency Student Benefit paid less than the CERB. Our position was just make them eligible for CERB like everybody else. They're students. They needed to pay their tuition in the fall of 2020, and they weren't going to be able to get a job in the summer. So the government said, well, we don't, you know, students are naturally lazy, and we can't just have them sitting around home doing nothing. We're not going to pay them to sit around do nothing. We're going to pay them less than the CERB would pay. We're going to create a phenomenal jobs program that's going to hire them in the summer. Does anyone remember in the lead up to the summer of 2020, the jobs program that the Liberals were contemplating? That program came to be known as the We Charity scandal. The money never got out the door, which was a good thing in hindsight because we had no idea how they were contemplating rolling out that program. But the point for students was that the program never happened, the jobs never came, and they continued to have a reduced benefit on the false pretense that there was going to be a job coming to them that would help them make up the difference and pay their tuition in the fall. And that never happened. We're here, there have been moments of cooperation in this Parliament, and we are willing to cooperate in expediting legislation when it reflects the priorities of people that we're here to represent. So for folks in the LGBTQ2S community, we worked with the government to expedite passage of the bill banning conversion therapy. That's something that Sherry Benson, who was elected alongside me in 2015 from Saskatoon, first brought to this House. And my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke has done a lot of excellent work in advancing. So where there was something for the people that we're here to represent and the government was doing it in a good way without leaving out a whole bunch of other people, we were happy to cooperate, just as we've been happy to cooperate on a bill that would finally bring 10 paid sick days to workers across the country. Again, not a perfect bill. We think there should be 10 paid sick days for workers across the country. This bill says you can collect 1 sick day a month. So you have to wait 10 months to get those paid sick days. But I don't know, like, hello, we're in a pandemic. The idea of giving the sick days is so that if people aren't feeling well, they don't have to go to work. The idea isn't to have them work sick for 10 months while they accumulate the time they need to protect themselves and everybody in their workplace from COVID-19. The idea was to give them that time so that they could do the right thing and protect everybody in their workplace and in their community. Nevertheless, we've been working with the government to quickly pass that legislation because we recognize it's not how we would do it, but it's the best that's on offer, and we've been fighting hard to make it better. I know we presented amendments in committee that would have found a compromise position between this long 10-month wait, making sure that workers had at least 4 days up front so that they could do the right thing. It was voted down by the Liberals, so we know that this is as good as we're going to get for now, and we recognize that that has to be in place quickly. At least there was some discussion and negotiation around that. All that to say, New Democrats are here to fight for the people that we represent. We're here to fight for seniors. We're here to fight for students. We're here to be a voice in this place for people living with disabilities across the country. We've been fighting for women, like women in the travel industry who are left out of Bill C-2. Independent travel agents that work for themselves, that have been doing work for their clients, first at the beginning of the pandemic, helping them figure out canceled trips and vouchers and rebates, and now doing bookings as people, in a sense of optimism, were starting to book travel. But the thing is that they're only going to get paid when people take those trips, and of course Omicron is calling that into question. So we're here to speak up for them. And when the government is willing to work with us to make sure those people aren't left behind in the bills that it presents, we will be there to try and make sure that that legislation advances quickly. When it chooses other partners, that's their business, but they're leaving a lot of people behind in C2. I wish there were more time to be able to fix this up and to leave less people behind. It's why we're not voting to expedite the bill, knowing full well that it will get expedited according to the program that the government has chosen by choosing its partners. And we invite them to work with us in the future to create better legislation and leave less people behind. It just doesn't seem to be the approach that they're taking so far in this new parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable Parliament Secretary, Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, you know, the government and ministers have been very open to working with all members of the House in an apolitical fashion to try to improve legislation, period. But there seems to be a differentiation between NDP in opposition, where they'll promise and say absolutely anything. You know, $100,000 for every breathing Canadian coast to coast every year coming from the government in terms of a direct payment. Whatever it takes, the NDP will say that. In government, on the other hand, and I'll use the example that the member just made reference to, in the legislation we talk about 10 paid sick days. What does the NDP premier in BC have, where there's more workers? 5-day paid sick leave, Madam Speaker. Yet they will praise the NDP government in BC. Madam Speaker, the member and the party has chosen not to support this legislation. This legislation is solid, good legislation for businesses, for people. It's going to provide additional disposable income. It's going to support businesses. How does the member justify explaining to his constituents that they do not support Bill C-2?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, first of all, I think the member will know we've never had an NDP government here in Ottawa, and I look forward to the opportunity to prove him wrong. Second of all, I would say that if the member for Winnipeg North saying something were enough to make it true, we would live in a world of contradiction.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to pick up something that the parliamentary secretary just said. He talked about this piece of legislation and its intent, in his words, to create disposable income for people. So we've gone from providing supports to people to protect their lives and livelihoods to now providing them with disposable income. I guess this is the new Liberal economic recovery plan, to use government money to pay people to go out and buy things instead of what this bill is intended for. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member picked up on that, if he has any comments on that as well.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I imagine that my Conservative colleague will take some solace in the fact that what the member for Winnipeg North said, I think, was not true. In fact, their government has taken the advice of the Conservatives and cancelled the Canada Recovery Benefit Program. They've created a Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit that so far hasn't applied anywhere in the country. Nobody will be, despite its being retroactive, nobody will be able to qualify for it retroactively. I regret to say that it may apply in some cases going forward because of Omicron. But I would also add that, you know, I think, because I was at a press conference earlier, my colleague for Winnipeg Centre has done some excellent work on the idea of a guaranteed livable basic income and has brought a bill forward to the House, which I look forward to debating and passing. When you give people who are already living below the poverty line enough income to live with dignity, you're not giving them disposable income. You're giving them enough for rent and groceries. And so there's a lot of people who could stand to use more financial support that aren't going to get disposable income out of it. What they're going to get is a little bit of dignity and the ability to have a home and depend on that home into the future and not pay the rent at the expense of not knowing where they're going to get money for medication and groceries.
Jose, commentaire. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the incredible work he does to protect people living with disabilities, students, workers, and the question I have for him today is in particular to do with seniors and the unbelievably disappointing GIS clawback that we have seen. Now, I know that the member wrote to the government almost 5 months ago on August 3rd asking them to fix this program, and they didn't. Now, we have heard from the Deputy Prime Minister that there will be a fix coming. We've heard it may come as late as May, which we all know in this place is far too late for seniors living in their car, for seniors who can't afford their groceries, for seniors who can't afford their cancer treatments. So perhaps the member could provide some feedback to the government on how we could fix the GIS clawback today, right now.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for the emphasis again on these seniors who've been in distress because of the clawback of a benefit. I'm just kind of, I'm shocked, really. Like, as you say, we raised this in the summer when it was just becoming apparent that seniors were being affected. We since learned in media reports that the government knew about the problem last May. And I think it's, like maybe the government thinks it makes sense to celebrate on the 1-year anniversary of finding out about the problem by trying to fix it. But that's no celebration for seniors that have been living it. There's a lot of outstanding questions about whether this fix is going to work. So glad to see the government bowing to public pressure, trying to find a solution, but they need to do better. And what we were asking for was that they simply eliminate pandemic benefits from the eligibility calculation for income-tested benefits. That's a big kind of word salad, but it just means the exceptional benefits paid in the pandemic wouldn't count against your normal income under statutory programs that people relied on. Had the government warned people and said, hey, we're going to take this back from you next year, be sure to put some aside, it'd be one thing. But expecting seniors that are already living in poverty to have to navigate all the details of government departments that, frankly, members in this place often have a hard time figuring out. And we can ask members of the government directly. We can't get straight answers. Expecting them in financial distress to figure all of that out for themselves was wrong, and punishing them for that was wrong, and delaying the solution for up to a year from when they knew about the program or the problem is equally wrong.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's contributions to the debate today. In June of last year, Madam Speaker, when it came to S-208, there was a bill that would allow for someone to sell their family farm or their fishing enterprise to their children and be treated the same way it would be if someone was at arm's length. The government of the day, the minister, had said originally that the coming into force date wasn't specified in that piece of legislation, and therefore they would reinterpret it as coming into force this year. In this bill, at least Finance Canada seems to have learned its lesson, Madam Speaker, because in this bill there is no coming into force date for the amendments that are here. Would the member agree that it is important for the government, particularly in this case Finance Canada, to actually honour the will of Parliament, that if a piece of legislation has no coming into force date when it amends a current act, that that act be deemed, once it's gone through both houses and royal assent, is the law of the land? Does he believe that Finance Canada and this government has learned its lesson and is doing that in C2?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the member raising that bill. He'll probably know that it's a former NDP finance critic, Guy Caron, that was the original drafter and champion of that bill. It was a bill I was very happy to support in the last Parliament, and I think it's understood generally when the legislators here make amendments to legislation, or when we present a bill and the bill passes, that we expect it to come into force, and that it's not kind of up to the government to decide willy-nilly when certain things are going to come into effect or not. There's a great amendment in this bill. It's not retroactive, which I think is too bad in the way that the clawbacks of seniors benefits, that was okay for the government to have that be retroactive. But when it came to clawing back dividend payments from companies that didn't need it, that was, you should have heard them at the Finance Committee. That was a big to-do about how terrible it would be to have retroactive clawbacks. I thought, oh, funny, maybe if seniors could just call their wealth dividends, the government would care. I don't know. But I did suggest that the Finance Committee have a look at how we label seniors' wealth dividends so that they could get more champions around the committee table. I hope we'll do that, and I certainly hope that the amendments that have been made to this legislation will be considered in effect along with the rest of the bill once it passes. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member didn't specifically answer the question of why the NDP will not support Bill C-2. Bill C-2 does provide ongoing support to businesses and people in a very real and tangible way. I understand that it doesn't cover everything that they would like it to cover, but it does support Canadians. And I'm wondering if he could just explain to people that might be following the debate or his constituents as to why specifically they would be voting against legislation that supports people going through the ongoing pandemic.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Sure. Today we're debating a time allocation motion. Tomorrow we're debating the bill. I'll have more time tomorrow to put those thoughts on the record. He's also welcome to look at the other speeches I've given on this bill that detail in full why the NDP isn't supporting this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, what a moment. What an experience to stand here in the House of Commons. Thank you to my constituents of Peterborough Kawartha. I'm here because of your support. I'm here because you believed in me. I promised to do my best and do what I learned growing up in Douro, Ontario, work hard. Just like the Journey song says, I'm just a small town girl, and I truly believe in the lessons a small town teaches. Help others with genuine service. I want to take everyone back to June 2021. I received a call from a very distraught mom named Kim, whose daughter Cassie was missing. Cassie suffered from schizophrenia, and Kim felt the media was not giving her disappearance the attention it deserved because she was a person who lived on the street. Kim did an interview with me on my social media, pleading with people to get Cassie home. Within 72 hours, Cassie was located in the sex trade in Toronto, and she was brought home to Peterborough Kawartha, thanks to the people on social media who shared that. I'd never met Cassie, I just chatted with her mom. But I want to fast forward to August 2021 during the campaign. Just outside of our campaign office was a very distraught and distressed woman. I approached her and asked her, how can I help? She looked into my eyes. She told me she was scared. She had told me she had nowhere to live and the people on the street were hurting her. I noticed a wings tattoo on her chest, the same tattoo her mom Kim had described to me when we put out a call to find her. I thought, could this be her? So I asked, is your name Cassie? She said yes. Cassie was like many people who are forced to live on the street and struggling with mental illness and addiction. She had a mom and a family who loved her, but that isn't always enough. Trauma and circumstance landed Cassie here. She didn't choose this life. I also want to point out that I am splitting my time with the member of Miramichi Grand Lake. Cassie didn't choose this life. I didn't see Cassie every day, but when I did, she was distraught, exhausted, hungry, and afraid. She didn't have a home, and she didn't have the intervention to help get her the treatment she needed. On September 20th, 2021, yes, the day of the election, while I was running around helping with my team, I received a text that cut me to the core. The text was from Cassie's mom, and it read, "Cassie is dead." She was the body behind the music store. Family has still to be notified, so I don't think they've released the name to the media. I was absolutely shattered. I was gutted emotionally and heartbroken. I felt I'd personally failed Cassie. How did the system fail Cassie? How many more Cassies will be failed? In that moment, I questioned why I was running for politics and why did it matter. My partner Ryan was with me, and like a great partner does, he recalibrated me and picked me up. He took my hand and he said, "Michelle, by taking this job of Member of Parliament, you can be part of the change that is needed for all Cassies." I applied for this job because I know we can do better. We need to change how we talk about mental health. We need to better understand complexities of addiction, and we need to change policy that intervenes when people like Cassie do not have the capacity to take care of themselves. We need the infrastructure and resources dedicated to building forward-thinking mental health treatment facilities. Mental health impacts every single one of us. There are so many programs we've heard about and so much money being dumped into mental health, but the reality is things aren't getting better. They feel worse. Money doesn't solve everything. If you aren't spending money in the right places, or you don't have a reasonable timeline to allocate funds, vision, or an innovative plan to partner with money, you can't expect change. We need to change how we think and talk about mental health. This is what will help us change how we treat it. Humans have an incredible track record of not understanding something until we experience it. Fortunately, and unfortunately, most of us have experienced how devastating mental illness is. Most of us know that our mental health contributes to our happiness, our creativity, and our productivity, which is directly linked to our economy. Our economic crisis is a mental health crisis. How can we expect people who cannot afford food or a home to get out of the poverty cycle? We have to get the cost of living down if we want to be serious about mental health. We have to create an environment that fosters independence and confidence. I was appointed as Shadow Minister of Tourism, and I know firsthand how much this industry is suffering. Many of those devastated by the pandemic, they don't want more loans. They want to work. One of my favorite economic solutions comes from the member of Carleton. Programs and subsidies need to be three things: timely, targeted, and temporary. Much like I said earlier, this economic crisis is a mental health crisis, and I will work diligently to help in the recovery of lost jobs. We need to be reunited with friends and family. We need each other more than ever, and we need to acknowledge and respect public health guidelines, but we also need to be more prepared to deal with what is our new normal. We need to transition to learn to live with COVID. This pandemic has magnified the opioid crisis. My riding of Peterborough-Kawartha has one of the highest rates of opioid deaths in the country. We have the second highest overdose rate in the province of Ontario. We have people dying in the streets and people dying in their homes. I myself have lost friends and family to overdoses and suicide. As I stand here today, I want to leave this message for myself and for all of the people of my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. We can't give up. We can't stop. We must work every day to learn what works, but more importantly, what doesn't work. Peterborough-Kawartha, I will work for you and for every Cassie who is failed by the system, because I believe when we take care of our neighbors, we take care of our entire country. Don't stop believing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to congratulate the member on her on her first speech in the House of Commons, and I can still reflect and remember mine a few years back. But I wanted to pick up on the importance with the perceived and real fifth wave that's quickly approaching, in terms of what she would suggest to her constituents and colleagues in regards to the importance of the booster shot. We can appreciate that we want to be able to keep our economy and our families being together and the economy opening, but there are going to be some more difficult days ahead. And if she would like to share her thoughts to her constituents and others with regards to the booster shot.
Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate your comments and your trail down the member's trail down memory lane of his first speech. His speech is about Cassie and mental health and people dying of opioids. That's what we need to be focusing on. Where is the treatment? Where is the money going to mental health facilities? That is what I would ask. Of course everybody needs their vaccination. Of course we need to follow public health guidelines. But right now we have 75 people who've died from an opioid overdose in Peterborough since March 2020, and we have 25 who've died of COVID. Don't ignore what the opioid crisis is, and do your job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague on her maiden speech. Very well done. It's not easy to rise in this House. I thought she gave an excellent speech. It was very touching to hear about Cassie. And obviously, mental health is an immense challenge. And we're talking about health. And what we saw yesterday in the economic and fiscal update, or rather 2 days ago, we saw that the government won't invest in health before 2027. And so we really need the health transfers to provinces. We think that it should go from 22 to 27%. Does my colleague agree?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. Again, right now what we need to focus on is how do we help get better treatment facilities. You know, we have a lot of harm reduction. We're talking about a lot of these things. We need to get the cost of living down as well. When we look at this, a lot of opioid addiction often starts out of hunger as well, Madam Speaker. And we need to be looking at how we're helping people survive the cost of living. And people who have jobs are using food banks. So that is where we should be focusing our attention.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. And again, I'd like to add my congratulations to the Honourable Member on her first speech in Parliament. She, I think, quite rightly raised the other pandemic in this country, which is the opioid overdose crisis. And she also talked about, I think very sensibly, about abandoning what doesn't work. It would be my postulation that the war on drugs has not worked. The attempt to criminalize those who use drugs clearly has not had any effect. We're seeing record deaths in this country. So my question to her is, does she agree with the NDP that it's time to address the root of the problem, which is a toxic street drug supply, and move to a regulated, low-barrier, safe supply of drugs, so at least those in our communities who are suffering the scourge of addiction at least can get access to drugs in known titration instead of buying them from organized crime on the street and dying in record numbers.
For Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. When we look at how do we treat addiction and mental health, we have to change how we talk about it. We have to see it as the disease that it is. Consumption treatment sites absolutely are important when we look at harm reduction. But the bigger long-term sustainable solution is treatment and intervention. So we need to be focusing on that. Right now we have a situation in our community of Peterborough Kawartha where criminals who are dealing these drugs and killing people are put back out on the streets. And, things like Bill C-5 are not helping with that. We need legislation that actually deals with this issue and make sure that people who are dealing these drugs are held accountable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure today to speak about Bill C-2. In the last couple of weeks, Madam Speaker, being a part of the Finance Committee and being a part of the House of Commons, I learned something really interesting. one of the first questions that would ask at committee, where is the money coming from? So if you can imagine this, the Liberal government is going to spend $7.4 billion on programs similar to the CERB and the other programs in the original pandemic benefits suite that they put out during the pandemic. But we've learned since that time that some of that money, Madam Speaker, actually bled into criminal organizations. People were actually able to scam the public's money for criminal intents. And the Liberal government is okay with that because just recently they've actually lessened, offenses for using firearms and other violations. We know that the Liberal government is weak on crime and soft on criminals.
Shame.
Canadians know this. But if you look at what they're doing right now, they're going to take $7.4 billion and dole it out, but they have no oversight into that. Canada Revenue Agency hasn't put their oversight into it. FinTrack report alone showed us that millions and millions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars were scammed by criminals. Other monies went to prisoners. There's even a potential, Madam Speaker, that hard-earned Canadian tax dollars bled into terrorist organizations. Can you believe that the Government of Canada would allow this to happen? But more so, Madam Speaker, can you believe they would do nothing about it?
Shame.
Madam Speaker, the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake don't want to fund terrorist organizations. They don't want to fund prisoners. They don't want to fund organized crime. They don't want to fund criminals in whatever behaviors they're up to, and they certainly don't want to see firearms charges lessened. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government right now is sending Canada backwards in so many avenues. Let's talk about this first question I asked, where the money's coming from. My colleague from Carleton asked that question in committee. The Liberal government, the Government of Canada, has no concept of where $7.4 billion is coming from. So eventually they said, well, it's coming from the contingency fund. I think they referred to it as. Well, that's nice. But where did that money come from? One of the areas that I'd like to focus on, Madam Speaker, is that money would be coming from energy revenues. This country is a leader in the energy sector, whether it's oil and gas, minerals, mining. We are actually a world leader in the development of those industries, and that is where a serious bulk of revenue flows in for our country and its taxpayers. So they're actually funding the CERB and other programs with no oversight, using the very tax dollars of the very industries that they're actually trying to kill in front of the rest of the world. Right now, Madam Speaker, they can't solve their softwood timber tariff because the United States needs more oil. They have to go to OPEC and other countries to get help with oil and pipelines. You have to wonder if the Canadian government could say, look, we'll help you with some oil. Let's build a pipeline together. By the way, can you take that tariff off of our softwood? It seems like a general argument. It seems very basic, Madam Speaker, but I bet they haven't even tried it. They haven't tried it because they have no plan for our country. They have no plan for Miramichi-Grand Lake, and the only thing they want to do is talk about climate crisis and having everyone's back. They had the back of the First Nations in this country so vastly that they didn't even attend the first Truth and Reconciliation Day. They even held the flag at half-mast for 6 months of the year.
Shame.
We're talking about a government that has no regard for the Canadian public, no regard for the hard-earned taxpayers' dollars that are coming from Miramichi-Grand Lake and New Brunswick and the rest of the province and territories. We're talking about a government that the rise in inflation in this country is second in the world. I'm 43 years old, Madam Speaker. I was fortunate to buy a house that was built in 1919. I got it in rural New Brunswick. It was very cheap. I've done a lot of work to it over the years. There are people my age right now and a little younger than me that are never going to own a house in this country because I bought a house for 40 grand back in 2006. I could sell that house today for 160 or 170. And I live in a very small little town in the middle of rural New Brunswick, okay? Where the internet is terrible, where the only industry we ever had was forestry, and I watched the demise of it over the course of my time in this world. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you today that my house went up that much. Imagine what a $300,000 house in 2005, imagine what it's worth today. Millions of dollars. People are not going to be able to afford a house in this country. They're not going to have kids. We need to grow our population. I have 4 children. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that having 4 children in today's Canada is a very expensive endeavor. Now, I would do it all again. I love the fact that I have 4 children. But imagine being 28 or 29 years old today. You want to own a home that should be worth $250,000, and it's now $800,000. And you've got a partner that wants to have children, and you can't even afford to have one of them. This is the country that the Trudeau government is leaving to our children and to the grandchildren that I haven't met yet. And Madam Speaker, that's wrong. And as a member of the Conservative team here, we have to go to committee to make sure that the Canada Revenue Agency is brought in there, to make sure that they're putting oversight on hard-earned Canadian tax dollars, to make sure that the Auditor General is coming in to ask those serious questions, and why we can ask, Madam Speaker, why are they not choosing to audit the people that scammed Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars? Madam Speaker, why is it happening? How could the Prime Minister of Canada support this endeavour? How could he continue talk about having the backs of Canadians when people in their 30s and 20s are never going to be able to own a house in this country? How can he say he has their back? He's causing this inflation on the cost of housing. The cost of bacon has gone up 30 or 35% just in a year or two. People can't even afford bacon anymore, Madam Speaker. I think what you have is you have an abuse of power. You have a Prime Minister that's out of touch with all Canadians. He's certainly out of touch with rural Canada, and he's out of touch with people in Miramichi Grand Lake. And the FinTrack report, it's right here, Madam Speaker. I looked at this report. I couldn't believe that it says CEBA-related fraud was carried out in a similar fashion, with the loan being transferred from the applicant's business account to their personal account, then withdrawn for cash. So you have people in this country that are taking tax dollars for their own benefit. We had 1 million jobs unfilled, a house that nobody can pay for, food that nobody can pay for. 2 minutes? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know you're enjoying my speech today. I'm trying my best, you know. But you know, Madam Speaker, that's the beauty of being in this house today. I've got a good friend here beside me from Nova Scotia. My dad's from Nova Scotia. Got another buddy over here from Newfoundland. And you know what? They're here working for the Canadian people that put them here. They're in this house, and they're working for the hard-earned taxpayers' dollars to make sure there's oversight on that money. And you know what, Madam Speaker? The Conservative Party of Canada, we're the only party that ever put oversight on hard-earned Canadian tax dollars. And we have to hold this government account, because this Prime Minister is out of touch, not just with rural Canada, not just with Miramichi Grand Lake, but with all Canadians. We have to ensure that Canadians' taxpayers' dollars is not funding terrorist organizations, criminal organizations, scam artists, petty criminals. We can't afford to have the hard-earned dollars of Canadians bleeding into those organizations. So we put forth a motion at committee, and the Conservative Party and the members of that committee and all the members on this side, on this House, and our party, we want to put the oversight on this Prime Minister, because Canadians are worth it. Their tax dollars are worth it, and we have to make sure that we put the Canadian people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting comments. A lot of it I don't necessarily agree with, because if I were to agree with it, it would likely imply that we probably wouldn't have programs like CERB and the wage subsidy program and so forth because of fear or delay. My question to the member across the way is, what this is all about is Bill C-2. And Bill C-2 is all about supporting small businesses, supporting Canadians in real, tangible ways. And my question to the member is, why would he not recognize that Canadians have an expectation of the government to be there during difficult times, i.e. the pandemic, provide the supports that are necessary, and that is where the money is going to support real people, real businesses. Why not support that?
From Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, supporting businesses and supporting people in need is a principle of the Conservative Party of Canada. The issue here, Madam Speaker, is that they couldn't tell us where the money was coming from. They couldn't tell us how much it would cost to administer. Eventually, we got a number close to $200 million, and they couldn't tell us if that was inside the $7.4 billion or over and above it. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government of Canada has no concept of what they're doing to the Canadian taxpayers. Do we support businesses? Absolutely. Do we support people in need? Absolutely. But we will put oversight on Liberal money. I'll tell you right now, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans. Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You can just say it's heaven's writing to summarize things a little easier. Yes, my writing is the most beautiful in the world. It is pure heaven. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Miramichi, Black Lake. It was very interesting. Obviously, we always say that the Conservatives talk about the economic aspects a lot. We think that seniors over 65 years of age right now are in a very precarious economic situation. We talked about the various factors. Recently, in the past few days and months, and even several years, the Bloc has been asking for a better quality of life for seniors, notably in terms of their purchasing power. And I would like my colleague to tell me, well, if we keep seniors in precarious situations, it's good for no one. It costs more for health. It costs more in terms of lost purchasing power and economic benefits that do not occur. What does he think about our request to increase purchasing power for seniors by giving them an extra $100? The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
I really appreciate the question from my colleague. Obviously, the Conservative Party of Canada will always put seniors first. And we know that the Liberal government of Canada put nobody first but their friends. The WE scandal, the procurement scandals, SNC-Lavalin. There's not enough time. Inflation. Look at what they've done to seniors. So do I agree with you? In principle? In principle, I do. Yes, sorry, Madam Speaker. And more so, I think, Madam Speaker, that I think what my colleague opposite and I share in common is we will put seniors first, and we know that the Liberal government will put their friends first, criminals, prisoners, and terrorists.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure that the Harper Conservatives were putting seniors first when they were trying to raise the retirement age in this country from 65 to 67. For all those 65 and 66-year-olds that would have been deprived of benefits, they weren't very happy. But my question to him is this. This bill essentially ends what we would call CERB benefits by putting in a condition that there has to be a complete lockdown in the province before people would qualify, workers would qualify for benefits. Now with Omicron here, I think as the NDP has been suggesting for a while, we continue to maintain that workers should get supported until the COVID pandemic is over. Does my honourable colleague agree with the NDP or that the condition of requiring a complete lockdown is too onerous? And if so, what would he suggest as being an appropriate condition for workers to receive benefits affected by the pandemic?
For Miramichi, Grand Lake, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, my colleague is misinformed. Secondly, the one thing that we can get from the NDP in this House is that when push comes to shove, they will vote for the Canadian government and the Prime Minister every single time. They're the reason that they continue to have a minority government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll let the dust settle here before I start. And I just want to let you know, Madam Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Calgary Shepherd. Madam Speaker, $7.4 billion is the ask in C2. It's being rushed through the House, little time at committee to deal with another $7.4 billion expenditure. There's been a lot of these type of situations that have happened over the last couple of years since the pandemic started. I recall back in early 2021, I think it was a $52 billion spending bill that the government wanted Parliament's approval on in literally 4 hours, with little opportunity for oversight, little opportunity to provide any sort of transparency or accountability on that spending. And here in C2, we are being asked to approve $7.4 billion. Now, I do want to focus on a couple of points today, Madam Speaker. Number one is who's left out in C2. And I think it's very important that we recognize who is being left out in C2. And secondly, I want to focus on the issue of accountability, transparency, and oversight, which is severely lacking in this bill. We've heard the honourable member speak about the fact that the member from Carleton asked Finance Department officials where this money was coming from, and all we heard were crickets. He suggested that maybe there's a money tree in this country, that they're picking money off. There was no answer. So these are the types of questions, if we had more time, that we need to deal with. Now, I'm really fortunate to come from a riding of Barrie Innisfil. It's also known as Terminal 4, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of Pearson employees, airline employees, travel and tourism employees that live in my riding. Many of them are feeling the anxiety of not just the past 18 months trying to pick up the pieces of their lives as the travel and tourism industry has been decimated, but also the fact that over the last couple of days we've seen advisories from the Government of Canada on travel, which is really pulling back or curbing back some of the decisions that Canadians have made to travel, for example, over the holidays, or to travel internationally to warm destinations, which typically most Canadians do, or to simply visit family in the United States. And a lot of that is not happening. And that's having a serious impact on our travel and tourism industry, particularly the airline sector, which, as you know, Madam Speaker, has been hard hit over the course of the last 21 months, but also those in the travel advisor business, travel agents, many of whom have been left out over the course of the last 21 months from many of the benefits that the government has provided for relief, and they are being left behind again. Now, I heard the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Tourism say that they'll have to apply just like everybody else, but I can tell you in the discussions that I've had with the Association of Independent Travel Advisors, just simply applying didn't work. They didn't qualify because many of them are independent travel advisors. They don't have brick or mortar properties. They don't have storefronts. They work out of their homes. But they provide $2.4 billion in revenue. At least they did in 2019 before the pandemic hit. And many of them, the 12,000 independent travel advisors in this country, and I can think of Heather Kearns, I can think of Charlene Caldwell from my riding, did not qualify for any of the pandemic benefits. And as a result, they've seen just simple, like a drop off a cliff in their businesses because oftentimes they're paid for bookings, and when those bookings happen, those trips happen, they get paid. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, what it would be like for you or all of us if we booked travel, that travel got canceled, it was clawed back from us, or simply anything that we thought we were going to be booking, we didn't get paid for. So it's been an awfully difficult 20 months for those travel advisors, and it's going to continue that way. And so what C2 doesn't address directly are the demands of the Association of Canadian Independent Travel Advisors, and that is for some sort of bridge financing to make it much easier for them to access government programs. And so I think that's a failure on the part of Bill C2. The other thing, Madam Speaker, and we've heard about this with seniors, the GIS clawbacks. Many seniors are suffering right now. There's an affordability crisis that's going on in this country. Home heating, gas, groceries, hydro is disproportionately affecting seniors, not just in my riding, but right across this country. And as a result of receiving CERB, many of them thought to apply for CERB. They're now finding out that there's GIS clawbacks. Now, the government does address that, but they don't address that until May of 2022. So many of those seniors, Madam Speaker, are going to continue to suffer as a result of the affordability and the just inflation crisis that's going on right now. And so those are a couple of what I think are serious faults in this piece of legislation. And I have heard over the last couple of days, Madam Speaker, and I expect many of the colleagues in the House have, from travel advisors, have heard from people within the travel and tourism industry just how worried they are about the latest travel advisories that have gone on, particularly at a time when Canada will be seeing its busiest period of travel. And for many of those travel advisors, they're simply going to be losing more income. And so having those supports available in C2, which is not addressed in this particular piece of legislation, more broadly towards the travel and tourism industry, but those independent travel advisors are severely going to be impacted by this. The other thing that we wanted to see, Madam Speaker, in C2, and I think this to me is extremely troubling, is a level of accountability and transparency that was requested by members of the Conservative Party who are members of the Finance Committee, in particular for oversight. There was a FinTrack report, and I'll remind Canadians what FinTrack stands for, Madam Speaker, Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada. Their job is to monitor literally every financial transaction that happens in this country. And they issued a report, and it wasn't until an ATIP by a Mr. Ken Rubin, who's an Ottawa researcher, where the extent and the scope and the scale of CERB fraud actually occurring in this country was really known. And so what Conservatives were looking for as part of amendments to C2, which were not included in the latest iteration of the bill, was an audit based on the FinTrack report by the Auditor General, a review of some of the CRA actions that have gone on to investigate this and simply to pursue the fraudsters. And I'll give you some examples, Madam Speaker, of what was in the FinTrack report and why it's so disturbing, and why it should be disturbing to Canadians, just the scale and the scope of the amount of fraud and who was involved in the fraud is important. Now, Madam Speaker, since this report was first published in 2020 by FinTrack, I'll ask you a question. Do you know how many investigations have been done by Canada Revenue Agency? Zero. Zero, Madam Speaker, in 21 months. And so that in and of itself is disturbing. So what Conservatives were trying to do was to get amendments put into this bill so that we can investigate on behalf of Canadians, or at least allow the agencies who are responsible for investigation to look into the issues of fraud. Now, the FinTrack report is interesting reading, and I would encourage anybody who can, I'll certainly post it on some of my social media sites. There's a great summary on there, but a lot of the information is redacted, Madam Speaker. And I'll summarize quickly, because I know my time is short, some of the challenges that went on with FinTrack and why it was important that this be investigated. Reporting entities indicated that criminal organizations using stolen IDs and individuals recruited via social media are operating CERB scams. Now, again, this was in 2020, so it's in the present tense. In certain cities, prepaid cards are loaded with CERB benefits and other laundered funds. Reporting entities indicated that clients who do not meet the CERB eligibility requirements or who are fully employed still apply for and receive CERB benefits. A reporting entity noted that scammers are using stolen personal identifying information to apply online for CERB, GST refunds, and arranging for funds to be deposited onto prepaid reloadable cards. We also heard about gangs and criminal organizations that were using the CERB to fund the purchase of guns. So this, on behalf of Canadians, is critically important to make sure. Now, this government shoveled billions of dollars out the door with no oversight, no accountability, no transparency, and we as Conservatives think that it's important to investigate this. The other thing I'll say, Madam Speaker, the other day at Ethics Committee, I asked for consideration of a motion to look at over $600 billion in pandemic spending that hasn't been accounted for by this government. And that motion was rejected at committee by Liberal members, Madam Speaker. We need to get to the bottom so that Canadians have confidence, have trust in government to make sure that we understand where this money is going. And it's disappointing to see, Madam Speaker, that in Bill C-2, the amendments of accountability, transparency, accountability were not part of the amendments that were accepted in this bill, and it's difficult to understand why. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his intervention, his speech today. He talked a little bit about accountability and transparency, and I want to ask him, I want to tell him a little bit about a business in my riding that accessed the wage subsidy, to lock out their workers, their Boilermaker workers. This is Sesco Steel. Locked out their workers, got the wage subsidy, used the wage subsidy to actually pay for scab labor. Now, we've asked the government to fix this loophole in this program time and time again. We've asked the government to review the process so that this can't happen again. The government has, to date, ignored us. I'm just wondering if this member thinks that we could have done so much better on implementing these programs. And then, in fact, if the government had listened to the opposition when we told them about holes in some of these programs, Canadians would have been kept safer. We would have had a much better program rolled out.
Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's an interesting point, although I'm not fully aware of the details of that particular case. But more broadly, the government, in its haste to get this money out the door, should have been considering the oversight, should have been considering accountability and transparency, should have been putting in place measures where those investigative bodies and jurisdictions who have authority, like the CRA or others, could investigate more quickly where this money had gone. And as I said in my speech, Madam Speaker, the CRA has not yet investigated, despite the fact that FinTrack has identified thousands of cases of identified fraud that's gone on with CERB. There's been no charges that have been laid at this point. So it speaks to the willingness or the will of the government to really investigate this, or are they just going to turn a blind eye to it? I think we need to get to the bottom of it, and the amendments that we proposed in C2 would have certainly helped in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've heard Conservatives talk a lot about affordability and making sure that Canadians can continue to afford the goods and services that they're requiring these days. But yet yesterday there was a concurrence motion brought before the House to bring in, to start the debate and the discussion around Canada's first national tax on non-resident foreign owners of vacant land or underused housing. Why would the Conservative Party have voted against that when it's clear that a measure such as that is going to be one that helps to improve the affordability situation?
Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the affordability issue is a critical issue. And nowhere more than in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil, where we're seeing young people, seniors, being priced out of the housing market. So there's definitely a need to look into this. In fact, one of our proposals, several of our proposals in the latest election campaign were there to address the issue of affordability, to look at foreign ownership, and to make sure that we were doing all we could to make housing affordable in this country. And so we're going to continue to push on affordability. It's the #1 issue that I hear: housing attainability, housing affordability, coupled with the fact now that we're seeing inflation at 18, 19-year highs. It's becoming increasingly unaffordable for Canadians, and a lot of it has to do with the policies of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments? The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to my friend very closely as he spoke today about a particular section of our economy, and that's the independent travel advisors. And I know that a number of people on this side of the House, and I expect on the other side, have heard from those people, and primarily it's women who work from home. They're lost in the whole thing in government assistance. These people, and I heard my friend say, they don't get paid until the trip is taken and then they get paid, which might be months down the road, but there's nothing in C2 to help them, and I know in listening to them, they feel that they were almost deliberately cut out of it. I wonder if my friend has any comments about that.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did spend a lot of my time talking about independent travel advisors, and there's a reason for that. I've spent a tremendous amount of time dealing with the national organization as well as local travel advisors, and they do feel left out. And they have been left out. Many of them have not been able to access some of the benefits. This is a $2.4 billion industry. 12,000 people are independent travel advisors. We can't just cast them aside, Madam Speaker. We have to make sure that they're supported. They haven't been supported. We're going to continue to be a voice, not just in this place, but anywhere we go to support travel advisors across this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm very pleased to be following the member for Barrie, who spoke so eloquently about the struggles that independent travel advisors are having. And absolutely, I've met with many of them as well, and they do feel left out what the government is doing. What the government's proposing to do essentially in C2 is to say, give us all the money that we need right now, and we'll worry about accountability and transparency later on. And I think the member went through some of the FinTrack issues reported and the fraud issues that have been mounting. And I'll return to FinTrack in a moment just to read off some of their other concerns there. You know, we, on this side of the House, supported Canadians who are banned from returning to work because of various health restrictions. We oppose Liberals giving COVID checks to prisoners, organized criminals, suspected fraudsters, corporations paying out bonuses, dividends to executives. We didn't support paying people not to work while the economy was open, and I remember my province of Alberta did reopen briefly when there were 500,000 vacant jobs. And I was just speaking with a hotelier who was telling me that they can only reopen their kitchen 3 days a week because they can't find staff. They are doing the cleaning of rooms all day long till all times of the day, because they just can't find enough people who will work during those key morning hours when they're trying to turn over a room for their next guest. A kitchen for 3 days a week for major hotels is not a way to run a business. You're going to lose business. People simply won't travel, or you're also losing out on the income you need to keep paying people who are working there. So it's a struggle on both sides for employees and employers, but we on the Conservative side were there. I think the principle that we should remind ourselves of, if a provincial government or a federal government takes away from you the ability to earn a living, it owes you compensation. I would call that a regulatory taking. They took from you something that you had through no fault of your own, so they should compensate you. But that compensation shouldn't extend to periods of you choosing not to work. You're choosing and making a choice. And also, if you're engaging in criminal activity, of course you shouldn't be getting government benefits to facilitate your criminal enterprise. We want help for tourism and hospitality companies hit by travel restrictions, but we oppose legislation like this that agrees, to just, let open the floodgates, do whatever you think is necessary. This is $7.4 billion of new spending on top of all the other spending they've been doing. And you've heard from two of my colleagues already who've been saying, Madam Speaker, that we tried to fix this bill at committee. We've offered ideas. We've offered ways to improve things. We set out 4 conditions, 4 ideas that we thought would drastically improve this bill. In the last Parliament that I was here for again, we saw the government do this. We saw the government going out of its way to rush bills through the House, then to only come back later on and fix errors they had made. Typically, those errors resulted in billions of dollars of taxpayer money either being spent unwisely or being impossible to spend because the program just did not work for the people for whom it was designed for. All of those things typically get fixed at a committee of the House. That's where you get witnesses to testify whether the programs will work the way they're identified, whether federal officials will come out and actually be able to explain the programs. And we saw the Standing Committee on Finance, the complete inability of officials to explain where the money was going to come from, which I thought would be a very simple question, just to refer to the estimates. I have a Yiddish proverb, Madam Speaker. I know you were expecting this. I know many members expected. But sins hide not in your sleep, but in your dreams. And I remember the debate on a different bill in this House just a few days ago, when I mentioned that there is usually in this House, when it comes to government legislation, there's a difference between what the bill says and the intentions that the government has behind the bill. And the two are usually completely separated from each other. And the sins in this bill are that there's not enough accountability and transparency for the taxpayer, which are being asked to shoulder a huge bill in order to get our country back on track. And the member who spoke previously talked about FinTrack. So let me just continue reading off some of their summary concerns. Reporting entities indicated that clients have applied for and received CERB despite not living in Canada and appear to be residing in a jurisdiction of concern. So we're paying for people outside of Canada to get taxpayers' monies that we have really no way of verifying whether they should be getting any of these funds, and they're outside of Canada. That is difficult for me to explain at the doors, through emails, and on phone calls to taxpayers on why they're subsidizing people outside of the country. Reporting entities noted that clients received multiple CERB deposits for over a 1-week period, made multiple applications for CERB benefits using one or multiple identities, conducted transactions to cash CERB checks at multiple locations. In any normal situation, Madam Speaker, this would be considered fraud. And it would be something that we'd be very concerned about. We'd be looking for opportunities to restrain, constrain, and stop it at the earliest of opportunities. Reporting entities indicated that clients who appear to be engaged in illegal or suspicious financial activity are also in receipt of CERB payments and employment income. Lastly, reporting entities indicated that clients appear to receive CERB payments while also receiving income from their business and/or are receiving CEBA while also engaged in suspicious or fraudulent activity. I mean, this is an indictment. The member previous to me who spoke started down this path. We rely on FinTrack. I used to be a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, and I've had those in-camera briefings where FinTrack explains it's an amazing service that they provide to the Government of Canada to ensure that we do due diligence when we hand out benefits. They must go to the people who are most in need of it. And it saps the trust in government when the government simply says we're going to open the floodgates and we will figure it out after the fact. And there's an Auditor General's report that has come out regarding the border controls with testing of individuals at the border and following up with them whether they've actually quarantined. And it's a damning report, Madam Speaker. I know you've served on that committee before and you enjoy Auditor General reports likely as much as I do. But it's a damning report that, again, in a situation, the government set up a program, whether it's, cash payments that go out to people who need them, and there's always a small group of people who will engage in fraud. But the system should be designed to ensure that that does not happen, so that taxpayers and citizens trust the system, trust the government, that we have a handle on the situation, that we will pursue those who abuse the system. I think that's reasonable for taxpayers and citizens to expect that we do this thing. We've spent a prodigious amount of money, and we're being asked to approve even more spending in this bill. We have proposed amendments that would drastically improve this bill to ensure we have that accountability and transparency mechanism. We just saw a fall economic statement, again, call for even more spending. There's more revenue and more spending going down, and people in my riding, residents of my constituency, are asking the question, who is going to pay for all of these bills? At the end of the day, this pandemic will end. I always tell people that this will end. I don't know when. I'm not a doctor, not a scientist. It will end. But at some point, these bills will come due. We're going to have to be rolling over some of this debt. Who is going to pay for all of this spending? We are well over $1 trillion in debt. I'm reminded of John Diefenbaker because I was talking to my caucus and reminded him of a quote from the 1960s when the great Diefenbaker was in this House debating with Liberal Pickersgill on the other side and describing at the time some of their financial measures. And he called it this, and the fall economic statement reminds me of this, Madam Speaker. It's like homeopathic soup made from the shadow of a pigeon that died of starvation. And I cannot imagine a better description of what I see there. Diefenbaker said it then. It's been 50, 60 years, and nothing has really changed with the Liberal government. It's the same thing all over again. Vast amounts of spending, very little constraints and controls. I could bring up another example. There's a PBO report that came out just today on the icebreaker program. 2 icebreakers were supposed to cost $1.3 billion back in 2013. That cost now has ballooned to $7.25 billion. You're not getting more icebreaker, you're just getting the 2. and it's cost controls, it's project management. This government has been in power for 6 years. This is entirely on them. You cannot blame anybody else. In 2015, they were handed excellent books, balanced budgets. They had time. We repeatedly told them to get ready for a disaster, a situation, or a downturn. We could have never predicted there'd be a pandemic like this, where there'll be a drastic downturn in the nation's finances, where people will be told to stay at home, people will be prohibited from working, so they would lose their livelihoods. And in that situation, it's absolutely legitimate for the government to step in and support them. Some would take advantage of it unfairly. We would have to follow up and make sure that fraudulent benefits were repaid to the taxpayer. And in situations like that, I understand we should support people. But, Madam Speaker, like the taxpayers are asking themselves the question, when is it enough? When will the government actually provide the transparency? When will they provide the accountability that is expected when you borrow on the nation's finances, on the nation's credit card that all taxpayers are responsible for? So like I said in my proverb, Madam Speaker, sins hide not in your sleep, but in your dreams. And the government is dreaming that either the fall economic statement or a bill like this will restore trust in government. So with that being said, I'm open to questions, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I always get a kick out of it, Madam Speaker, when Conservatives say that they handed over the books with a balanced budget. Yeah, if you don't mind slashing services to veterans, selling off shares of GM at bargain prices, all just so that they could supposedly have a balanced budget going into an election. But nonetheless, what even surprises me more is how short-term the memory appears to be with this member. I mean, he's not new here. He was here in the previous Parliament. He's fully aware that he and all Conservative members voted for all of that spending through unanimous consent motions without even, he could have stood up or just shouted from his seated position, no. That's all it took, was a simple no. And then the money would not have been spent. He had the power to do that. Why didn't he do it?
No voice. Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of course, at the time the government has said it was an emergency. And we on this side of the House said, you're correct. It is an emergency. It's a worldwide pandemic. The Minister of Health, 3 days before the WHO announced that it was a worldwide emergency pandemic, said, low risk, there's nothing going on, don't worry about it. And for that member to remind me, I remember it was an Easter weekend where we were all asked to vote on this spending. We said, yeah, it was an emergency. I even said it in my speech, Madam Speaker, that when the government takes from you the ability to earn a living, a regulatory taking, it should then step in and compensate you for it. But at a certain point, the emergency has to end. And the understanding was always that the government would follow up with transparency and accountability, account for the money, hold people accountable, stop giving it to criminal organizations.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague emphasized the fact that we have to stop spending, and indeed, we don't want money to be printed during this Parliament, but there's a major crisis, a housing crisis that we're experiencing in Quebec, and we brought a motion forward, and there are so many households in Quebec that pay over 30% for their accommodation. So the market is not doing its work to regulate the housing prices so that vulnerable people can find homes. So all housing organizations in Quebec, the FRAPRU, federations of tenants, everyone agrees the government has to invest massively to end the housing crisis. Does my colleague agree that the government should invest money to finally end this crisis? Thank you. Before turning the floor over to the Honourable Member, please be careful of the interpreter's ears with your volume. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and the energy and passion with which he put it. I agree. There is a housing crisis across Canada. We see that average housing prices are up thousands of dollars, even in Calgary in my region. housing prices are out of control. There's no link between wages that people earn, for example, in my community, and housing prices. In November 2020 and 2021, there's been an increase in the housing prices of some 20%. But the problem is that the government's public spending is too high, and it continues. And so the price of taking out a mortgage is less than 1%. So there's too much money that is too easy to access, and that inflates housing prices in Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Madam Speaker, I appreciate the Conservatives have talked a lot, and certainly the New Democrats have been as well, about travel agents and those that have been left behind, that the government has abandoned when they shut down the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. And there's many Canadians that have not been getting the support they need. Through you, Madam Chair, maybe my colleague can speak about what the Conservatives would offer for those travel agents and those that haven't been getting support, because clearly they're getting nothing right now. And we know that it's disproportionately women that are travel agents that have been staying at home and that are going to be greatly impacted by the failure of this government by abandoning them.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Courtney Alberni for the question. He's absolutely correct. These travel agents, I've spoken to many of them in my writing, primarily women. Usually it's either their second job or because they have sometimes 2 part-time jobs. They're being excluded. The simplest solution is make them eligible for the same government programs larger corporations are.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill and go through the motions why we have concerns about being asked to approve another $7 billion plus. I also want to let the Speaker know that I'm splitting my time with my friend from South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I appreciate his contribution. I look forward to that. So, Speaker, you often hear the Liberals say that they have a plan for the economy, but I think what we all know is it means it's a bunch of politicians and bureaucrats sitting around a table and coming up with yet another government program that they can spend money on. We here are being asked to scrutinize a piece of legislation asking for, like I said, over $7 billion in additional funding. We have said many times in this place that the printing of money, the $400 billion that have been printed, is causing massive inflation problems right across this country. It's causing the price of pretty much everything to go up, making things more expensive, everyday goods, hurting those who are living off their paychecks, struggling to get by every single day. But as we all know, every time a new plan is constructed, it eventually fails. And then we have the government saying, well, something is going wrong. We need to come up with another program to fix the program that we just had. It's like saying I'm going to the doctor for high blood pressure. And the doctor giving you a pill. And you say, well, now I have dry mouth. Okay, well, you get another pill for dry mouth. And then I have high blood pressure again. And they give you another pill. And the list goes on. It's the exact same issue that we're dealing with here. In this case, the government's talking about a new daycare program. A program that, on its merits, looked like it's going to be deficit financed well into the future. A program that is going to cause significant issues with parents trying to access already limited spaces. Because what the government does, as we all know when it comes into the marketplace, eviscerates competition. It creates an unlevel playing field with other operators. So when you're talking about the person operating a daycare from their basement, regulated, but providing that neighborhood home, the government, by putting dollars and distorting the price, causes those spaces that would otherwise be provided in the free market to go away, causing more problems, more wait lists. And if people think daycare is expensive now, wait until the government gets its hands on it fully. And it seems that the government really has two speeds here. Big government and bigger government. The daycare was one,
but we're talking about the expansion of a number of these programs. What we have said all along is yes, as my friends already speaking have already pointed out, when the government is telling people to stay home, businesses to close because we were dealing with the pandemic, no one really knew what was going on, that they deserve to be compensated. And yes, we did support those programs. There were problems with those programs, the wage subsidy, the rent program, many others that we in the opposition brought to the government's attention. And in some cases, changes were made. In some cases, changes were not made. There were a number of businesses that were not able to qualify for these programs despite attention being given to these programs. Now we're finding out that potential CERB money was given to organized crime, potentially contributing to the already growing crime problem in some of our major cities. So that deserves a level of scrutiny. That deserves responsibility by us parliamentarians to do our job to find out what is actually going on, what is working, and what isn't with this program. And as we all know, the government does not have divine resources, Speaker. The only thing the government has is the taxes we pay. And if the government borrows money, it puts us in debt. If it prints money, it's the back door to taxing people, Speaker, because it is actually taxing the savings, making the savings of many in the working class worth less. And as was pointed out many times in this House, those that are sitting on big mansions or massive assets have seen their wealth grow. But it's those people struggling to get by, struggling to find a house, struggling to get into the housing market, struggling to pay their bills, or even just going to the grocery store and recognizing that their cart isn't as full as it used to be, but the price at the till is the same. And that's because the government has thrown all this money up into the atmosphere and refuses to change course. We saw even during the height of the pandemic, not only the first thing the government did was to try to seize absolute power, the absolute power to tax and spend on whatever it wanted well into the future, 2 years into the future.
That was another C2.
That was another C2. Thank you for that, Barry Innisfil, my friend, reminding me that that was an opportunity for the government to try to seize absolute power, to take the opposition right out of the equation, put all the power into the executive branch. Thankfully, opposition members stood up to that. Thankfully, Canadians in general stood up to that. But we saw a portion of that initial funds, that $400 billion, go to the CERB program, the wage subsidy, and others, the actual supports. We saw some of it go into the housing market, but we also saw a pretty big chunk go into basically a slush fund of liberal spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, but were couched in that language of COVID. Adding to the problem we are at now, the fact that businesses, especially the small ones, are struggling at this exact moment. They're struggling not only to deal with rising prices, labor shortages, and unfortunately, what we're looking at into the future is not going to get much better. Reports have shown that Canadians are going to spend upwards of $1,000 or more on groceries compared to last year. As the spending continues, we're not even talking about how we're going to service the debt into the near future, and talk about the billions that could have been used for a number of programs, but instead is being used to pay interest, just to service the debt. And even that's kind of loosely. We're paying the interest, but we're still adding on. So we're just struggling to keep our heads above water here. So we need to try to expand the economy. And you do that by keeping taxes low, the rules, regulations, and red tape at a reasonable level. You let the market take charge, and thank you, 2 minutes, and allow businesses to do what they do best, create jobs, opportunity, and wealth in our communities, create paychecks for those working in the businesses, which then create more businesses and expanding opportunities. So if you want to help even the disenfranchised, you do that by expanding the economy. When you impose rules, regulations, and red tape, you contract the economy. Then you have more intervention by government, and round we go. So, Speaker, as we've mentioned here many times, we would like to see more fiscal responsibility by this government. Yes, helping those sectors that are being told they are unable to operate, specifically the travel and tourism sector. But also look at programs where we can expand the economy, where we can build things here in this country. And here in Ontario, it's been tough. We have some of the highest electricity rates in North America, thanks to the Ontario Liberals. And what does that do to the once manufacturing engine of Canada? It decimated the manufacturing industry in Canada. And unfortunately, a lot of those same people left Queen's Park and came up to Ottawa and are on that same path. Some cases, we actually paid their moving expenses. So, Speaker, we need to start doing the opposite. We need to start actually encouraging investment, encouraging brains to come and grow here, create jobs, opportunity, and wealth, low taxes, less government, more freedom. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found the speech very, very fascinating because on the one hand, the member was completely able to understand and see how an economy can expand and how it can contract. Towards the end of his speech, he specifically talked about that and how government can take certain measures to expand and contract an economy. Yet at the beginning of his speech, he spoke about childcare. And he made a point of only saying that it would be contributing to a deficit, rather than being able to assess that perhaps by putting more people into the workforce, we can expand our economy in the exact same way by the definitions that he used prior to that. Why is it that Conservatives are able to talk about expanding and contracting an economy whenever it serves their purpose, but when it's about something that actually invests in and infuses opportunity for people in our economy, they're completely unable to do that?
Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
I appreciate the comments from my member across the way. Clearly, he didn't listen to a word I said.
Never does.
As was pointed out, the only speed the government has is big government and bigger government, Speaker. When we're talking about childcare, the cost of the childcare programs that the Liberal government is going across the country and trying to sign is going to be deficit finance, putting the cost on the backs of those kids who are actually entering childcare. Not only that, if you look at other jurisdictions where this has been tried, but of course the only solution is more government. If you talk about any other solution that doesn't involve more government, the Liberals just close their ears. It's absolutely amazing. We have jurisdictions in this country and elsewhere where it's been tried where there's massive waiting lists when government takes over childcare. You need to expand the opportunities for all, allow government to have its place, allow the private sector to have place, not eviscerate the private sector and expect the government to figure it all out.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this may be the last time I rise before the holidays, so I want to wish you and all my colleagues a happy holidays, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his really important speech and certainly for his passion. I appreciate his passion. Madam Speaker, one group that has been left out throughout this whole pandemic is startups. I think about Wildflower Bakery in Port Alberni in my riding. You know, they've had limited seating. They've had a challenge of trying to stay, up with the times. Certainly we've got this new variant now that's going to impact their business. They've got competitors, Madam Speaker, that have been able to access the emergency supports, but they've been absolutely denied. We've brought good ideas through SaveStartups.ca to the government. Government's ignored them, Madam Speaker. Nothing here in this bill to help startups. So through you, Madam Speaker, I hope my colleague can speak about startups in his riding that have been left behind and some ideas maybe from the Conservatives that they'd like to see to give those startups some support, desperate support that they need.
Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I also want to congratulate my friend. Thank him for the question. Also wish him a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's and a safe and happy New Year as well. I appreciate the question. Yes, small business are definitely struggling, as we talked about when they were told to shut down and stop their operations in many cases, especially those on the small businesses. Government did have to step aside. But on the bigger picture, what my friend from British Columbia is talking about is we in Canada, I think we do a pretty good job, actually a decent job, a good job at the kind of the startup to small business and kind of the medium to large, but it's tough to find access to either funding or services to take them from that small to medium-sized operation. And I think that's a missed opportunity in our society as a whole, because sometimes those businesses sell out or they're just not able to get to that next step and achieve that kind of success that we want to see in this country. And in worst cases, they go to other jurisdictions. So I think that's one area we can fix.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin, and
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his thoughtful speech. Madam Speaker, when originally COVID-19 and the pandemic arose, Conservatives said we would support a response from the government that was responsive to the needs and that was temporary and would bridge back to a regular economy. Now, liberal arrogance has been said many times, Madam Speaker, is their greatest kryptonite. It seems that they haven't learned anything from their previous experience from the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. I have a FinTrack intelligence brief here that said, that I quote, reporting entities indicated that clients who do not meet the CERB eligibility requirements or who are fully employed still apply for and receive CERB benefits, often while engaging in suspicious financial activity. Mr. Speaker, there are so many things in this FinTrack that just raise the hair on the back of one's neck. I would like to ask the member, does he view this as being a targeted benefit? And have the government, have they shown that they've learned from the experience of the CERB in C2, that it's targeted to the people who need it the most, and that there's protections to make sure that those who shouldn't be receiving this benefit do not get it?
I'm afraid we've run out of time, but I know the Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, wants to answer, so I'll give him 15 seconds to answer if he wants, but very quickly.
Clearly, Speaker, more work needs to be done, and it's a shame we didn't hear the speech from my member from British Columbia. He had a lot to say on this, and hopefully we'll hear from him soon. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, we will after QP. Okay. Very good. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk today about Canada's role as a leader for disability inclusion. Depuis 2015, nous avons...
Since 2015, we've taken unprecedented measures to build a more inclusive Canada for people facing disabilities.
In 2021, we put nothing without us into action by investing into accessible communities, training and job creation, students with disabilities, and inclusive childcare. We've made good progress, Mr. Speaker, but we have a lot more work to do. Looking ahead, we will reintroduce the Canada Disability Benefit Act to help low-income Canadians with disabilities and move forward with the Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Everyone should be able to participate equally in our society because it strengthens our communities, our economy, and most importantly, it's the right thing to do. I'd like to give a special shout out to my friends at the Special Friends Network, the Bob Rumball Center, Lunchbox Cafe, Community Living North Halton, and everyone living with disabilities, different abilities, those who support them, and especially their friends and their caretakers. And since this is the last time I'll be speaking in the House this year, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish you and everyone in the House, as well as my friends and neighbours, a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of everyday essentials is rising, and thanks to the Liberal government, we can expect it to get worse. The government has driven up demand by pumping extra money into the economy, and now they are preparing to slash supply by bringing in vaccine mandates for truckers. There is already a shortage of truckers. The Canadian Trucking Alliance expects to be short 18,000 jobs by March, increasing to 55,000 by 2023. But this government only has a plan to reduce the workforce with a new federal vaccine mandate. This will kill jobs and drive up prices in all sectors, from agriculture to energy and everything in between, solely for the sake of being punitive to people that we used to call heroes only a few months ago. The fact that reasonable accommodation isn't being offered makes it clear that this is about coercion, not public health. The Liberals are about to create a catastrophic supply chain disruption. Instead of making life miserable for people who can't or won't get vaccinated, provide reasonable accommodations to get our economy back on track, get inflation under control, and make life more affordable for Canadians.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 2 years, young people across the country have been struggling with increasing rates of mental distress. I've heard these concerns directly from my constituents in Fredericton. I think about all the students I met, managing the difficulties of online learning while being isolated from friends and experiencing financial stress. Young Canadians have been serving as essential workers on the front lines of the pandemic as well. From stocking grocery shelves to staffing vaccine clinics, they stepped up and put their own health at risk while trying to learn and build our collective future. I know that it hasn't been easy. My message to them today is one of validation, appreciation, and hope. And I want to say to young people that we see your struggles and we support you. Our government is putting historic investments to improve access to mental health services, including expanding access to services on college and university campuses. But there is much more work to do. I call on members from all sides of this House to work together to ensure that every young person in Canada can access affordable, timely, and culturally competent mental health care anywhere in the country. Our youth deserve nothing less.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in 1880, a newspaper called Le Lecteur was founded. A certain Wilfrid Laurier often wrote for it. One of his articles even caused the newspaper to be banned by 5 bishops because it advocated for the study of modern languages and the scientific method. It was this ban that gave birth to the newspaper rechristened Le Soleil in 1896. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the newspaper Le Soleil is celebrating its 125th anniversary. That's 125 years of critical journalism that traversed calm seas as well as stormy ones, managing to avoid the pitfalls that fell on its path over the years. That's 125 years of illuminating and informing the public. Today, Le Soleil is a cooperative owned by its own workers. It's published in print and online with in-depth articles on a variety of fascinating subjects. To everyone who works on producing this newspaper every day, I congratulate you for your work. Long live Le Soleil. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, for many of us, the holiday season is a time of joy and celebration, an opportunity to reconnect with family and friends. But for some, it can be a particularly difficult time of year, and we know that this will be especially true this year. The citizens of Longueuil-Charlemagne have a long tradition of giving generously to the many local groups that organize fundraisers in our community to make the holidays a bit brighter for individuals and families in need.
And I encourage them to keep that spirit of giving going this year. The pandemic has been hard for everyone, but it can be doubly so for those who are alone, those who have lost a loved one, or may be struggling to make ends meet. Ensemble.
Together, let's make sure everyone has a better holiday season this year. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, in October, my constituency lost a cherished community member with the passing of Dwayne Lacoste. Dwayne served his country in countless ways. In 1961, he joined the RCMP, and he would serve in BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. Dwayne was even posted in Ottawa, where he provided security to Prime Minister Pearson and Governor General Vanier. Dwayne retired from the force as sergeant in the town of Minnedosa and went on to serve as mayor for 7 years. Dwayne was also a proud member of the Royal Canadian Legion for 47 years.
Wow.
As president of Branch 138, he started a project that resulted in over 100 banners displayed in the community, recognizing local men and women who served in uniform. In a life summary he wrote before he passed, he stated, "To my family, to my friends, and the communities I have served, God bless and take care." Dwayne, thank you for your service. You will be missed.
You're here.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today on what would have been his 97th birthday, we commemorate the late Dr. Richard Goldbloom, a distinguished doctor, teacher, and philanthropist in Halifax. Dr. Goldbloom passed away last month, the end of a purposeful life of service, excellence, and compassion, and he was predeceased by his wife of 66 years, the indomitable Ruth Goldbloom. A renowned pediatrician who served as president of the Canadian Pediatric Society, Dr. Goldbloom touched the lives of thousands of families and students throughout his career. His contributions to the scientific community are phenomenal, having published 140 scientific papers related to medicine. He also served as president of the Atlantic Symphony Orchestra, the board chair of the Waterfront Development Corporation, and the founding chair of the Discovery Center. Dr. Goldbloom received numerous honorary doctorate degrees and was an officer of the Order of Canada and a recipient of the Order of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I hope that you and all members of this House will join me in a round of applause to commemorate the life of a man who gave so much to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the not-for-profit organizations and their volunteers who've been working so hard to ensure that less fortunate families have a great holiday season. I'm thinking of the volunteers who spend hours organizing holiday food drives. Whether you're in a grocery store collecting funds, organizing Christmas baskets at your local food bank, or delivering those Christmas baskets, without you, the holiday season wouldn't be the same for hundreds of families in Glengarry Prescott Russell. I also want to thank all of the residents who contribute to these holiday food drives. On behalf of the residents of Glengarry Prescott Russell, I'd like to say thank you very much, and as we say in our area, you have your heart in the right place. I wish you a Merry Christmas, a happy holiday season, and a Happy New Year.
For Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to rise in the House today to acknowledge the efforts of an incredibly dedicated and passionate woman who's been at the helm of a very special organization in my riding known as Crossing All Bridges Learning Center, or CAB for short. For the past 7 years, Paula Tomlinson has been the executive director and the driving force behind the center, which supports developmentally challenged adults. Paula joined the center at a crucial time. The not-for-profit did not have a suitable place to provide programming for their students, and their goal was to obtain a home of their own. Paula was instrumental in making that dream become a reality, and in 2018, with the support of community leaders, organizations, individuals, CAB purchased a former school and now have a permanent location. Mr. Speaker, prior to the election, I had the pleasure of being the chair of the board of CAB, and I was able to witness Paula's undeniable commitment to persons with disabilities so they can truly live their best life. With a stable and bright future ahead for CAB, Paula will now embark on a well-deserved retirement. I would like to thank Paula from the bottom of my heart for her endless contributions to my community and wish her all the best in the next chapter of her life. Paula, you'll be missed.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holidays are a time for special family traditions when we support one another so no one is left behind. This year, my office started a new tradition by joining the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton's Holiday Concert as steel pan drum performers, a joyous and wonderful way to start the holiday season. The need for help is greater than ever. I encourage Canadians to give if they can to local food banks, charities, and toy drives. Last week, I joined the Oakville firefighters who are continuing their long tradition of collecting donations so every child has a special holiday. Organizations like Oak Park Neighborhood Center are working overtime to ensure every family can celebrate the holidays. While we're still in a pandemic, we head into the holidays with hope for the coming year. Wishing everyone the wonder and joy the season brings, and may the spirit of the holidays remain with you throughout 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, weather forecasters are predicting a cold and unpredictable winter. Will this be the winter that snowmobilers are waiting for? One thing is certain, we always need to know what the weather will be in order to make plans. Jimmy Desbiens, more popularly known as the Chicoutimi Weatherman, knows all about that. Since 2008, he's turned a hobby into a business. He works incredibly hard to provide citizens with quick access to local weather conditions. He's become our go-to for all things weather in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. By sharing his forecasts over the years, he's built a reliable service and a strong reputation. Recently, Mr. Desbiens was able to reap the rewards of his hard work. Météo Chicoutimi now has a contract with the city of Saguenay. Mr. Desbiens, you are an example of how determination, ardor, and perseverance can help us reach our goals. Being a small business owner is a way of life, and it's often only after thousands of hours of work that you get to see the results. So congratulations on your hard work over the last 13 years. Your success is well deserved.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Nova Scotia is the balsam fir Christmas tree capital of the world. Family farms across my province prepare every year for the busy Christmas season. Christmas tree farmers like former MP Gerald Keddy, former Senator Don Oliver, and Kevin Vino, who I buy my trees from, ship their trees around the world and open their farms to families, picking out the right tree. Christmas tree farming is an economic driver in my community and supports rural communities and families across Nova Scotia. The province of Nova Scotia exports more than $7 million worth of Christmas trees every year. If you care about the environment, don't buy a plastic tree from China. Buy a renewable, sustainable, and natural balsam tree from Nova Scotia. Save the planet. Buy a tree from Lunenburg or Queens County. As we approach the holiday break, I hope everyone in my riding and all the members present and their families have a very Merry Christmas, and all the tree farmers have a successful Christmas season.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are familiar with nuclear power and its role in getting us to net zero. But what may be lesser known is that Canada is also a world leader in producing life-saving medical isotopes and radiopharmaceuticals. In addition to their role in sanitizing billions of pieces of personal protective equipment during the pandemic, advanced medical isotopes are also used to diagnose and treat millions of patients each year, while also supporting cutting-edge research into cancer, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. With demand expected to double by 2023, I'm proud to highlight the work being done by the Canadian Medical Isotope Innovation Ecosystem in partnership with the Saugeen Ojibwa Nation, which will help Canada deliver on goals related to economic reconciliation, inclusion, and rural economic development. Mr. Speaker, this work ensures that Canadians continue to have access to cutting-edge therapies while providing over 8,500 jobs across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to end 2021 on a high note by sharing my gratitude to the people of Hamilton Centre who put their trust on me to return to this 44th Parliament and ensure that our working class values continue to be well represented here in the House of Commons. To my riding association and the hundreds of campaign volunteers who mobilized to go door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood, I say from the Hamilton Centre of my heart, thank you. To my family, both blood and chosen, who act as my deep roots of grounding, please know that with your strength I may from time to time be forced to bend, but I will never break. And finally, with my deepest and uttermost gratitude to my incredible spouse Jade and our dear son Langston, for whom I will never stop fighting to build a better world for. Thank you for your sacrifices that you have given to this work, which, while bears my name, continues to be a burden that you both have to carry. I love you all dearly. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year's, and thank you.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, as the holidays approach, here are my wishes for the coming year. For workers who don't have access to EI because of outdated eligibility rules, I wish you comprehensive reform of the EI system very soon. For workers who are so sick that they can't even be treated with dignity, I wish them 50 weeks of benefits, starting now. For workers under federal jurisdiction who've seen their employer hiring strikebreakers, I wish them anti-scab legislation to be passed soon. For healthcare workers, I wish for an increase in the health transfers to 35%. With no strings attached, starting right now. And for Quebecers, who all have the right to make their own decisions, I wish them once and for all a country of their own.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
It was the week before Christmas, with from the House floor, MPs rewriting the verses of Clement Moore, whose Night Before Christmas we all know so well, yet spoofing it just right can be hard as hell. When writing my version last year at this time, It was hard to make AstraZeneca rhyme. The task poets now face on the path that we're on is finding a word that rhymes with Omicron. In the year when the best gift under the tree is likely to be booster dose number 3, it's hard to remember the joy of the season when nature and governments give us no reason. The nation's debt load is now $500 billion, but hope springs eternal, so thanks a million. To those who bring joy into all of our lives, caregivers, friends, children, husbands, and wives, whether your home is Whoville, Perth, or Timbuktu, Merry Christmas to all. Merry Christmas to you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. حسن تو همیشه در فزون باد. رویت همه ساله لالگون باد. اندر سر ما خیال عشقت. هر روز که باد در فزون باد. Mr. Speaker, these lines are from Noble Hafez, a Persian poet whose renowned work, Divan Hafez, is engaged for telling fortunes during the celebratory occasion of Yalda. On December 21st, I will join fellow Persians within Richmond Hill and across the globe in Yalda festivities, when we mark the winter solstice by enjoying good company, the delight of traditional foods, and the divinity of poetry. Please join me in wishing all who celebrate Shab Yalda a happy and safe celebration, and thanks to all for their continued support. Shab Yalda همیشه جاودانی است. زمستان را بهار زندگانی است. شب یلدا شب فرخیان است. نشان از سنت ایرانیان است. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holiday. Happy New Year.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Minister of Finance said there would be deflation in Canada. She promised prices would go down for Canadian families. Instead, we've seen groceries go up 15 to 20%. We've seen gas go up 40%, Mr. Speaker. We've seen housing, rent, mortgages go up 20 to 30%. She misled Canadians with the deflation promise. And today, in the mandate letter for the Minister of Finance, no mention of the inflation crisis. Why?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the person who is misleading Canadians when it comes to the economy is the Leader of the Opposition. Here are the facts. Our GDP grew by 5.4% in the third quarter. We have recovered 106% of the jobs lost to the pandemic. As Stephen Pelosi, the central banker appointed by Mr. Harper, put it over the weekend, aren't we lucky that the policies worked well to prevent the second Great Depression, which is what economists worried about when we first encountered COVID? That's the reality, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is the Minister of Finance was the first Canadian politician to ever be flagged for misleading Canadians online, Mr. Speaker. It is quite rich for that minister to suggest other people are misleading Canadians when she has been flagged just like Donald Trump was, Mr. Speaker. So it's almost the end of the year. It's almost the end of the year. I will give the minister the opportunity to apologize to Canadians for misleading them during the federal election.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to allow the Leader of the Opposition to stop flip-flopping and to choose an economic lane, something his caucus might appreciate too. Today, the Conservatives are complaining about government spending, but on the campaign trail, they proposed a deficit of $168 billion for 21-22. In the fall economic update, we showed a deficit for that year of $144.5 billion, $23.5 billion lower than what the Conservatives proposed. So could the Leader of Flip-Flops please let Canadians know what he really stands for?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would note Donald Trump doesn't apologize either.
Mr. Speaker,
The cost of living crisis is the worst it's been in decades. It's a disaster. Some families have to choose between heating and eating this winter. And wages are not rising. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. Do the Liberals understand the choices Canadians are having to make because of their inflation? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Our GDP grew by 5.4% in the third quarter. We have recovered 106% of the jobs lost. And as Stephen Poloz said, who was appointed by Stephen Harper, we are fortunate that policies worked well to avoid the second Great Depression, as feared by economists when we were faced with the COVID shock. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker.
Walpek could have asked the Prime Minister a question of the potato crisis in PEI yesterday. Didn't do it.
Nope.
The Liberal member from Cardigan had this message for island farmers. No matter what happens, the government can help, but farmers will lose. He's right. Under the Liberals, farmers always lose. The PEI Premier is questioning why the Agriculture Minister isn't in Washington. Maybe it's because resolving this dispute isn't even in her mandate letter. Why isn't the Agriculture Minister in Washington putting all her potato chips on the table and resolving this dispute?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure all farmers across our amazing country, very much including the farmers in PEI, that our government is extremely focused on supporting farmers in general and on supporting farmers when it comes to this trade issue. I was sitting next to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, when he raised this issue directly with the President of the United States. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to standing up to the U.S. Canadians know they back down from the Americans in a fight.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Farmers are very thankful the Liberals will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to Canadian agriculture. I spoke to PEI farmers this morning, and one of them had to say this: with the stroke of a pen, the Liberals have destroyed everything I've worked for 6 generations. And now the Agriculture Minister is saying this dispute will not be resolved until the new year. But CFIA is telling island farm families this half-baked ban will likely last until 2023. How many harvests will be lost? How many businesses will be bankrupt? How many farmers will lose before this minister lifts this political ban on potato exports?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me once again say to Canadian farmers that they should not listen to the scaremongering they're hearing from Conservatives. They need to know that our government cares passionately about Canadian farmers. We know the importance of family farms to our economy. And let me also remind Canadian farmers that our government is prepared to stand up for the national interest when it comes to trade with the United States. Canadian farmers know that from the coal dispute we had right after we were first elected in 2015.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, secularism and Bills 21 are being attacked by a united front at the federal level, including elected officials from all parties, starting with the Prime Minister himself. But what's worse is that this united front is spreading falsehoods. The secularism of the state is not discriminatory. It applies to everyone. Ms. Anveri didn't lose her job. She was reassigned. And she wasn't reassigned because of her religion, but because she knowingly broke the law. When will the government stop spreading these Quebec-bashing falsehoods? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, we disagree with Bill 21. In our society, no one should have to change jobs because of their religion. That is the position of our government and of our party. We agree with Quebecers who are standing up for their rights before the courts because they too find this legislation unfair. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. It keeps going. It's so funny, Mr. Speaker. Canadian cities are now climbing on the Quebec-bashing bandwagon. Yesterday, it was Brampton that announced funding to challenge Bill 21, calling Quebecers racists along the way. Today, it's Toronto that's getting on board. The worst part is they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't understand secularism, and they don't understand Bill 21. Not least because elected officials here in Ottawa are spreading falsehoods. Instead of using ideology to smear Quebecers, will the government announce that it respects our democratic choices and won't challenge them in court? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc for his question. It's true, I'm a member from Toronto, and I was born in Alberta. But I do want to sincerely say to Bloc members and to all Quebecers that our government is working closely with the government of Quebec and the municipalities in Quebec, and even with Bloc members, to support Quebecers. Don't try to pick a fight between us and Quebec City, please.
Mr. Burnaby.
Today, there are more than 2,007 COVID cases in Quebec alone, even with new restrictions to avoid the spread. This suggests that people, once again, will lose their jobs. But this time, there's nothing to support them. No CERB, no CRB, no wage subsidy for small businesses. How can this government cut this urgent assistance when we're facing what could be the worst part of the pandemic? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to sincerely thank my colleague for his question, because I truly believe that COVID is the most serious issue we face today. And that's why I hope all members will support Bill C-2. That bill will create the support people need and companies need in case there's another lockdown, precisely because we agree with the NDP member that those supports are necessary. So I hope all members will vote in favor of Bill C-2. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Cases are increasing everywhere, and people are already gearing up for a reduced limit of people in stores and restaurants to limit the spread. This means people will once again be out of work. Except for this time, there is nothing to help them. No CERB for workers, no wage subsidy for small businesses. How can this government cut help for people when we're up against possibly the worst of this pandemic?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would really like to thank the member opposite for that important question. I think that COVID is the greatest challenge facing Canada today, and that's why I focused on it in the economic and fiscal update. And I agree with him that we need to have support measures in place for people in businesses in the event of additional lockdowns. That's why I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-2. It would create precisely those tools. We need them. I really hope all members will support this bill.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess it's Throwback Thursday. The Silence of the Lambs and the Beauty and the Beast were on the big screen. Bryan Adams' I Do It For You topped the charts. Mushroom cuts were in vogue, and the World Wide Web was first introduced to the public. That was the last time inflation was this high. That was 30 years ago. When will the Prime Minister realize that his disastrous policies are to blame for our record-breaking inflation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's ignore conservative scaremongering and look at the global facts. In the U.S., November inflation was 6.8%, an increase from October. In Germany, November inflation was 6%, an increase from October. In the UK, November inflation 5.1%, an increase from October. Meanwhile, in Canada, inflation is lower. than in all of these countries and did not increase from October to November.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian families are already being pushed to the limit and are having a hard time making ends meet. Inflation is at 4.7%, the highest level since 1991, and the Prime Minister doesn't consider monetary policy a priority. When will the Prime Minister take the time to think about monetary policy? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the cost of living is a challenge. But I'm not hearing a lot of solutions coming from the Conservatives. So let me suggest one. Let's support all Canadians working in tourism. Let's support all workers who work in restaurants. And let's support all of the hardest hit companies in Canada by supporting Bill C-2.
For Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
While working Canadians struggle to make ends meet, the Finance Minister continues to mislead Canadians by arguing that our economy is strong. That may be the case for some, but the conversations around the kitchen tables in rural Canada tell a very different story.
That's right.
Bills are piling up and credit cards are maxed. Just inflation has Canadians at their breaking point financially and emotionally. When will this government take bold action to strengthen the economy and combat inflation instead of repeating tired, old talking points?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that to pay your bills, the single most important thing is to have a job or to keep your business afloat. And that's why when COVID hit, we took immediate action. We have recovered every single one of the 3 million lost jobs and more. And fewer businesses have gone bankrupt over the past year than in the year before COVID. Conservative austerity would have devastated the lives of millions of Canadians. We are proud to have acted decisively to save jobs and businesses. That's how you make life affordable, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure how that member is talking about making life affordable. Regardless, a job doesn't keep people from being hungry. 1 in 8 people who visit food banks are employed. The growing costs of housing, rent, and grocery prices are affecting those struggling the most to make ends meet, particularly single parents. Over 30% of visitors at food banks in Canada are children. This is wrong, this is heartbreaking, and it needs to change now. When will these Liberals stop the just inflation crisis, which is hurting our most precious commodity, our children?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take the Conservatives seriously when...
We had a little bit of a glitch there. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to take the Conservatives seriously that they care about single parents or children when they voted against the Canada Child Benefit. It's hard to take them seriously when they campaigned on getting rid of the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system.
I'm sorry. I missed the whole. I missed the whole answer. I'm going to ask the Minister to repeat right from the start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's very difficult to take the Conservatives seriously that they care about single parents and children when they voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which helped lift 400,000 Canadian children out of poverty. It's hard to take them seriously when they campaigned against getting rid of the Canada Early Learning and Childcare System. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we are making a difference. Families right across this country are going to see a 50% reduction in fees as of January, right through the end of this year, and that is going to help them with the cost of living, and it's going to make sure our kids get the very best possible start in life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The The honourable member for Regina Levan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we gave this government an opportunity to do the right thing by Saskatchewan and remove a long-standing tax exemption in our Constitution. Rather than do the right thing and ensure that a large profitable corporation pays their share of taxes, the Liberals decided to block our attempts to stand up for Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Justice, can we work together to ensure that the people of Saskatchewan aren't left paying the bill for a sweetheart deal that was made over 150 years ago, or will the Liberals continue to ignore my province?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and his concern on the issue. Mr. Speaker, we have agreed as a government to a take-note debate on this in February. Our objection yesterday, Mr. Speaker, was on the fact that one does not make a constitutional amendment on a UC motion without ever having discussed it or debated at any forum in this House, Mr. Speaker. We respect Saskatchewan. We will do that take-note debate, and we will act accordingly.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, farmers depend on effective rail service. They can't get paid for their hard work if they can't ship their crops to market. Now, a foreign hedge fund has started a campaign to take over the board of CN Rail with a plan to make service cuts to maximize profits for shareholders. Farmers know what happens when service is cut back in the interest of shareholders. Terminals can't get cars to load, and ships sit empty waiting. When will the government take action to protect farmers, ensure healthy competition, and reliable rail service?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to advocate for efficient and safe rail service. The fluidity and reliability of our supply chain is critical to our economy. I've been hearing about this ongoing situation with CN in the media and also in popular podcasts. CN is responsible for its own leadership decision, but let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, and assure my honourable colleague, that our government will take action to continue to protect the interest of Canadians, the safety and reliability of our rail network to ensure fluid supply chains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the economic update isn't exactly historic, but it does say a lot about the Prime Minister's priorities. At the heart of this document is the promise of a fight with Quebec and the provinces over health care. 5 days after all the premiers demanded a meeting to negotiate an increase in funding, this Prime Minister announces that he will not agree to a single penny more until 2027. Why is the government picking a fight when everyone should be united in supporting our healthcare workers against Omicron?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this question. Instead of picking a fight, on the contrary, we're working in a cooperative fashion and have been over the past 21 months. I had another meeting with all my provincial counterparts, the health ministers, just last night, and it's important now to work together to avoid the looming crisis with the Omicron variant. We all agree on the importance of accelerating booster shots and making sure that rapid tests are available to people who need them. We're going to continue telling people that they have to follow public health guidelines because we want Canada to have the soundest system in the world to get through this wave. The honourable member for Jonquière. Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Speaker, recent developments are a stark reminder that we're still in a health crisis while our healthcare system is still overwhelmed. And yet this week, despite Quebec's announcement of new restrictions due to fears of the Omicron variant, despite Ottawa's recommendation to cancel travel plans, despite the fact that the Liberal Party has placed itself on telework, despite all that, the government presented an economic update in which it still refuses to increase health transfers before 2027. Is there anyone on the other side who can explain that to me? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague gives me the opportunity to remind everyone of two very important things: solidarity and the importance of federalism in recent months. Without the cooperation of all levels of government, we would have had thousands of additional deaths. we would have suffered much greater economic losses, and the health and safety of millions of Canadians would have been further imperiled. So I'd like to thank everyone for their outstanding cooperativeness, and it shows that the more we work together, the stronger we are and the further we will go. The honourable member for Jonquière. Oh, well, that was impassioned. Mr. Speaker, no one's questioning the government's spending during the pandemic. The problem is that before the pandemic, they cut their share of healthcare funding year after year. Today, they're saying they're going to start cutting their share again, all the way until 2027. The feds weren't doing their share yesterday, and now they're confirming they won't be doing their share tomorrow. This confirms they've learned no lessons from COVID, not even from exhausted healthcare personnel. It's exasperating, Mr. Speaker. How is it possible to be so insensitive to the reality in our healthcare facilities? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Bloc should just take a second and acknowledge how much Canada stepped up for Quebec. And they should recognize that we can work together, all with the federal government, with all the provinces. 8 out of $10 in spending in the pandemic were spent there. We've always been there for vaccines, rapid tests, PPE. We've always worked with Quebec, but it hurts the Bloc too much to recognize that because all they want is squabble, squabble, squabble.
Yesterday, we learned that housing inflation hit a record 25%. Bloomberg says we have the second biggest housing bubble in the world. But where's the money coming from? After all, the wages with which Canadians buy housing are down in real terms. The number of immigrants are also down. So to the Minister of Finance, if the number of people and the amount of wages needed to buy homes are down, and yet house prices are up, where is the money coming from?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Proud to be part of a government that has brought federal leadership back into the housing sector. We've invested over $27 billion since coming into office, brought in the National Housing Strategy, and brought in measures to help Canadians with housing supply, with access to affordable housing, with rent supports, and so on. But when the Conservatives had the opportunity to do the right thing last night by voting in a tax against foreign home buyers, they voted against it. So, Mr. Speaker, they have no credibility on this issue.
Well done. Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the Finance Minister has gone into hiding on this housing inflation question. Her officials tell Globe and Mail that she's been skipping her briefings, so perhaps she didn't have the answer. But I'll ask it again. Housing price inflation hit a record 25%.
Yeah.
Even though the wages with which Canadians buy housing is down, the GDP is still down from 2019 levels. So given that we have less wealth with which to buy housing, where is the money coming from?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we respect Canadians and we respect that Canadians need help with the high cost of living. Unfortunately, the member from Carleton refers to support for childcare as a slush fund for families. Mr. Speaker, that's offensive to families, it's offensive to children, and it's offensive to dealing with the very real high costs of living that Canadians are facing. But on this side of the House, we're going to be there to support Canadians, support families, and make sure they have the tools and the resources they need for success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Carleton.
Well, I referred to their $100 billion of new and unnecessary spending as a slush fund. That is $6,600 in new costs for every single family in Canada. Wow. And we know those families can't afford to pay it, even if the finance minister isn't hiding from this question. The reality is house prices are up 25%, the worst housing inflation on record and the second worst housing bubble in the world. So with wages actually down, meaning the money with which people buy houses has dropped, where is the money coming from?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
I would appreciate if the member from Carleton would apologize to hardworking families for saying that support for childcare is akin to a slush fund, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to hear the answer, and it's just too much noise in here. And the honourable member for Carleton wants to hear what the response is. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it is on this side of the House that we understand that there is a high cost of living, and that is specifically why we are helping hardworking families with the high costs of childcare. It is specifically why we are helping hardworking families to access more affordable housing and housing affordability. Unfortunately, the members of opposite just don't get it and aren't proposing anything that would actually help Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 4 years ago, the federal government promised funding for the LGBTQ Community Capacity Fund to help make up for decades of systemic discrimination. But it will run out of funding this March. This government can't expect to repair harm and discrimination with only one round of grants. They must keep their promise. Will the Liberals give the 2S LGBTQI community the long-term, stable financial support we need?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. We, as a government, have always stood up for the right of the LGBTQ2 community domestically and abroad. We always consult with the community on ways to increase the capacity of community organizations, including in the LGBTQ2 community, to serve more Canadians and to serve fellow community members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to falling short on funding capacity building for 2S LGBTQI organizations in Canada, the Liberals are also failing to do their part to defend our rights abroad. This in an increasingly dangerous world where in countries like Afghanistan, being queer is now literally a death sentence. One simple and effective step that community advocates and New Democrats have been calling for since 2015 would be the appointment of a Canadian Special Envoy for LGBTQ rights. Will the government act now in this time of crisis in places like Afghanistan and appoint a Canadian Special Envoy to help advance and protect LGBTQ rights around the world?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for what is a very important question. In my former position as Minister of International Development, I was very pleased to be able to work with him and advocates around this country and around the world to ensure that Canada was playing its part to protect and support the LGBTQ2+ community right around the world. We know that there are so many places around the world where it is not safe to be who you are and to love who you are. And I am very pleased to continue to do this work and to ensure that we are providing that support, that protection here at home and right around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, last year our government launched its first ever Black entrepreneurship program to help Black Canadian business owners and entrepreneurs. Yesterday, we took another step in supporting Black Canadians as we made an announcement about the Black Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub component of the program. Could the Minister of Small Business and Economic Development inform the House on how the Knowledge Hub will benefit and empower Black entrepreneurs and business owners across the country? And I also would like to take this moment to wish her a happy birthday.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government firmly believes in creating a strong and more inclusive economy. I was very proud to announce this week the establishment of the Black Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, a partnership between Carleton University and the Dream Legacy Foundation. Once operational, the Knowledge Hub will conduct research and collect data on Black entrepreneurship in Canada and identify barriers to success as well as opportunities to help Black Canadian business owners grow their business. We're excited and we're looking forward to the outcome and the great work that the Knowledge Hub is going to be doing.
Abbotsford.
Canada must say no to Huawei. Yesterday, the Washington Post reported that Huawei is promoting facial and voice recognition software that helps them track shoppers helps them monitor political dissidents and manage re-education camps? This is appalling. Yet while Canada's most trusted allies are banning Huawei from their networks, our government refuses to act. So again to the minister, when will the minister say no way to Huawei?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for the question. He knows that one of the priority of this government is to keep our network safe, Mr. Speaker. We know that the network is one of the most critical infrastructure for now and for generations to come. And an experienced member like him would understand that when you're taking a decision like that, the lens which you look at that is national security, Mr. Speaker. We understand that on this side of the House. I wish colleagues would understand as well. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
3 years this government promised to have a decision within a few weeks. Our own intelligence agencies have warned this Prime Minister against allowing Huawei into our 5G networks. Turns out they were right. For years, Huawei denied that it was a tool of the communist regime in Beijing. Now we have evidence that the company is deeply implicated in designing surveillance tools to keep track of millions, if not billions, of people around the world. Is that acceptable to this minister? And will he make a decision on Huawei before the year end? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for what is a very important question, because he is a very senior member on the other side of the aisle. He understands these issues, Mr. Speaker. Like Canadians are watching, they understand. Very senior.
I'll let the minister continue.
Yes or no, Minister?
So we can. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for making sure I can continue to explain to my esteemed colleague the importance of the network in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians were watching. We're just before Christmas. They're watching this question period, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure. One thing that they understand is that we on this side of the aisle, we understand what national security is about, and we will make the right decision for this generation and future generation.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, how much more evidence does the Prime Minister need to ban Huawei? This week, the Washington Post reported that Huawei was marketing its technologies to governments on the basis that it can identify individuals by voice and monitor political individuals of interest. The Prime Minister knows that under the Chinese Communist regime, companies must share information with the government if necessary. By using that technology in Canada, that means that Canadian information would be placed at the disposal of the Chinese Communist government. Will the Prime Minister commit to making a decision on Huawei by the end of the year? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Mr. Speaker, he is familiar with issues of national security. Therefore, he will understand that when it comes to the telecom network, Mr. Speaker, we know how important the network is, both today and for coming generations. My colleague understands that. Quebecers and Canadians watching us throughout the country today know that this government takes national security seriously. Mr. Speaker, we will make the best decision in the interest of Canada. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I care about national security issues. And when it comes to the Five Eyes group, 4 out of 5 decided to ban Huawei because it's a threat. Why can't Canada realize that it should do the same thing? It shouldn't allow Huawei for 5G, especially based on the evidence that we saw in the Washington Post this week. Huawei is using the information to spy on citizens, and it can send that information to the Chinese Communist Party. When will the Prime Minister make a decision? Will it be by the end of the year? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Canadians watching us today before Christmas understand the importance of the telecommunications network. I greatly respect my colleague. He he very well understands the importance of national security, and so I am sure that he wants us to make the very best decision in the interest of Canadians, placing national security above other concerns, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to COVID-19, science is clear. Globally, no one is safe until everyone is safe. We are dealing with new variants that have emerged in countries with overly low vaccination levels due to a lack of resources. This is not rocket science. We need to waive patents for vaccines so that developing countries can procure and produce them. Ottawa should also support logistic support when necessary. Will this government put pressure on government and industry?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue de poser cette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. This is one of the tools we are considering, but right now, we need to focus on double and triple vaccination for eligible Canadians. We know that a severe Omicron wave is starting. Internationally, we have already promised 200 million vaccine doses to be delivered by the end of 2022, as well as a $2.5 billion commitment to developing countries to help them administer these vaccines as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't seem to understand that variants are developing because there is a lack of vaccination throughout the world. Currently, negotiations are stalled regarding vaccine patent waivers in developing countries. Canada's passivity is endangering entire populations, and it is making these countries an involuntary potential source of variants instead of enabling them to produce vaccines that would increase the vaccination level of the entire world. Will this government commit to putting pressure on the international stage, specifically at the WTO, so that rich countries and their pharma companies can finally waive these patents?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that really important question, and let me just be very clear. Our government has always been and will always be a strong advocate for vaccine equity. Canada is taking leadership at the WTO to work with the international community to making sure that the global trading system contributes to remove...
One moment, I believe we have l'honorable député de la Prairie.
On n'entend pas la traduction en français, Monsieur le Président. Je suis désolé.
French interpretation is not currently audible. The Honourable Minister will start over.
Through, oui, ça fonctionne. So if the Honourable Minister can start over again so that they can be heard in both official languages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague for that really important question. And let me be clear that our government has always been and will always be a strong advocate for equity in vaccine to everywhere around the world. Canada is taking leadership at the WTO, working with the international community to make sure that the global trading system can contribute to removing barriers to vaccine access. I just had a meeting with Ottawa Group members this morning. We're advancing issues like it includes IP, but it actually also includes supply chain, production, export restrictions. Our government's going to continue doing this very important work with the international community.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of speaking to a grade 10 civics class this morning in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. So I asked for their feedback on Bill C-5. They'd like to know if the government is willing to amend the bill and keep mandatory minimums for 1. Extortion with a firearm, 2. Importing and exporting or possession of drugs for the purpose of exporting, and 3. The production of hard drugs, i.e. heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, and crystal meth. In their opinion, these serious crimes make sense with mandatory minimums. If these kids get it, why doesn't the government?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, what this government does get is that mandatory minimum penalties have been an abject failure in all regards. They don't work. They don't work to increase or decrease criminality. They don't work to decrease recidivism. And all they do is clog up the criminal justice system, cause delays, and have a serious disproportionate impact on systemic racism. Mr. Speaker, serious crimes in our system will always carry serious consequences. All of the crimes named where the situation is serious will carry a serious maximum sentence.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to the Public Health Agency of Canada, the supply of fentanyl is a key factor in their just-released projections of the rising number of opioid-related deaths that Canadians should expect to see over the next 6 months. At the very same time, this Liberal government is trying to eliminate jail time for the very people charged with producing, importing, and trafficking fentanyl. Can the Minister of Justice tell Canadians why his government is trying to make life easier for the drug producers and traffickers fueling the opioid crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I would ask the opposition to stop misleading Canadians. Serious drug traffickers, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks for letting us know.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, people charged with serious drug crimes, with trafficking, with importing, Mr. Speaker, will always face serious consequences in our criminal justice system. That is simply the case. All the minimum mandatory penalties do, Mr. Speaker, is clog up the system, is increase systemic racism and the impact of systemic racism within the system. Mr. Speaker, the statistics show that the opposition's policy of tough on crime is an abject failure, and we're going to move beyond it and treat health problems as health problems and criminal justice problems as criminal justice problems.
For Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, they're doing just the opposite. 4,000 opioid-related deaths by June. That's the projection just announced yesterday by this government's own agency. That's not just a number. That's 4,000 Canadians who have families, friends, and plans for the future. The opioid crisis has affected the communities of every single member of this House. Will this government finally consider the victims of this crisis over their efforts to eliminate jail time for the criminals importing, producing, and trafficking these deadly drugs?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for asking this very important question. He is right. The opioid crisis is a terrible crisis. On average, about 20 people die of it every day. So that's why we need to do things that take into account all sorts of measures that are going to be helpful and save lives. We are putting into place, in collaboration with provinces and territories and municipalities, measures to reduce harm, reduce risk, provide safe provision, safe access to safe drugs, work that we also work with provinces and territories to make sure that they have access to services.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Monsieur le Président, les électeurs de ma circonscription.
Mr. Speaker, voters in my riding in Vancouver Granville have felt the effects of COVID-19 in all aspects of their lives. But thanks to this government's prudent fiscal management, we are seeing strong economic recovery. Can the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance tell this House about some of the measures included in the last economic statement, which will continue to buttress the recovery? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. What we have learned over the last 21 months is that the most important economic policy is a solid health policy. In the economic and fiscal update, I announced $2 billion to buy therapeutics for COVID-19, $1.7 billion for rapid tests, $7.3 billion to buy booster doses. That is what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, Veterans Affairs Canada is cutting caseworkers in March, despite veterans and their families waiting up to 2 years for the benefits that they're entitled to. Last year alone, their department left over $635 million totally unspent. This is not helping veterans. When will this government take action and address the veterans' care crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern. As she's well aware, we have made a number of investments in Veterans Affairs, and we have hired over 400 caseworkers. And as been indicated in our platform, we will make more.
I'm going to ask the minister if he's got a headset handy, if he could use it. I'm sorry.
I do not.
I'm sorry, if the honourable minister has a headset handy, if he can use that for the answer. Doesn't have one? Okay, the honourable government House Leader. Just
Mr.
one
Speaker,
moment.
On this side of the House, we know how important it is to invest in veterans. That's why we reversed the cuts that we saw in veterans' offices right across this country as we watched the essential services that veterans were getting be cut. And
one moment, I believe the interpretation has stopped, so I'll ask the Honourable Government House Leader. As it started again, est-ce que l'interprétation a commencé? It started again, we're good. I'll let the Government House Leader start from the beginning and answer that question, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Dans cette côté, on comprend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we understand the service of our veterans, and we know that some need help. It's unfortunate that cuts have been made to their services.
French for cuts, but I'll tell you something. What was done to our veterans was absolutely unacceptable. We are going to be there for our veterans every step of the way, making sure that we restore those cuts and support them.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture signed an agreement with Quebec in August in order to increase the rate of temporary foreign workers in agri-food from 10 to 20%. Unfortunately, nothing has happened since then. Excel d'Or, the biggest poultry slaughterhouse in Quebec, is lacking up to 300 workers, which means that chickens are being culled. They're being sacrificed, as is producers' income. A question for the Minister. When will the 20% rate be applied in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to reassure my colleague. The agreement with Quebec was signed last summer. It was a first step. Quebec is working with the unions as requested. Having done that, it spoke to the Minister of Labour, which accepted the request. So the procedure is underway. And I'm looking forward to the time when our agri-food companies can take advantage of this opportunity to hire up to 20% temporary foreign workers. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're hearing a lot about procedures and processes, but Sébastien Charrois, a poultry producer in my riding, is at the end of his rope. He can't find anyone to transport chickens from his farm to the slaughterhouse because these transportation companies can't get temporary foreign workers on time. So I have a simple question. Tens of thousands of chickens might be culled as a result of this. What will this government do in order to fix the situation and ensure that temporary foreign workers can put an end to this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our temporary foreign workers programs are extremely important, especially for the agri-food and agricultural industry. In collaboration with the Ministers of Labour and Immigration, we are working hard to move forward in a reform of the system. We want to recognize good employers, which is the vast majority of employers in the agricultural sector. We want to speed up the process and increase the rate of temporary foreign workers in these companies. Thank you.
Agent Court. For a Scarborough Agent Court. honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, since my motion 103 in 2017, we've changed the conversation so that no federal leader can ever pretend that Islamophobia is not a threat. We've made progress since then, including a national summit earlier this year, but as long as Muslim Canadians fear for their safety in the workplace or walking down the street, we have to do more. Can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House what the government is doing to continue combating Islamophobia in Canada?
Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, Islamophobia is real and a troubling fact. That is why earlier this past summer, we held a national summit on Islamophobia to hear directly from community members about their lived experiences, but also taking concrete steps on how we can assist them further. I'm pleased to inform the honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, that we will take further action, including dedicated resources to tackle Islamophobia and working with Muslim Canadians on the appointment of a special representative to tackle Islamophobia. On this side of the House, we will continue to fight hatred in Canada to keep communities safe, Mrs. Speaker.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, seniors across this country who had their GIS cut off can't afford food, medicine, heat, rent. Some of them are already homeless, and some of them are at risk to be homeless soon. For months, the NDP asked this government to fix the problem. Finally, there was an announcement that gave seniors across this country hope for a one-time payment. Sadly, today we found out that payment isn't coming till May. This government should be ashamed. Seniors are losing everything, and they are doing nothing. When will the Prime Minister stop turning his back on the seniors of this country?
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, since day one, our government has prioritized being there for the most vulnerable. For low-income seniors with the greatest need, Mr. Speaker, we have increased the OAS and GIS. Mr. Speaker, we know during the pandemic, working seniors needed income support, and they shouldn't be penalized for it now. That's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is making a major investment through a one-time payment for seniors who have had their benefits affected. Mr. Speaker, seniors can be rest assured we will always be there for them.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2015, the Liberals promised to end all boil water advisories in First Nation communities within 5 years. Yet today, 42 advisories remain in 30 communities. A recent Parliamentary Budget Officer report calls out a significant gap. 138 million more is needed in annual operating spending. When will the government allocate the resources necessary to fulfill their 2015 promise and ensure that every First Nation community has what every person in Canada deserves, access to clean drinking water?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I can reassure you that this government has every intention of working hand in glove with Indigenous communities to raise all long-term boil water advisories. And Mr. Speaker, our work is paying off. In fact, 74% of long-term boil water advisories have been lifted since we've been in government. In fact, we have another 16% of long-term boil water advisories under construction. And Mr. Speaker, we won't rest until we get this done.
That's all the time we have for question period today, and we have a point of order. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We all recognize the fact that a lot of people are now on a hybrid system, and we do respect that, and there is no problem with that. But when there is a problem, when the minister or anyone else doesn't have the headset, time is running out. The minister of les Anciens Combattants spoke during 14 seconds, when finally recognized that he has not the headset correctly. And then my honourable counterpart, with very efficient speech, I do recognize that, spoke for 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. When the time is running out, the time is running out for everybody. Thank you.
If I may respond to that, the problem was not the minister, that was part of it, but we had technical difficulties with the translation. And it's too bad that the technical area did not work, and that's where we extended it. The Speaker used his judgment. He wanted to make sure that a complete answer got out, not a broken pieces. That was my problem or my issue. I'm sorry, not everyone agrees with it. the Honourable Government House Leader is getting up on a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me state that this problem was created on our side. I offer a sincere apology to the House. We will endeavour to ensure that all members do have their appropriate headsets. My apologies that we caused this disruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, on the same point of order, I note that the whip seemed to have impaired one of his ministers from answering a question who was not here in person. The Minister of Finance was deprived of the chance to answer housing inflation questions, and I think that it's inappropriate for the whip.
I believe the honourable minister was here in person virtually. That counts. We're not to comment on people's whether they're in the House, and technically, by all reasons, she was in the House. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach is rising on asking for a point of order. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations with the other parties, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following important motion. That the House call upon the government to use all available tools to fight against Islamophobia, starting with the designation of a special envoy to monitor and combat Islamophobia.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Un appel au règlement.
A point of order.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation with the other parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House administration and the federal government take measures to ensure that starting January 31st, 2022, the masks distributed on Parliament Hill and in various federal departments and organizations be provided by domestic suppliers who make PPE. All those opposed to the motion, or rather to the honourable member moving the motion, will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
I want to order. I want to make point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the last motion, but I do want to suggest in the future you leave sufficient time between the question being read out for the translation to complete itself before seeing if there are any nays, because the response was called before the translation was completed in one case. Thank you.
I will do that. That's a good point. I appreciate the critical or the help. Thank you. Now, we have another point of order. The Honourable Government Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just simply want to draw to the Chair's attention that in calling for unanimous consent moments ago, I don't know if the Speaker had the opportunity to hear everyone in the House.
I didn't hear anything negative. I paused and listened, but I want to point out that if there order. I know it's almost Christmas and everybody's excited, but please calm down, or Santa Claus is going to bring you a lump of coal. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I believe that in the confusion of what was going on and the amount of heckling that was coming, perhaps you didn't hear it. There was definitely a negative from this side, and I think that we were just taken back and surprised by the manner in which it was passed.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Let me be clear. Yes, I do recognize that sometimes there could be some heckling from that side. I do recognize that. But in that specific situation, Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear, let me be very serious, please. We're talking about a real serious issue here. we're talking about Islamophobia. Everybody was listening carefully. So what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, that's coming from the side of the government.
Yes.
Maybe they regret their choice, but they did it.
The Honourable The Honourable Member for La Prairie on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the point of order. I think we're a bit confused. I understand the government was slow to react to the motion moved by the member for Beauport-Limoilou, but they did have enough time to react. And if they're that slow, well, that's their tough. And they had the time to pass the motion or not, and it was passed, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
And all I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that they're doing it right now while I'm trying to make a point of order. This is my point. All I'm trying to say is that there was a reaction. They're suggesting that there wasn't. There was. Now, if they didn't hear it or you didn't hear it, that's one thing. But I'm just trying to provide you. And I certainly don't appreciate the House Leader of the Opposition accusing me of lying when I got up and spoke earlier and told you what had happened.
If I can speak to that just for a second, and then we'll see if there's still a point of order. When we ask for a reaction, I need a clear yay or nay. In this point, there's nays because I just wanted to hear something. I didn't hear anything, therefore it got passed. That is the ruling. The member has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member from Kingston and the Islands owes an apology to this House. It is long practice in this House that the decisions of this chair are not challenged. You cannot challenge the decisions of the Speaker of this House, and that is exactly what the member from Kingston Islands was doing, and he should apologize.
I believe it was just trying to clarify what had happened. It wasn't what I had heard or what anyone else heard, so we'll just leave it at that and move on if that's okay. On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly was not challenging your ruling. I was trying to let you know what my observations in the House were.
You took it, so let's leave it at that and move on. Now, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston this morning asked a question or brought a point of order, and it was a good one. I want to make a statement regarding the length of explanations made by members during the rubric introduction of private members' bills during routine proceedings. After points of order raised earlier today by members for Kingston and the Islands and Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, I took to return to the House on this matter. Il est permis aux députés.
When introducing a private member's bill, a member is permitted to give an explanation outlining the purpose of the bill. The explanation must be succinct and not enter into debate.
For the benefit of members, footnote 80 in the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 1130, states, and I quote, a succinct explanation, if I can get everyone to listen to this, a succinct explanation has traditionally been interpreted to mean 30 to 60 seconds, unquote. The chair wants to remind members to keep their explanations within that time frame. I want all members to remember this, and I appreciate their cooperation. Now, before continuing, I know there's excitement in wanting to go. I just want to take this opportunity to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and all the best of the New Year. J'aimerais vous souhaiter tous.
I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and best wishes for the New Year. Thank you.
Grazie.
Now, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent has a weekly question, the Thursday question. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. it's probable that soon we will all be returning to our ridings to keep working very hard on behalf of all Canadians. But we'll be doing that in our ridings.
The opportunity to thank everybody who work for the best democratic system in the world, our system, our parliamentary system. And Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We cannot have some fight without the support of everybody here, and especially those who work for the House of Commons. Nous voulons remercier.
We'd like to thank everyone from the bottom of our hearts, those who enable us to do our work here in the House. And we do our job sometimes ferociously, but that's the beauty of parliamentary democracy in Canada, and we will always fight to protect it. I'd like to thank all members on both sides of the House for the privilege we have to debate here, and I'd like to thank everyone in our ridings who helps us, all our constituency staff who help us in our direct contacts with our constituents. Eric, for example, in my riding office. And on this Thursday, I'd like to ask my government counterpart what the program will be for the coming hours and days. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thanks very much for the comments from my colleague opposite. I fully agree. A big thank you to all the work done by everyone who works here.
Really difficult thing, particularly during a pandemic, to provide the support that we have seen. And I really want to take that opportunity to thank the clerks of the House, Mr. Charles Robert, his wonderful team of clerks in every branch of service of the administration of the House of Commons, including the Parliamentary Protective Services and the pages, who help us so much in our work, and particularly during these particularly challenging times. Mr. Speaker, I also want to wish you and your family, and indeed all members, a very Merry Christmas and happy holidays and a new year. I hope that all members are able to spend time with their families and have that time be both safe and healthy in these very challenging times. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, in response to the question posed to my honourable colleague, and let me say this as well, that I think that we've demonstrated over the last 4 weeks with my honourable colleague across the way, my counterpart with the Conservatives, my counterpart with the Bloc Québécois, and my counterpart with the Democrats, a wonderful spirit of cooperation. I think we've been able to get a lot done on behalf of Canadians. I want to thank them, and through them to their caucuses for a very productive last 4 weeks. And further to that, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, further to that, this afternoon we will continue our work on Bill C2, an act to provide further assistance in response to COVID-19, and C3, which provide workers in federally regulated sectors with 10 days paid sick leave and make it an offense to intimidate or prevent patients from seeking care. Further, Mr. Speaker, I will advise that in February the government will propose a take-note debate on the proposed Saskatchewan constitutional amendment. And I would also, Mr. Speaker, like to table in both official languages an amendment to Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding any any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19, as amended, be deemed concurred in at the report stage, that the motion for third reading of the bill be deemed moved and seconded, and that the House proceed immediately to a recorded division on the motion for third reading.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Accordingly, en conséquence,
Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the taking of the recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C2.
Call in the members. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
An act to provide further support in response to COVID-19 be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Laboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Garrett.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Monsieur Abul Taif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Idlaut.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote est...
I wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting has ended.
Sorry. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, malheureusement.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I had some problems, and the IT service suggested that I raise my hand, and so I'm saying that I would like to vote in favor of the bill.
Chris Poole, 4.
Ms. Sidhu?
Mr. Speaker, I have a technical difficulty with my app. I would like to record a vote in favor.
Brampton East. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Speaker, the 3D app didn't recognize my face, so I'm voting for.
We recognize your face, Mr. Boissonneau. Thank you. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 190, 186. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried.
Reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
No, Mr. Holland. Okay, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think that you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Canada Labour Code, shall be disposed of as follows. 1, Mr. Speaker, the bill as amended be deemed to have been concurred in at the report stage with the further amendments contained in the document tabled earlier today. Number 2, the bill be immediately considered at third reading stage. Number 3, when the bill is taken up at third reading stage, a member of each recognized party be allowed to speak for not more than 10 minutes each, following by 5 minutes for questions and comments, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill shall be deemed read a third time and pass. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the law clerk and parliamentary counsel be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections to the bill as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. And 5, after the completion of proceedings on the bill, the House shall stand adjourned until Monday, January 31st, 2022, provided that, for the purposes of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have been adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28 and deemed to have sat on Friday, December 17th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu les...
The House...
Oppose à la motion veut bien dire non.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed will please say nay. Carried.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the third reading stage of Bill C3. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves that Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, be now read a third time and do pass. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply grateful by the leadership shown in this House today. All parties supported C3 at second reading. All parties supported C3 at committee. And all parties are now supporting the passage of C3 with reasoned amendments from the opposition. I want to recognize my opposition critics, the members from Parry Sound Muskoka, the member from Rosemont La Petite Patrie, and the member from Trèze de Blainville. We worked with urgency and with openness. I want to thank the members of HoC and for taking up this bill with the swiftness that it deserved and giving it due and reasoned consideration. And I also want to recognize the House leaders for their work, as well as the Minister of Justice. I want to recognize all the officials who worked diligently on this legislation. The
pandemic has shown us that many workers don't have access to paid sick leave.
One should have to choose between staying home when they are sick or being able to afford rent and groceries.
We are proposing changes to the Canada Labour Code in order to provide all workers in the private sector under federally regulated jurisdiction 10 days of paid sick leave. We are working in cooperation with the provinces and territories and other interested stakeholders to come up with an action plan in order to legislate sick leave all across the country.
Approximately 955,000 employees, approximately 6% of all Canadian employees, working for 18,500 employers in federally regulated industries. In 2019, about 582,700 employees, representing 63.3% of all employees employed in federally regulated industries, had access to fewer than 10 days of paid sick leave to treat a personal illness or injury. Statistics from 2019 show that Canadian workers took an average of 8.5 days of leave for illness and issues related to a disability. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as a government, we moved quickly and urgently on this bill, and parliamentarians of all parties and in both chambers have done the same. The last 2 years have shown us the cost of what further inaction would be. People forced to choose between going into work sick and risk spreading the virus to others and being able to afford groceries or rent. Productivity loss, quarantine, shutdowns, lockdowns. The cost of inaction is too great. But beyond the current pandemic, C3 would put in place an enduring protection for workers in this country. Madam Speaker, I will speak briefly to the amendments, both those made at HoC and those made today here in this House. No medical certificate would be required for 5 days or less of paid sick leave. Requiring a medical certificate for each day of paid sick leave taken would have been too much of a barrier to access. I heard that at both the House and Senate committees undertaking this bill. And an Ipsos poll that was taken just before the pandemic showed that 82% of Canadians would rather go to work sick than obtain a medical certificate. Workers would earn 10 days of paid sick leave throughout the year, but would have 3 days after the first 30 days of continuous work. This is something that we heard again in committee, both in the House and Senate, and we deemed it important to provide. Finally, Madam Speaker, anyone experiencing the loss of an immediate family member can feel shock and grief in addition to having their well-being and effectiveness at work impacted. Bill C3 now includes 10 days of leave for the loss of an immediate family member. Thank you. The loss of a child is devastating. It is a devastation no one should know, Madam Speaker. There is an amendment to C3 to provide 8 weeks of leave for parents who are confronted with this unspeakable tragedy. Our government took steps to ensure that when workers experience such a tragic event, there are supports now in place. There's a lot more work to do. We must continue to move with speed to implement this legislation. We must move both with speed and with accuracy. This has to be done right, but it has to be done quickly. The pandemic, Madam Speaker, is relentless, but so are Canadians, and so are members of this House. We will engage urgently with stakeholders to do the necessary work to ensure workers in Canada have access to paid sick leave as soon as possible. And as has been the case with workers and workers' issues throughout Canada's history, no one has been as effective or shone a clearer light on the importance of this topic than organized labor and Canada's unions. I want to specifically thank those groups, whether they be provincial labor federations, individual members of a local or national union leaders, for the work that they did to make this idea a reality. I would also touch on the proposed criminal code offenses and those amendments that would target intimidation and obstruction of health services. It was made clear that it is not an offense where people attend or approach a healthcare facility simply to communicate information, and that they do so peacefully. Madam Speaker, we have all seen the necessity of those criminal code amendments. I will close with two observations, Madam Speaker. One came very early on in my time as Labour Minister when meeting with frontline workers. Someone said to me, "Stop calling us heroes and start treating us like human beings." The other is a quote from Jim Stamford, the economist, who wrote in the Globe Mail just earlier this month. "It would be reckless and short-sighted to return to a pre-COVID normal that compelled sick workers to show up regardless of the risk to others." Members of this House said today unanimously that they agree. Madam Speaker, the government and this House have met the moment. This legislation will be a permanent support for workers, and it will help us fight. Indeed, it will help us finish the fight against this pandemic. To all the members of this House who have supported this legislation, to all those who have worked so hard to find a reasonable and honorable way forward, I thank you. I thank you all. The message that you have sent to Canadian workers and to Canadians generally about how serious we take the fight against this pandemic is written in your vote. Unanimous. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Parry Sound? No. Yes?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't actually intending to ask a question. I was just very happy to stand and applaud the minister's lovely speech. I'm very pleased, obviously, at the result here and that we have worked so well together, and maybe give the minister another opportunity to just say a few more words about the importance of getting this done. And particularly, I would say that particularly having my colleagues' bereavement leave private members bill included in this, I was fearful, obviously, that it would never see the light of day as a private member's bill. And so I'm particularly honored that the minister and the government saw fit to work together with us and make it a reality. So I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, let me just once again add, and delighted to add, there was incredible cooperation shown in the House on this issue. And I want to personally thank the honourable member and my critics in general. But we have come a long way. And I think shown this House at its best. Shown this House to be trained on a mission and willing to make the compromises that were necessary in order to get it passed. But the fact I think that it passed unanimously, or is passing unanimously through this House, is a clear sign not only of the seriousness of this issue and not only of the concern that parliamentarians have for the workers of this country, but also that when we want to and when we are able to find that path forward, we will find it. And we will do good work here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the minister. I recognize this is a very unusual way to pass a private member's bill in a government bill. I was just telling my colleagues I could not find another example of this having been done in such a manner. I also want to say I say to the member for Central Nova, you are forgiven for drawing me as number 293 in the private member's bill draw. that we were able to do this. There are a few members in the caucus who I want to just recognize very quickly, because like me, they are parents who lost kids as well. So the member for Bay of Quinte, the member for Dufferin-Caledon, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, the member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley as well. We are all members. If I've missed anyone, forgive me for this, but come talk to me afterwards. Also, the Minister of Immigration, we'll recognize him as well. He also lost a child during, actually, the last Parliament, I believe. And then a former member as well, James Cumming, who lost his son, who is a former member here, Garrett G. Mann Cumming, who passed away of Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I think it's now a few years. I want to recognize and thank also the member for Louis Saint Laurent, our House leader. I want to recognize also the Bloc House leader, le député pour la Prairie. And I want to recognize also the government House leader and the House leaders of the other parties and independent members who agreed to this unanimous consent motion. Vous savez, le deuil de...
You know that those who've lost a child, I experienced this in 2018, just before the Conservative Party convention in Halifax. It was very hard on my family, my marriage, and what I hope with this bill is that this will set an example for the provinces, because to date, this will only apply to federally regulated workers under the Canada Labour Code. But hopefully the provinces will take these ideas and incorporate them into their provincial labour codes in the future. I'd also like to say that out of equity between fathers and mothers, in the past, people often spoke only about mothers and what they suffered, but I think it's important to recognize that how this affects fathers as well, and other children in a family if they lose a brother or a sister, how this affects them.
To mention just a few things, when I had returned to the House, it was about October 15th. It was for the Infant Loss Awareness Day to do my statement in the House, a Standing Order 31 statement. I got really kind notes, and I want to recognize Bill Morneau, the Minister of Finance at the time, sent me a really kind note, a father of several very well-accomplished ladies, and I want to recognize him for the note. I've actually kept the note since then, and I want to recognize actually the current Minister of Labour. He sent me a very kind note. I still have it in my desk, in my drawer. I hope he's okay with that. I mentioned this. So I have kept that note since that time in my drawer. And I can't say enough thank yous to the House leaders for having done this. I am speaking simply to the amendment. I have a Yiddish proverb, as I always do. I can't help myself either. If you want to make God laugh, tell him of your plans. And frankly, if you had told me back in 2015 that I would be tabling a private member's bill twice on bereavement leave for parents, moms, and dads, I would have told you, why would I ever do such a thing? I am a fiscal guy. I love equalization. I love talking about it. I love numbers, foreign affairs issues, those types of issues, like bereavement leave, miscarriage leave, all the different types of Canadian Labour Code leave is just not what we call in this business our bailiwick. It's not in my wheelhouse, but I made it my wheelhouse to try and get something done. And this is a beautiful Christmas gift to parents and to myself as well across Canada. So I want to say thank you. It's nice to know, and speaking as an optimist, a very cynical optimist, I will say, it's nice to know that politicians can come together sometimes and come together and improve a government bill like this. So Merry Christmas, Joyeux Noël à tous.
Merry Christmas to all.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the first things I'm going to say about this bill that we're about to enact is first to commend the Labour Minister as he enters into these new functions. So this is a file that involved making changes to the Canada Labour Code to strengthen the rights of workers and to make it possible for workers, federally regulated workers, and that's 58% of those workers didn't have paid sick leave. So this will make it possible for them to have 10 paid sick days. That's important in terms of labor rights. We know that whatever sector workers are working in, and quite apart from the question of COVID and Omicron, we know how important their work is. They contribute to social harmony, social cohesion. They contribute to the economy. So I think for all workers, they all deserve progress in terms of working conditions and rights and giving them 10 days of paid sick leave. And I said this yesterday at the HoC committee. This shouldn't just be seen as an expense. Sometimes employers are concerned about the burden, the financial burden, but in a context of a labor shortage, when employers want to have a stable workforce, they should be even more concerned about providing workers with the guarantee that if they're sick, they will enjoy paid leave. So that benefits employers too. It creates stability in their workforce. When a worker knows, of course, wages are important, but leave is important too. I think it counts for a lot to know that that support is there. As I said to the minister, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of the Canada Labour Code. There are still other improvements to be made, but the government has undertaken in its budget to increase the minimum wage for federally regulated workers, and I think we need to move forward with that. So we have a lot of good things to accomplish, and I think workers can acknowledge the steps we've taken, and I commend the work the committee has done. We had 2 meetings yesterday. In terms of strengthening the criminal code, I think we got the guarantees we wanted. Worker organizations, particularly in healthcare, because they're targeted by these amendments. It's so important because often healthcare workers are victims of bullying and intimidation. They have trouble getting into work, just as do patients. So we need to strengthen the protections for our frontline healthcare workers. And then there's the issue of hindering access or intimidating workers. So we need the guarantee that this won't happen, while at the same time not undermining the right to strike or the right to demonstrate. That's also a very important right under the Constitution. That's how workers have made a lot of the gains they've made. So we need that kind of guarantee at the same time as we strengthen the protections for frontline healthcare workers, the protections that they need. And hopefully we won't see any situations where the criminal code has to be invoked. We had the opportunity at committee with my Conservative colleagues to discuss bereavement leave. So there's the whole issue of bereavement. People don't talk about that a lot in society, but this bill provides for bereavement leave when a child under 18 dies, we know that in a family, particularly for women, for the mother, but also for the whole family, it's very significant. It's very important. And I'd like to commend the work done on that aspect of things at the HuMA committee. And this was tabled, our report was tabled yesterday in the House. So I think we can leave for the holidays on a good note with a sense of mission accomplished, maybe not for all humanity, but at least it's a step in the right direction, a step towards better working conditions for all workers. So my best wishes for the new year. I hope that we can strengthen legislation for workers. And there you have it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? Oh, excuse.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take the floor today. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I was listening to my colleague's great speech, my colleague opposite as well, my colleagues, and I find that it's very important what we've done today. For me, it's been 30 years when I lost my daughter at birth, stillborn. I don't want to talk about that specific situation, but I wanted to talk about the situation in the workplace, how hard it was for people at work to acknowledge the situation I had experienced 30 years ago, obviously. And now I'd like to ask my colleague this question. How is this going to change the experience of people in the workplace, women in the workplace, and men, when they experience this kind of tragedy? How important is this bill to them? Thank you. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. First of all, my thoughts go out to the member opposite and for everything you went through. These are hard times we're talking about, very hard times for people to go through. And at least not having to worry about work and missing some time so that you can take the time to grieve and not have to worry about financial considerations or workplace considerations, so your job is safe for a given amount of time so you can take care of yourself. That's what makes all the difference. Questions and comments? Resuming debate.
For Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise quite sheepishly, having not received the memo on the festive tone of this afternoon's debates, and so I will ask through you to the members present that they indulge me. For my community, plain talk is not bad manners, and I have prepared a full speech that does identify some gaps that I think are germane to the conversation. It's not intended in any way to end off on a bad note or a sour note for that matter, but to really contemplate deeply what's at stake here in this House, Madam Speaker. It keeps me up at night, and I'm sure like many of you, it wakes you up early in the morning, and while there remains much to be said about the timing and the need of the last past election by the Prime Minister, I have to admit that the opportunity for me to retreat from this place of privilege and return to the doorsteps of my constituency provided me with an invaluable grounding for what's at stake amongst these future proceedings of the session. So this is a monumental day, and I don't want to take anything away from that. And it's a burden that we carry, and in fact, we've asked millions of Canadians to carry a very heavy burden in order to make it through this COVID pandemic. So while returning to this topic, in supporting Bill C-3 and having heard the various interventions pertaining to the same, many members have questioned the relationship between the first, second, and third parts of this bill and amending the criminal code, and the third part, which is establishing something under the Canadian Labour Code. So for those who are in the public and may be tuning into this debate, either through live stream or perhaps have read it in the Hansard, just as a summary of Bill C-3, at the first two parts to amend the criminal code by creating two new offenses relating to the protection of healthcare professionals and patient access to healthcare. The first offense would apply to any act of intimidation that is intended to cause fear in a patient, healthcare professional, or any person who supports them, and to prevent them from accessing or providing healthcare services. The second offense would also cover acts intentionally to prevent a person from accessing services provided by a healthcare professional. Both offenses would be punishable of a maximum term of imprisonment of up to 10 years and up to 2 years in a summary conviction. Part 3, which seems to be where perhaps some people might have the disconnect between these two, pertains to amending the Canada Labour Code to establish 10 days of paid sick leave. This leave is available each calendar year to employees in federally regulated private sectors who have been continuously employed for more than 1 month. Now, in fairness, perhaps on the surface, these two policies under different acts may not appear to be connected. It is, in fact, my intention today to offer my support for the deep relevance between these two interconnected parts. Madam Speaker, I would argue that the deep despair and well-documented societal impacts of 4 consecutive waves of COVID, each with its own circumstances of social isolation, economic hardships, and ultimately due to all levels of government's failure to adequately respond to the scale and the scope of this pandemic. That the utter fear, uncertainty, and doubt by segments of our population have made them especially susceptible to this anti-science, anti-government, and by extension, anti-healthcare movement, from which many of these types of targeted and vile attacks we are now legislatively responding to. Since the beginning of this pandemic, healthcare workers have faced a high risk of infection and violence. In fact, long before the pandemic, healthcare professionals are 4 times more likely to experience violence in the workplace than other professions. Unfortunately, many of these acts of violence go unreported. According to the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions, in 2019, 61% of nurses reported experiencing violence, harassment, and assault on the job. And because women make up a significant portion of the healthcare workforce, they are disproportionately victimized by these acts of violence. So to discourage these acts of violence, the Canadian Federation of Nurses have recommended amending the criminal code, which is what is before us here today, so I commend them on their long-standing work. This request was also subject to a 2019 Health Committee recommendation. Specifically, the committee recommended amending the criminal code to require that it be considered as an aggravating factor in sentencing the victim of assault as a healthcare worker. This recommendation was based upon the NDP's Bill C-434, introduced by my dear friend and NDP caucus colleague, the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway. Now, as it pertains to putting 10 sick days into context, people should never have to choose between the income and their health. And since the beginning of this pandemic, the NDP caucus has been demanding that the Liberals provide workers with 10 paid sick leaves. After winning an initial concession on this leave by offering it to people with COVID-19, we succeeded in forcing the Liberals to offer 2 weeks of federally funded leave through the CRB sickness benefit. Now, as the New Democrats, we not only support 10 paid sick days, we led the calls for it in this House. And my honourable colleague from Rosemont-Le-Petit-Patrie fought hard at committee, where he tabled 4 amendments, 2 which were unanimously supported and 2 which were rejected. I feel it important to note on the record here today that the NDP fought for amendments that were accepted unanimously. A deployer cannot request a doctor's bill for less than 5 consecutive sick days. This is major because stakeholders say that asking for a doctor's bill is a barrier to its use, and people would rather go to work than chase an appointment. Plus, we know that it clogs up the healthcare system when it doesn't need to. The second one that passed, due to the honourable member, is after 30 days of employment, the employee gets 1 day of sick leave. In the original version of the law, it was at the beginning of each month, which would have meant that someone hired on January 1st would have to wait till March 1st for their first accrued day. Both amendments were intended to make sick days more accessible, and the NDP forced the issue to make the program more accessible to workers and more responsive to their needs. This is a victory. The 5 consecutive days before an employer has the option to request a doctor's bill is going to make a significant difference. We did, however, have 2 other amendments that failed. And the ones that were opposed by the Liberals was that all employees upon hiring have access to 4 paid sick days. This would have accumulated for another 6, 1 per month, as proposed to the bill, of up to 10 per year. Having 4 days right from the start is very important because stakeholders tell us that very rarely do people take a day off work, and illness often requires a few days off. The minister in his testimony yesterday morning said he was open to such an amendment, speaking of the urgency of the current Omicron context. But by voting against the amendment, they have refused to speed up the access to paid sick days in the midst of another pandemic winter. Workers will continue to go to work sick since they won't have access to enough days to isolate themselves from home until next November at the earliest. This is irresponsible, Madam Speaker. The second amendment that the Liberals opposed was that all employees with 2 or more years of seniority get 10 sick days when the law comes into effect. This would have provided access to full strength of the program immediately for the majority of employees under federal jurisdiction. Since this amendment was rejected, all employees will begin accrual as if they were newly hired. I would suggest that this is precisely because of these types of gaps in our social safety nets that ultimately remain in this mess of targeted attacks on our hospitals and our healthcare workers. Last week, I rose to call on the honourable member of the Conservative side to join our calls for more advances and protections and the opportunities to take first steps in the right direction is it being right here in the House today as a form of an informal form of sectoral bargaining for workers. We know that this is going to be a vital protection. And this past election, Madam Speaker, it allowed me to speak to my constituents on their doorsteps, and it is heartbreaking to feel as though people that I otherwise know to be rational, family members, classmates I grew up with, neighbors I've known to be caring and compassionate, have been manipulated by the rhetoric of a right-wing populism. Grifters and agitators who would seek to turn this profound moment of suffering into some sort of personal sales pitch or nationwide tour targeting our frontline healthcare workers fighting the onslaught of successive waves of COVID. To those caught up in this fear and confusion, I offer to endeavor to work harder as a member of Parliament to ensure that your basic needs are met and the most current evidence-based information is communicated without political interference or manipulation. To the members of this House who rightly identified the divisions in our country, I call on you to recognize its root cause, that this failure of all levels of government to adequately take care of the basic needs of all people, not just throughout COVID, but in the decades preceding it. I'll close this intervention with a simple reassertion that these 3 parts of Bill C are both the cause and the effect of the social isolation, political estrangement, and economic isolation felt by everyday people, and most unfortunately targeted at our frontline healthcare workers. And taking better care of them, we will take better care of each other. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, before I read this final document, I just want to, first of all, wish a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the good people of Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing, and to all of my colleagues here in the House of Commons and all those who make it possible for us to be here. And to all Canadians as well, be safe, travel safe. Comme il est 16h50.
It being 4:53 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, is deemed read a 3rd time and passed.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 31st, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1. Happy holidays. Joyeux fête.